Insane manipulation grind.
All right, so why this stream is here, I'll just put it all forward. I think Vivziepop must have murdered someone. She must be like getting rid of all the immigrants on her own. She has done something. Because all I know is I watch Hazbin Hotel. The pilot was pretty cool. And then the Amazon show came out and I like a lot of the songs. They're bops. Disney doesn't like making good songs no more, so I'll listen to these. They're pretty good, but like it's not my favorite thing. I'd rather go watch some anime, but it's good. It's no better or worse than any other mainstream animated comedy for adults, right? That's what I think about Hazbin. But if I go by the YouTube thumbnails, this is the worst TV show ever made. Garbage. Just scum. Just that Vivziepop said she must have murdered someone, because last I heard there was some other cartoon. There was actual charity shaming. Like, there was some other independent show about, like, gangster cats or something. And Vivziepop was like, well, as someone who's an independent animator making it work myself, I want to help you out. And gave them $5,000. And then they gave it back to her because they said, you're too problematic. Because the internet said so. Now, the shows have their flaws. I didn't like that last episode of HelluvaBoss or the season. That was dumb. I don't like that characters are acting the way they shouldn't, but I don't care that much because it's just a dumb animated show. Some people, as I'm saying, care a lot. and I'm gonna look at some of their videos and see the point they make. One of the huge ones being this Annoyingorange video. It has got my boy here. He has 861,000 views for what I argue is one of the dumbest videos. I pre-watched like at least like 20 minutes of it. It's not a good video. All of his points are really stupid. I'll just say up front, and I'll point out why they are. And what's crazy is, he's not like LS Mark. He's no animation YouTube authority on nothing. He used to do Illuminati drama videos. That's why it was weird to me. Why do I have all these anti-Hazbin Hotel videos on my dashboard? It was because I subscribed to him when the Illuminati drama happened. And then it looks like he did some locale videos that didn't hit anywhere the numbers of the current drama. So now he does Hazbin videos. But mind you, now I didn't finish the video. Vivziepop could have murdered somebody, and I don't know yet, and he's going to present the evidence for it. And that's just time to lay back and chill.
October 28th, 2019, or the other way around if you're in the Badlands. This day marks the release of probably one of the most influential cartoons from Gen Z, Hazbin Hotel's pilot. The creator was inspired by Seth Rogen and South Park, and it really shows. It was gory, vulgar, and an instant success, receiving millions of views within its first week on YouTube. Now, it sits at 114 million views at the time of recording. Its creator, Vivziepop, is not some nobody either. She's been working in the animation industry for years, learning and growing from all of her peers until she was finally able to turn her pilot into reality. But it didn't just stop there. A24 would pick up the show, turning this silly pilot 11 years.
I mean, it's just weird to me that she did do all this, and she gets the hate that she does. On Tumblr, it used to be, you know, because on Tumblr, you're not allowed to be happy about anything ever because someone's already always suffering, and we need to make virtue signal post about it. That's what we do on Tumblr, right? But sometimes you're allowed to compliment other people's arts. Vivziepop was around on Tumblr at the same time, but I never noticed any of her stuff. But like, when people would have cool art, a compliment would always be, oh man, I hope Disney sees this one day and makes you a TV show. That's some good ideas, some good headcanon, some good art you have there. Very weird how people are pro-corporation when it benefits them and then they hate capitalism later. But whatever, Tumblr's a whole thing. That's just why I find it weird that Vivzi did that. She got into the industry, she got the funding, she made the pilot, her dream, her characters, her headcanon became a reality. I begin to think the reason people hate her is because they ain't her. That's just my theory. What do I know?
Into the making into a fully fledged TV show. I don't think it's crazy to say that Hazbin inspired a lot of indie creators who you might be seeing now. After a story like that, even I was excited for the show's proper release. And I didn't even like the pilot that much. Oh, don't worry, I still liked it. I just thought too much was going on in some places, and that caused the pacing to be a little bit odd. Like a friend excitedly trying to tell you about all of the parts of JoJo's in 30 minutes. But I'm sure these issues...
Like I said, I don't care about Hazbin that much to throw down, but I do think, as far as the pacing criticism goes, you gotta let him cook. Because I feel like they're just giving you pieces, so when you get the actual full character story later in season 2 or the scenario, you've got enough to work with. It's just some like story writing blueprints I see back there, and you gotta let them cook. HelluvaBoss gets no excuses though, because whatever, they can upload that whenever.
Issues will be ironed out in the A24
Hello,
release
peoples.
of the show. I was doubly confident as Vivzi had been running another show basically since the pilot for has been released, HelluvaBoss. Honestly, with Vivzi's track record, I'd say this show is gonna be really good. Hello. I have now watched all of Hazbin Hotel and HelluvaBoss, and I only have one thing to say. Everything was terrible. It was all a lie. God is dead. Exaggerating aside, I did not enjoy most of my time watching these shows. There's this golden nugget right in the middle, but other than that, I was either bored, frustrated, and on rare occasions intrigued. I'll let you decide if that was a good or bad thing. So, oranges, does this mean that Hazbin Hotel and HelluvaBoss are bad? No, it's a lot more complicated than that. Cause there was a lot of things I really liked about the Spindleverse. It's just that all of the things I like are sullied by terrible choices that make me question the writer's intentions. And that's kind of the point of this video. Why did these things happen?
Fucking just saying though, with his credibility. Because I don't know how much he actually cares about this animation or how much of a fan he is when his channel used to be a drama channel. But that's that Imagination Land Purple Dragon over there, the Disney ride that hasn't existed since like 1987. We have a Disney, he's at least a Disney adult. Qualifications going in. I said I don't trust his qualifications, even though he does quite well with these videos. That's why he makes Hazbin videos now, just because they are just such a leap above the view count on anything else he makes.
And is there a way to solve them with my objectively better opinion? This video isn't supposed to make you feel dumb for liking these shows or anything like that. This fan base is filled with so many skilled people, from the VAs to the people making the fan works. And I don't want to belittle people who are just having a good time. In fact, the people I respect the most are those who can enjoy something that I didn't, and still choose to watch this silly little video. Christ's little video, I'm just a bloody liar. A brief explanation of the plot of Hazbin Hotel, for real, like 30 seconds tops I promise, is that every year a group of angels come down to hell to cull some of their numbers. Our main character, Charlie, sick of watching this genocide, tries to rehabilitate some of hell's worst sinners to prove the flaws in their system. This is a very simple premise that still allows the writers to get really creative. With the story literally being set in hell, there would be a lot of places artists could pull from for inspiration. The main plot set up by the pilot is super interesting too. A show tackling the complexity and societal differences of what makes a good or bad person is objectively interesting. And yeah, everything feels so uninspired.
Okay, not a bad intro, but I'm gonna ask, what things would he have done differently? Like, honestly, I don't even think the plot's that deep. You want to criticize it for anything, but yeah, sometimes simple plots are great. You can do a lot with them. He's not gonna offer any solutions, is all I'm saying. I said I've rewatched a bit of this. That was just the setup. It's gonna become a very special kind of video later on.
I have the artistic ability on par with a sperm cell, so I won't act like I could ever do something like this. But Hazbin's character designs use a mix of biblical imagery.
Yeah, he already just walked it back right there. He's like, he's no writer.
Described by a 5-year-old. And animal designs. So why do so many people look the same? If you put the silhouette of most of the Hazbin cast on a line, I don't think...
This is what I mean. Right here, he's saying there is no way, if you did not watch Hazbin Hotel, you don't know, you cannot tell these characters apart. He's got this silhouette of black here to prove it. Okay, I erased my memory of Hazbin Hotel. This one here is skinny and has more arms. This one here has some animal ears and looks like a furry. This one here is more humanoid. This one here has 4 arms and is wearing a boa. This one here has a cane. It's like, are you gonna show me like a star, triangle, circle, and square and be like, I bet you're so stupid you can't even tell these apart and tell what hole to put them in. I don't know what point he's making here. I actually really like all the character designs of HelluvaBoss and Hazbin. It is a mid-ass show. It isn't that special. That's why I'm arguing. That's why I'm arguing, why does everybody get so fucking upset about it at the internet and act like Vivziepop needs deplatformed for some reason, even though no one can ever name the charges?
Think you'd be able to tell most of them apart. There is only one character who doesn't have the Vivziepop torso in this show, and that's Mimsy. And once you notice that, you see it in every character. I can't call these designs lazy, however, because there was some real thought put into these. Going back to Lucifer for a second.
So does this mean that this user hates all anime?
Am I the stupid art critic here? I don't see anything different between the similarities of all these character models versus any anime or any other animation, so I already find this criticism stupid right off the bat.
He has an apple and snake motif, you know, referencing the Bibble. He also has the same cheek marks as Charlie, signifying their relationship as father and daughter. He's also the funniest character in the whole show.
This is Vaggie. She's my girlfriend.
Oh my golly, you like girls? Yes, so do I. We have so much in common.
Angel is based off a moth, and another character he's associated with is based off a spider.
Now, I've pre-watched this, like I said. There's no run back on this. I don't know if this is a mistake or if he's gonna say, haha, joking, how could you tell them apart? He's got the boa and, you know, moths, they're fluffy little creatures. I would just automatically assume this one's the moth. What game is he trying to play on me?
Then you've got the whole predator and prey dynamic. Anyway, I just lied to you. It's Angel who's based off a spider. The point I was trying to make is, even with the intentions of the designs spelt out to me, either in the show or the wiki, these designs don't do the things they're based off any justice, in my opinion. I unfortunately feel the same about a lot of writing choices made too. The question of whether sinners can actually be redeemed is answered in the lamest way, I think. As a sociology dropout, my mother is very disappointed. Criminology was one of my favorite parts. Not all crimes are done for the same reason. If a person steals to feed their starving family and another steals for sheer greed, should they be put in the same box for committing the same crime? Hazbin had the opportunity.
Did the show ever said you did? He's criticizing rules that have never been laid out. All we know is Vivziepop said, oh, well, you know, people don't get sent to hell just for being gay or anything like that. It's not like the Christian hell. We don't actually know the rules, so he's criticizing on something he doesn't even have.
Opportunity to tackle this, but instead the show.
My point being, what is the whole steal bread if you're poor, steal bread for the fun of it? What does that matter? It's a fucking Vivziepop cartoon.
Chooses the easiest option, with heaven being unfair. All of the higher-ups are acting with malice, and Charlie is obviously correct. More on that last part later. The same critique can be applied to a lot of the choices made in season 1. Another major plot point is that people from heaven are impervious to any attacks made by sinners. However, during the last purge, one of the executioners was decapitated by someone. We don't know who yet, but heaven thinks it was someone from hell. 2 episodes later, a character shows this head to a bunch of hell's most powerful beings. Another character gives a nervous look, implying she might know something about what happened. I thought, wow, the show is setting up a murder mystery that another one of the characters will have to solve in order to fend off heaven's executioners. I imagine this is gonna take episodes, and this Camilla lady—
The veiled angel, 'twas by thy hand was—
Is he... Maybe I'm watching this wrong. It feels like he just criticized them for plot progression, or, you know, what you call, like, the 2-step reveal there. Where, yeah, no one likes, unless you fucking read Fate Stay Night or whatever, most people don't like blocks of exposition in their dialogue and shit. They want things to move. So it's like, yeah, reveal in this episode, oh, an angel was killed by someone in hell. 2 episodes later, make it known that the higher-ups know it, because that's interesting based on whatever propaganda they got going on over there. It's not worth criticizing to me. 800k views, though.
Was it not?
Oh, it seems while I was talking about the mystery, it had already been solved. I'm not even necessarily mad this reveal happened in the span of a single episode. I'm more mad that a character we literally just met is responsible for one of the biggest storylines in season 1. And then they give her a bloody duet with a character she's never interacted with. Like, Blood, you are not part of the team. All interesting and nuanced storytelling is thrown out at nearly every opportunity. Charlie goes back
He can have that one, but I'm still on team. You gotta have season 2 and let it all cook together.
to heaven in episode 6 in order to try and convince them to stop their yearly genocide, which they have increased to every 6 months. Adam wants to keep the fact that people in heaven are committing genocide a secret, so he goes up to Vaggie.
Yeah, the show is, I understand, and you're going from doing whatever you want on YouTube after selling your pilot, and you got to work within a corporation and do things on their timeline. That's probably not an easy adjustment, but it's just gotta let them cook. Said it's not a very runtime, and you need the songs. There's a lot going on, but I argue, is it any worse than anything that is actually on mainstream TV that's had seasons? No, it's not.
And drops the bomb that she is an angel. See, you could have figured this one out because Vaggie has the same cross on her eyes that a lot of the executioners have with their masks for some reason. But you know, you're rewarded for paying attention. I had that moment where I audibly said, "Oh, of course. How did I not see it before?" And that's good. But this moment is instantly undercut by probably the greatest reveal in the history.
This video mostly bothers me because, cool, he's going for an Alistair color scheme there with his shirt, but why the hell did he choose a red background? He doesn't look that good. These shots don't look that good. I can't really I really have nothing to say as far as the plot, and if someone didn't like a plot twist or whatever, that's up to them. But this shirt and that background, I don't care for it.
Of anything ever.
I wouldn't forget a bad bitch like you. It's why I named you after the best thing ever, Vaggie.
This hit me like a friggin' freight train. Who wrote this? Why is this right next to the reveal that Vaggie has been lying to her partner the entire time? What the hell? After moving past the "that's why I named you after the best thing ever," episode 6 does really start to.
It's just an agree to disagree. It's kind of like Inuyasha. I'm a white woman, so here's my Inuyasha opinions very quick. I got sick of filler. I don't like filler. I hate the shonen filler shit. Just go. Just do it. And along comes this final season called Final Act, where the show was canceled and they brought it back to wrap it up. So they condensed like 100 chapters into 14 episodes. And it was the greatest thing in the fucking world. And I argue it has been. I'm kind of glad they get a speed past all the Charlie Vaggie stuff. We've seen that romance plot over and over again with all sorts of couples all the time. Oh, one of them lied and hid a secret, but they still love you, make it work. Fuck it, we've all seen it before, just skip. Once again, that's my own personal opinion. I can't blame anyone for thinking there's pacing issues, because what do you want from it, like I said?
Pick up. Charlie proves that her hotel is working and manages to also get Adam to reveal that Hell's citizens are getting exterminated. I mean this one with no sarcasm. No asterisks, okay, there is one, and no thinly veiled shot at the writing. This song and scene with Emily and Charlie is really good. Now, I haven't spoken a lot about any of the songs in Hazbin because I either thought they were mid or bad, but the song You Didn't Know sounds good and has some very
Respectless, is it? I don't dislike a single song. I can't have an opinion on the Vaggie reveal because it got spoiled for me in the song because I like the soundtrack. I'm a loser like that. I like my show tunes.
Striking
Hello,
visuals.
Cookies cartoons.
Sarah staring at Emily with the flames of the extermination in her eyes, while she said that this was what needed to be done. Contrasted by Emily finding out this extermination was going on behind her back, while the visuals of the extermination are literally happening behind her back. This is that good stuff in a vacuum. Now, remember how I said my biggest issue was all interesting plot points in Hazbin get.
It's like, they went all out on the scene, cool, and now you can just say the rest of it sucks because you put up to that standard. There was some, I kind of like HelluvaBoss more than Hazbin. I did for a minute. I don't like the ending of the last season, whatever. Who cares? It's a cartoon on the internet. But there were some scenes in there, some like flashback scenes I think could compare to that one. But whatever.
Get solved.
Just because he knows he can't say shit about that scene and is going to drag the rest. This is like a 2-hour video. No, not 2 hours. 1 hour 13.
In a lackluster way, the reveal of the yearly extermination comes from Adam randomly blurting it out after being under zero pressure.
A man only lives once. We'll see you in 1 month. Gotta say, I can't wait to come down and exterminate you.
Wait!
Shit.
I really don't get how this would make any sense for Adam. His whole reason for threatening Vaggie in the first place was to make sure this secret stayed just that. Adam is so unbelievably incompetent, it physically hurts sometimes. You can write a villain who can get in their own way because of their flaws. Adam is an egotistical, misogynistic, sadistic freak, but not an idiot. He kept this secret for years, maybe even decades. It's not like Charlie was actually convincing anyone. Him doing this only makes sense in disrupting heaven, which has no effect on the next 2 episodes as exterminators still come down trying to kill everyone. This was so confusing. A phrase I could use for the next 2 episodes as well. After the reveal that angels can be hurt, the next few episodes ignore it. But in episode 7, Alistair reveals this info to Charlie and Vaggie. She's surprised.
He gave me info that can save the hotel, but we're going to need help. The angels can be defeated, and Carmilla is the key.
What? Carmilla Carmine?
She killed an exorcist in the last extermination. She knows how they can be harmed.
But I didn't even know that was possible.
What do you mean you didn't know that was possible? How?
I will say I find this one worse than Blitzo and HelluvaBoss saying the what soulless can be hurt, because really that was the only criticism you could have for the first stretch of HelluvaBoss. But I always took that as him just saying dumb shit in shock. This is kind of a worse loophole than that. I mean, not loophole, whatever the word is. I be enjoying things today. Said this criticism's kind of subjective. I just consider Adam, he's kind of grandfathered in. He's the first man, right? So he's never lived among humans and morals and ethics and none of that. And he kind of just got grandfathered into doing whatever the hell he wants in heaven. So he just thinks he can get away with it. Even when it's revealed, it's no sweat off his back. He don't give a fuck. Like, what are they going to do to him? But subjective.
How do you think they stabbed out your eye and cut off your wings? Having a character not think about how something happened to her is already annoying enough. But later...
But once again, I argue there's Star Wars movies that have problems like this. Plot holes and all sorts of huge franchise things with all sorts of, fancy script writers from colleges and whatnot. So it's like, you can't just call it the worst fucking cartoon ever or worst thing in the world and Vivziepop is the worst creator in the world because of, a plot hole once in a while is all I'm saying. Said there's subjective art stuff. I'm just more curious on why this video gets so much traction. What the hot news is, why everyone hates this woman so much.
In this episode, Vaggie goes back to Carmilla to figure out how she did it. And the reveal is...
9/11?
Angels can be hurt with their own weapons. And if you're wondering how Charlie feels regarding Vaggie's betrayal, don't worry. She and another character who you met in the same episode talk about it.
My girlfriend is an exorcist angel, and she never told me.
Oh, shit! How does that make you feel?
Just angry because we share everything. Because she always...
Now, I'm not one of those TV trope people, but isn't this just kind of the trope of older woman, therefore she knows everything and her advice is great, and figure out the confidence in the answer, you need to progress the plot, please. Like I said, I'm not one of them TV tropes people, but this just feels like it's trying to progress the plot. Why are you looking into it so much, my dude?
always supported me and my ideas, and now I don't know whether or not that was just more of the lies. Oh no, that's a horrible thing to think. Do I think...
Dude, Rosie has like the best intro of any character, really. I just love how even Alistair's like, no one wants to hear from her. Oh my god.
Yes. No.
Wow, I sure am glad a character's internal struggle has been externalized onto a person who she just met. How do I convey that a character
How
is very
suspicious.
conflicted? I know, I'll just make them say it to a stranger. Y'all got any subtlety? We got dick jokes. So a thing I really enjoy about shows for adults is that they don't feel the need to explain everything to me like I'm a child. Sometimes a slight change in expression or body language is enough to
Now, this is where I get very confused with this review of his. He doesn't want things explained to him like a child. He wants pro subtle shit. Then why did he just complain about them not explaining to him? I mean, yeah, he complained about the plot hole, but the rest was like, and the story didn't explain this well enough, and they just threw this in here and expected you to understand, and then you turn around and say, I really like it when a show don't hold my hand. This is where I'm just like, I think you're just saying whatever kind of popular buzzword or complaint, and you just put them in order. I don't know.
convey what a character is thinking or feeling. Hazbin rarely does this, which is weird because my favorite parts of the show is when the audience is given the rare treat of being allowed to think for themselves. I understand that musicals either explain a character's situation or their current feelings. I have come to peace with that just happening sometimes in Hazbin Hotel. But even with just dialogue scenes, I feel this constant, do you get it, at everything. Also, not everything needs to be subtle. That isn't what I'm trying to say. I'm more so saying that being subtle can make things more impactful. Let's take Adam for example. In his introduction, he comes off as dismissive, rude, and like super high off his own supply. These are good traits to give him, but I felt like making these traits harder to realize would have honestly just made the entire Heaven plot a lot more digestible.
So he's complaining they gotta hold your hand, but I just shown that my hand wasn't hold. That's what I figured out with Adam. He is a Karen. He is a Ken. No one has ever told him what to do. He's never had to do the same thing as humans. Yeah, true, the apple got eaten. And let's remember, Adam was kind of an idiot. He just ate the apple because Eve told him to do it. So, like, men are just as responsible for the fall of humankind if you're into the Christian thing. But yeah, he's like, I can make this all up. They didn't hold my hand. They didn't explain that Adam's a dick because he's always been a dick. I just put it together and now you're complaining about it.
For me. How do you show his dismissiveness? Well, have Charlie genuinely talk about this plan and make her think he's invested before revealing that he refused to acknowledge any of it. With a simple, sweeping phrase like, fine speech, but yada yada, we don't change our minds. A similar thing could happen with how you show his rudeness. A few dirty looks Charlie's way, how he addresses people from hell, something like that would be good. I think him calling all women around him babe is genius characterization. It tells you so much about how he sees women with just one little word. I think he could have worked better if he acted more like a higher up.
That is so fucking of a shallow thing that you're praising. Oh, he says babe, so we know he's a misogynist. One, I don't know if that's always true. Some people just say things because the words they grew up with around, and like I said, I figured out his character from the thing that you were just dissing on. Him being like, yo, what's some food? Just kidding. Look at the idiot who thought she could eat food. That already showed he was a dick. And I think he's basically arguing that was too mean. They didn't need to make him too mean. He could have just been a misogynist. It's a weird criticism.
In customer support. I'm sure you all know what I mean. Someone who is indifferent to your dissatisfaction, but can act so remorseful when you call them, even though they have no intention of really helping you. Imagine if at the end of Charlie's first meeting, he hits the, sorry, there really isn't anything I can do. That's a phrase that would piss off most people, but it would go further when Charlie begins protesting and he shows his real hatred of those from hell. Instead, his traits are basically yelled out until you understand that this guy is a dick.
It's nice to meet you.
Totally. Nice to meet you too.
Oh.
Ha! I fucking got you. Did you fucking see that? Good shit.
Oh, I think he's the...
How is that any different than him saying babe? It's just more of the same thing. He's a dick. Said this is so fucking nitpicky. Did Vivziepop do 9/11 though? That's really what I want to know, and you just giving me little character nitpicks. After already he said in the beginning of the video that he don't know shit about character writing and he wouldn't do no better. Sure.
Bad guy, you know, all that nonsense. There's plenty more examples I could use, but I felt that Adam is one of the funnier ones, especially because there was a chance he could have been good. Actually, maybe I'm being too harsh. It's not like a character just points out everyone's flaws and makes any thought you put behind understanding these characters meaningless. Oh wait!
That's bullshit. You get drunk and bitch about him all the time. I know everything about you and these motherfuckers at this point. That one is an insecure buffoon whose lonely ass watches you idiots sleep. Princess is a bleeding heart who wants to solve everybody else's problems except her own. This one judges everyone and everything because she hates herself. And Nifty? Yeah, you don't even want to know what her deal is.
You know, I really feel like this show respects my intelligence as a viewer. That's why it constantly needs to tell me how I'm supposed to think about something instead of letting me draw my own conclusions.
It's just a scene to show you that the bartender, it's just a common trope too. It's just the bartender knows everybody because alcohol is all they're allowed to do and has been. So all these characters have been there and said this shit, and the cat is just revealing, oh look, not only am I doing character development here, but it shows, hi, I'm the bartender, and even though you haven't seen my character much, they all know me because bartender humor. That's the scene. And once again, I'm not a high brain either. It's just storytelling things, my dude.
I understand.
And Vivziepop ain't the only writer on this either. So my question is, with these little nitpicks, why is the video called the Vivziepop problem?
That telling your audience something is important. You don't want to confuse them, and that's fine. But having another character basically read off everyone's Hazbin Hotel wiki pages rubs me the wrong way. A scene like this wouldn't be necessary if characters in Hazbin Hotel were actually given time to develop. This scene feels like an IOU, the most
I was watching the greatest Emmy-winning, critically acclaimed show, House MD, last night, and there was a scene where House walked in and was a bit annoyed, a bit cranky, and Chase goes, oh House, we understand you're cranky because Wilson moved in with you, because Wilson's wife was cheating on him. It was very last episode on House, like he caught us up. So dramas on ABC are allowed to do it, but Hazbin can't. Hazbin gets the critical. It's more of, I just don't understand some of these reviewers and some of the criticisms. Criticisms to me is like a bad character, bad plot twist, lazy writing, not just, I don't like how this wasn't subtle or too subtle. It's, you still get to the end. Sir Penchance is still fine. That's all that matters.
A damn way to ever give someone characterization I think I've ever seen. We don't need to show these people being compelling. We can just tell you all of their struggles. That's the same thing, right? Same thing happens in episode 3. The main cast are told to do trust exercises. They all say their quirky lines and then that's it. Vaggie just grabs everyone and says, we're gonna learn how to work together, and then it cuts back to them all being friends at the hotel. This genuinely feels like a joke, but it's played fully seriously.
I think the show should actually be complimented for every little storytelling trick it took like that to get things in there, because they only had like 6 fucking episodes. They had a lot to put in there to get to that end they wanted. And some rightfully argue that that end is not very clean. I argue it is what it is, and they did the best they could.
Seriously, they even start recalling events that happened during the fight, and it's like, wouldn't it have been nice to, I don't know, see them becoming friends? Jesus Christ. But don't worry, episode 3 was actually completely useless because Charlie complains that the hotel isn't working in episode 5. Well, that's 25 minutes I will never ever get back. Once again, this info is told to us. I truly believe that unless a character looks at the camera and explains what's happening, then it just didn't. No wonder everyone ignores episode 3. A character didn't pull up on screen and say, whoa.
Everyone just ignores episode 3. I like Sir Penchance. I liked all the episodes. Why Why you putting me in a box like that? Why you speaking for the fandom? This seeming quite kind of gatekeepy. Annoyingorange's former Illuminati reporter of the stars.
Oh, guys, I can't believe we're all friends now. It bugs me so much because there are moments where the audience can understand something with just the visuals. In episode 3, a character who's supposed to be scary makes multiple people run at the sight of him while he's talking to an associate. It does kinda get
I watched Nostalgia Critic's review on The Emperor's New Groove today, and it was awful, and it was very clear he never actually thought about that movie, which would make sense because he would have been in high school or whatever when that came out. He would have just been becoming an adult, whatever. Point is, it was a bad review. So this guy shouldn't be held to any higher standard, in my opinion, either. So my criticisms are also kind of unfair.
dragged out, but more of this, please, I'm begging you. I would have
All
grown
reviews are bad.
so hard if a character appeared and said something like, "Oh wow, I can't believe this guy is here. He's so terrifying, I can't even bear to look at him." It would be kind of like writing a strong character and then the only way that strength is utilized is by having other people glaze him. What how did this picture of Alistair get here? Alistair is probably the worst victim of the writers telling us how to feel about something instead of showing us. Alistair is one of the strongest
Oh my, I am not tolerating this opinion.
dudes in hell. It's one of the first things we hear about him.
What's the deal with Smiles over there?
Wait, you've never heard of him before? You've been here longer than me. The radio demon, one of the most powerful beings hell has ever seen.
Not big on politics.
However, the way this is actually shown to the audience is... Let me just show you. Alistair effortlessly takes down a character we just met. In episode 2, we find out that he beat this dude called Vox in a fight. Do you get it? 3 episodes later, he kills a bunch of thugs that were just introduced. And in that same episode, we get the info that Alistair killed a bunch of Hell's overlords, who are supposed to be these really strong people, or at least that's what all the characters and the wiki say about these guys. They don't really do much, to be honest. Alistair then fights Adam and gets completely jobbed, then runs away. Wait, what? Alistair's track record consists of a joke character, a bunch of no-names, and... oh, that's it. But don't worry. The season spends a noticeable amount of time trying to make this guy seem like a big shot with his glitchy effects and sadistic smile. All of the other underdeveloped characters in Hazbin Hotel will constantly remind you that he...
But how is this any different than any anime that's got, you know, the villain that they don't kill until the last episode of fucking 300? All the mid-bosses in the fucking middle, and they're building them up. Or the video game where you know what the final destination's gonna be, who the final boss is gonna be. Saying, why is this any different? There's gonna be more seasons. I argue that Alistair is an antagonist and is not anybody's friend. And we're not gonna spoil that yet. He's just gonna be here for some dumb little battles. It's not his time yet, my dude.
He's a big deal. You know, 15 years ago, he killed all the overlords and played their screams on the radio. Most people can't even...
It's almost like they aren't holding our hands, and you're to put together that since has all these accomplishments, he is very fucking powerful. But yet he is very fucking powerful, but he's got an issue. His soul belongs to someone. This is the only thing that's stopping him from pretty much being a god in hell. I put all that together. Show didn't tell us, but sure, they got a subtlety problem, and Alistair isn't that deep.
And bear to look at him. All this hype, and the second he has to fight a real character, he folds. Did he have the flu or something? Like, I don't know if this was the writer's attempt at using the Worf effect. Have a strong character get beaten by a new one to immediately establish them as a threat. But that...
So he's aware of TV tropes when it's convenient for him.
requires me to believe that the character's actually strong? If I dropkick a baby and then lose a fight to a random lad at a pub, your first thought would not be, wow, bloke sure is strong for beating Tyboard Oranges, the baby dropkicker. It's, wow, I heard this guy kicks babies. Probably got what he deserved. But don't worry, Alistair sings
Why is it okay in every fucking Dragon Ball Z arc when, like, Vegeta can just, like, eviscerate the planet and we got 100 episodes of struggle before Goku finishes him? Once again, it's build up, dude. I said, unless I'm the smooth brain and he's the super intelligence one and all of his criticisms are right, and that this is the worst animation free on the YouTubes. Well, no, it's on Amazon, never mind, but everybody's Amazon Prime. It's pretty much free, let's be real. It's a high quality show. Once again, not the best show, kind of mid. But like I said, I already said this a billion times, but I hate Vivziepop. Vivziepop's the worst. Don't take money from Vivziepop. And then here's a video called The Vivziepop Problem, and all I'm hearing is, can you believe that Alistair hasn't had his payoff in the first season?
There's a merry tune about him breaking out of his chains and becoming the real big bad. Right. It has been a while since I have seen such a blatant industry plant character. I'm about to make myself sound completely insane when I say this, but the only way I can properly criticize this character is by talking about the fundamentals of a Tumblr sexy man. A Tumblr sexy man, for anyone who hates
This is the part of the video I argue that is cope.
It's fun, is a character in a show, movie, game, whatever, that stands out amongst the main cast for being a little too quirky. Perfect example is Sans, the winner of the 2022 Tumblr Sexy Man tournament. Though he's kind of the exception because every other major one is a skinny white dude. Hell, even if they weren't, yes they are. Also, I just want to give a quick shout out to the Queen, who died on the same day the tournament concluded. Rest in peace. I feel like Alistair is just a mix of the...
What the hell did Queen Elizabeth do to get disrespected in a fucking Hazbin Hotel review? Take that, colonizers. See, Tumblr users? I'm like one of you. Can I have Riz like Alistair?
most popular ones, but with none of the sauce. Sans is the strongest guy in the underground, has weird powers, knows way more than any of the characters around him, and can be scary as hell. A very notable thing too is just how depressed he is, knowing that anything he does really has no meaning. These facts were discovered by, by playing the game and watching him interact with others. It's crazy. If Sans was written by Vivziepop, you'd have a character walk into a room.
Oh, strange. It's almost like there was a scene of a bar there. I bet, you know, the bar. They use that in a lot of video games I've played where everybody goes around, drinks, says something in some bar drinking game. That's so different from having the bartender explain all the information they learned. So much better writing.
And someone say how turbo strong Sans is, and how the player shouldn't mess with him. Sounds familiar? But he's also charismatic and makes deals with people. Unfortunately, he's being
I don't know shit about Undertale because I'm not playing Undertale until I beat Earthbound, and I got too high to get out of Tucson, so I gotta fix that.
limited by something outside of his control. But once he breaks free, then his master plan will come into play. He's also a nice dresser, and despite his psychopathic tendencies, he's a mummy's boy. Aww. This means he can't be all bad, right? Maybe it was a coincidence.
So, is the argument here that Vivziepop is a shit writer and a shit person for making something marketable? I went to Hot Topic. There's Hazbin Hotel Alistair clothes all over the place. I say, fellow woman, get that bag. But this man says no.
That Alistair has a bunch of the
He's
most
jealous.
popular traits from these characters. Maybe it's a coincidence.
Or maybe it's because Alistair pulls off red and black better than you, my dude.
He also became a Tumblr sexy man. See, this is what happens when you only take the superficial aspects of these characters into account. Aw, how sweet. Hello, human resources? Sans works because he has to live with the weight of his own insignificance in a world that could be reset at any moment. He's actually funny, and you really have to push him over the edge for him to really show you what he's capable of. And even when he does, he's still messing with you. Bill Cipher worked because he had the relatable goal of being bored with his
They're triangles and skeletons. How are those sexy men? Does he act like Tumblr is the government? Like these are what the women are into? What does this have to do with the writing still?
Current life, but having no ways to grasp a new one without making
Or is it like these characters just get a pass and they don't have to have any development or do anything because the fans think they're hot? No, that's just how things work in real life, not writing.
deals with others. The Onceler doesn't work, to be honest. The lyrics suck, but people latched onto him because his good intentions were warped into awful ones. Enter thousands of posts saying they could fix him. Alistair has sans.
Dude, I didn't watch that movie, but just from one look, I can tell why the girls were into the Onceler. It's because he looks like an emo boy who's gonna be listening to All Time Low under the bridge. That's all it takes.
His strength, Bill's bargaining ability, and the Onceler's tragic backstory, I guess. The man loses all of his source for me because everyone else got popular by accident. This dude was made in a lab and given the perfect traits to set Tumblr ablaze. He's also a bum and a fraud, and I'm tired of pretending he's not. Oh my god, I need to get a girlfriend. Hey!
He said it, so we didn't have to.
Did you know that Alistair is a mixed race Creole? I did have to look this up.
Y'all, get ready for this. Alistair is black. You didn't know this?
But Creole and...
I don't know if this is a thing that is known with the fandom. I can't verify if this is headcanon.
Louisiana, the place Alistair is born, could refer to people who have French, Spanish, African American, or Native American ancestry. There is a chance Alistair is black, and that would mean that other characters have races. Why do characters in Hazbin Hotel have races? I made like notes about representation.
Why do characters in Hazbin Hotel have races? I'm just pointing that out because there's a reason. Hold on to him asking that question. And two, he might be, there's a chance he might be, but you just said he's black. Commit.
And in some
Uncommitting headcanon.
of the episodes, I didn't plan on really speaking about it as it wasn't that big of a deal, but then I read Alistair's wiki page and I lost it. I appreciate that Vivzi hired VAs and singers from different ethnic, racial, and national backgrounds. I'm not about to criticize a person for doing something that I think more people should be doing. This section isn't about to be some, oh, Vivzi fell off because it woke nonsense. I live in the real world where people who aren't white men also exist and should keep existing. I just kinda... How are these people black? I don't know if I'm over...
Why are there races in Hazbin Hotel? He just asked. Turns around, criticizes. Why did she make these characters black? So you're aware that there's races. Well, I don't even know. Do we even know if these characters are black? Because he wasn't an authority figure there on Alistair.
Overthinking this, but all of the characters in the show can be a range of colors. Some people are blue, some are green, but I noticed that all of the black characters are colored the same way when no one else gets that treatment. Like if Vox, the TV man, was black, would his TV also become the shade of gray that the other black characters are? Isn't it a bit weird to allow other characters from other races to take on these crazy non-human forms, while all of the black ones don't? What exactly were you trying to say when you had one of these characters' angelic form turn them white?
What is Vivziepop trying to say? That every single character in hell is gay and not traditional in any way, shape, or form? We don't want to go down the pathway of what did Vivziepop mean. I don't even know if like race is even related to any of these color choices. I kind of think it's a storytelling thing, but I'm the white woman, so therefore, I don't know. IDK.
Oh, of course she's white. Everyone's perfect in heaven. No one was forcing you into this situation. You could have just said nothing. Everyone's race could have been up to interpretation. This kind of adds on to
I feel like it was.
My theory that characters are made first and then get random quirks attached to them, like their race, and then the writers have no clue how to deal with these issues. This was something I didn't want to talk about. It's already such an uncomfortable situation.
Then why did you? I said, maybe I got this far. I think he just like summarizes someone else's YouTube videos. Because it's going to be like on, you know, essay, and it'll be from a female's point of view. So I guess that's the right thing to do. But then it's like, why'd you have to? You've got, is it because it wasn't enough of a content nuke to say Alistair could be black? Why are there black people in Hazbin? Why isn't there enough black people in Heaven and Hazbin? Like,
as is, and as someone who has suffered similar abuse
yeah, you probably shouldn't even be covering these topics, to be honest.
in the past, I don't even really see the fun of picking at a bad depiction of something so close to my heart. I'll keep this as brief as I possibly can, but this episode is mainly focused on Angel Dust. Angel is a victim of the verbal, physical, and sexual abuse of his boss, the man who also currently owns Angel's soul. He threatens to hurt Charlie if Angel doesn't comply with his demands, which includes sexual acts. This constant stream of abuse starts to really affect Angel Dust as he lashes out at all of his friends and does even more self-destructive acts to help him forget. The issues with the episode begin right here, right after dealing with a lot of heavy stuff. The show decides to play this upbeat jazz music while Husk has a bar fight with some dudes who try to roofie Angel Dust. They continue.
I think it's a fair complaint. Some people, it's a tonal shift for some people, but once again, I argued that this is hell. It's a den of thieves. Everyone's a bad person. So, like, the type of shit that Angel deals with is, like, the daily. Like, it's not a shocking, terrible thing anymore when it's daily. It's fucked up. And, you know, it's a place where you can get exterminated at any time, where everyone can buy your souls. So I never thought it was an issue that they could deal with such a fucking topic and then be bar fighting and then have the music number at the end. I thought that was fine, but I think anybody who's an issue with that, they're in the right with it, but it's also kind of a victim of timing. I thought they had Angel's thing set up pretty well. Some kind of, not really subtle, but we knew that he had to be with someone in the pilot. We knew there was a lot of things going on there, and then they just made it work. Maybe it shouldn't have all been in one episode, but I think they did the best they could if they wanted to do this subject. Once again, fair enough if no one's into it.
Fighting and then go back to talking about these heavy topics. Angel explaining why he is the way he is, and Husk responding by calling Angel Dust a loser and whiny in an upbeat song. It would be nice to handle this with any tact, having a character recall very traumatic events and then have a character respond with, "Don't worry bro, we're the same, I was a gambler." It's just a bit of a slap to the face, isn't it? I wish I could play any of this scene to really describe the tonal whiplash I got from this episode, but you know, copyright and all that, and I want this video to be seen by people outside of Rwanda. This even leaks down into other episodes. Episode 4 makes a big show about things like SA needing to be handled with care. So in episode 6, they have a character get dragged into the room and sexually assaulted as a joke. There is a more in-depth video just about this episode, so I will link that in the description. I feel like most of the main cast suffer from one of the issues I listed in these little sub-part thingies I'm doing. I think the perfect candidate for the
I say that's a fair criticism as well, but it's almost kind of like there was the movement of you can never have a rape joke ever. Then it's like, what about every late night comedian that's ever said, you know, don't drop the soap when you're in prison, you know, because that is a prison men getting raped joke. It's kind of the same thing. And those have always existed and never really went away. But once again, fair enough if you're against that.
Pacing issue is Sir Pentious and his redemption. In episode 2, he pretends to play by the hotel's rules so he can spy on them. But after being betrayed by Vox, the cast sings and he just stops being evil. In every episode he appeared in beforehand, he was just some mook. But all of a sudden, in a single song, all of his bad intentions are erased. Actually, past this point, he becomes someone who desperately needs the validation of others. A good character trait that would have been nice to know before his shift into a protagonist. The elements of a good character are there, but everything has been expertly put together incorrectly. He doesn't really do much in the next couple of episodes, except gain a crush on Cherry Bomb, a character who can probably play the electric guitar. But in the last episode, he launches an attack at Adam and gets one-shot.
That's my personal complaint. I wanted more Cherry Bomb, but like I said, I'm gonna let him cook and wait till season 2. I think the Sir Pinchus thing, what he's leaving out, is Sir Pinchus found out he was being used. Vox just set him up, didn't give a fuck if he got captured or noticed. And once again, that happens in all the other medias we watch, all the superhero things, all the anime, wrestling. Someone got betrayed, so they switch sides. That doesn't make it bad character writing. Just because something's a trope doesn't make it bad. There's only so many storytelling techniques.
But you see, the main cast are actually really shaken up by his death for some reason. Like, I thought this was supposed to be a joke, but then Charlie actually starts crying? Have Charlie and Sir Pentious even spoken to each other in a meaningful conversation? But then Sir Pentious goes to heaven?
She had a whole fucking song with him. What do you mean? That was like, say you're sorry, you know, being like, we all went through shit. We all have a better understanding of each other. Let's wipe the slate. That's why they're all cool with him and he hangs out in the background. They wiped the slate. They had a whole song member. What do you mean she's never even talked to him? What the fuck?
I do see what they were trying to do here. Have a character be redeemed in death and all, but I can't buy it. Similar to Alistair, Pentious is portrayed by the plot one way and
I haven't even watched this show in a year, and this is an unfair, all these criticisms are unfair.
the things I've seen him do have led me to believe something completely different. That single line basically sums up my feelings on the show in general. Hazbin Hotel was only given 8 episodes for their first season, and you can really tell the writers.
And you know, it's a popular video criticizing Hazbin Hotel because everybody watches it and hates it for some reason. But why does this look like the In Praise of Shadows video where he goes all crazy and comes after Wendigoon? I don't trust any of these YouTubers that have the green screen behind them and have the freestanding mic. And they're like, I'm gonna give you all my knowledge. They're all smug. And he even said at the beginning that he doesn't know shit about writing characters and wouldn't do any better. And then, like I said, continues to criticize basic storytelling tropes.
Needed more. A lot of characters and ideas are thrown at us throughout the season. Some of them get like maybe a line of dialogue. Some ideas that should be given more time are dealt with in the span of an episode. I want to blame Amazon alone for this decision, but the time Hazbin Hotel got just wasn't used effectively by the writers. Episode 3 having the characters getting along, only for 2 episodes later, we find out the hotel is actually not working.
Once again, Amazon, the writers, you titled the video The Vivziepop Problem.
And episode 3 didn't happen. Episode 1's B-plot has the characters make an ad for the hotel, and I don't think this ever comes up again. I feel like they had an idea of where they wanted to end season 1, weren't given the time, and then crammed as much as they could into the season. And yet, I feel like nothing happened. No, that's not right. Things happened, but with the large group of characters and concepts being introduced every episode, I just didn't care. At a certain point, the episodes started blending together in my brain, so I was relieved when the season ended because it meant I could do anything else of substance with my life, and that should not be the way.
Like, it was such a nothing to you, it was such a waste of your life, but yet all of your content lately has been Hotel Vivziepop related, so clearly it's profitable for you to be mad at this show. So, like I said, I get that bag. It's just very weird that this was a waste of my life. All of my content is complaining about it and things that are similar to it.
Way I feel after finishing a season of TV. It's the opposite of how I felt after the pilot. Actually, when I compare this to the pilot, I have to admit, from an entertainment and visual standpoint, The pilot was better. I said at the start of the video that the pilot felt like the writers were cramming way too many ideas into 30 minutes, and that hasn't changed. In fact, they have even less time now. My overall score of Hazbin Hotel was a 2 out of 10. Me and my friend's opinion on the rest of the season should be up on screen now.
The final look at this. Where is his fucking list that he just made? Screw his sponsor.
And that hasn't changed. In fact, they have even less time now. My overall score of Hazbin Hotel was a 2 out of 10. Me and my
Now, okay, so we got episode 8 here, last one, right? With the whole battle, the whole song at the end. That's only worth a 1. That's complete fucking garbage, that episode. So I guess every episode of Peppa Pig there on Amazon rates higher. These are just very low for the quality that I think it is. Like an out of 10. This is rude, I'm gonna say. I'm gonna speak in defense of Hazbin Hotel, even though I shouldn't care. This is just like, you're just basically saying it's trash. Why'd you even take the time? What episode 2 do so well to get a 4? Now he's got me pulled in. This is how he gets me.
friends
is guaranteed the rest of this is going every episode by episode. Oh no! Oh, we're talking HelluvaBoss second half. Vivziepop is a good writer, actually. Perfect episodic formula. Alright, so he's gonna... What's the Vivziepop problem, though, my dude?
Opinion on the rest of the season should be up on screen now. I cannot express how little I was looking forward to watching the next 2 seasons of Vivziepop's other show. Like, honestly, do I just, like, stop now? I'm not really having fun. But screw it. We made it this far, so might as well continue. Wait. This is good. This is really good. What the fuck? God, I hate when videos take so long. You can literally see me age. Luckily, I have the brand new beard hedger to fix all of my in places.
I'm spurging out about his bad opinions, but like I said, this video's everything here is quite stupid, and it got a sponsorship. It almost has 1 million views. I want to know what's wrong with everybody who likes this video. How badly do you... And it doesn't even sound like he's going to say anything bad about Vivziepop.
When I was at my wit's end with Hazbin Hotel and was ready to give up, a bright ray of sunshine shot through my room. Was this my salvation? Why is the weather in London so awful? HelluvaBoss was the breath of fresh air I desperately needed after Hazbin Midtel. It might sound like I'm hyping up season 1 way too much, but it literally has none of the issues I had with Hazbin. The color palette of Hazbin felt kinda limited in places. Helluva taking place in a mix of hell and earth allows for more varied colors each episode.
It's almost like that's the thing. It's almost like they set up in HelluvaBoss the Hazbin universe is that one ring, that first layer of hell, while HelluvaBoss is about, you know, the denizens of hell. It's a different... Okay, I'm sorry, I'm done with this. If he can't... It's just like, the things he's criticizing are the obvious. I don't know, I might be the crazy person.
Even hell looks better. There's an episode that takes place only in hell, and everything looks so pretty. Hazbin, I think, just looked worse. There are a bunch of stale bits of animation in places, or whatever this was, but it didn't bother me enough to talk about it until now. Until I saw what we could have had, you know? Because Helluva doesn't have to hit evil deadlines set by billion-dollar corporations, each episode is as long as it needs to be. So the pacing is perfect. I was constantly engaged, and there wasn't a single moment where I felt like something went on for too long, or that time was being wasted. The dialogue too is also just a lot more charming. I'd say like 90% of the stuff that came from the characters' mouths in Hazbin were press X to interact phrases that felt pretty hollow. Helluva has some absolute bangers.
Fine, whatever!
Oh, Blitz, I'm so excited. I cannot wait to feel your slimy inside of my... Gotcha!
I should probably talk about the show's premise like I did at the start of part 1, 30 minutes ago, oh my god. The plot of Helluva Season 1 is that our main character, Blitzo, the O is silent, runs a mercenary company that specifically deals with disgruntled sinners who want revenge on people still living in Earth. That does come with a catch.
It's why they're both completely different, because it's completely two different premises, and it was a very smart idea to make a completely different spin-off. I couldn't imagine putting all these plots together. I'm just pointing that out because that's literally what he criticized like 2 minutes ago.
Oh, this owl dude named Stolas trades a monthly Night of Passion for unlimited use of a grimoire that allows Blitz to come and go into the human realm whenever he wants, and without express permission from some of Hell's higher-ups. All of this is explained in 3 minutes, but it doesn't even feel like you're receiving exposition. And after the last 35 minutes, you probably have a shocked expression on your face. And my response is, I know, right? In fact, this scene is used to give characterization to the rest of the main cast as well. Moxie is a nervous guy who isn't exactly the best at this whole murdering families thing. His wife, Millie, treats this like it isn't that deep, which kind of clues us into how used to killing she is. And Luna is a teenager. HelluvaBoss is no Better Call Saul in terms of compelling characters, and it doesn't need to be.
What a weird comparison. This one's just a show that's, I mean, they're both spin-offs, I guess, but none of these characters are in Hazbin Hotel. Starting from the ground up, or Better Call Saul is a Sony production that is a spin-off with a whole, whatever. My dude. Yeah, you even said it didn't matter, so why'd you say it? It's this content that I'm questioning.
Basic traits in the first episode, and then that gets expanded on. What? No, not her. Blitz seems like he's only going to be a random, quirky, and dirty character. But we figure out that he stalks all of his employees and has a very weird fascination with Millie and Moxie's relationship, because he's a lonely dude. Moxie seems like he's going to be a little bit of a coward to contrast Blitz, but he starts to gain more and more confidence as time goes on, and you see those changes happen naturally in the story, culminating with him talking out his issues with Blitz in a drug-induced musical number. Oh, that wasn't a lie, by the way. That, like, literally, like, I'm just stating
facts. Yeah, it's the best song.
Stolas is first shown off as this horny weirdo, but we find out he has a daughter who just wants to spend—
No, this is what I mean with the content. Like, the way he just said that. Oh, what? Lawnmower. Oh, what though? You didn't see that coming? Yeah, that's something that really happened. There really was a drug trip. Can you believe it? In this animation that's meant for adults. We all know 14-year-olds are watching it, but it's meant for adults, and many other shows and musicals have done that. Like, it's like when he made the video, does he think the audience is like a whole bunch of 10-year-olds that don't know basic tropes or any of this? Who are the 800K viewers? Said a lot. Some of these things he says I find is like insults to intelligence.
Time with him after a messy divorce. The episode these two share in season 1 is really sweet, with Stolas realizing he hasn't been trying to understand his daughter, and then trying to fix that. The cast of Helluva is also a lot smaller too, so there's less people fighting for screen time so they can get their quirky one-liner out instead of actually becoming a real character. Also, did I mention that the show is really funny?
I don't even think that's true. I'll get back into it, but I think there's as many characters in both. Especially side characters, all the gods that rule over all the rings, the whole club of people who hate Blitzo. That was the best part, was a whole Halloween party of people who hate Blitzo. Like, I'm pretty sure that he's actually wrong on that take.
Satan, we return your filthy creatures back to the pits of hell. May the root of evil remain honored as we continue thy work.
Yeah, that's not exactly how it works, ladies. Sorry, your fire doesn't really hurt us, but I mean, I could fake it if that'll get your dick hard.
I know. Shit.
Another reason this series works so well is that each episode is mostly self-contained. The simple plot of, we need to kill this person, could have—
Dare I say, this is almost some autistic bias here. He just likes the shit he likes, like the jokes he likes. The same type of jokes. Angel Dust kind of does some of the same jokes as Blitzo. Blitzo's more of a BoJack Horseman character. Angel's gonna be the self-destructive one with a heart of gold. Once again, all character tropes here. And it just seems like he likes HelluvaBoss better because he likes the humor in it better. That's it. But he's speaking with complete authority. Said, I like HelluvaBoss better than Hazbin sometimes. I like the music in Hazbin better. Whatever. But just the smarminess of it. So I don't like this video very much.
Have episodes feel samey, but the situations the characters find themselves in are so different each and every time. It isn't mindless either. There are serialized elements in the show as well, but they are never the primary focus of an episode. They're usually the secondary or even tertiary goal. The characters aren't forced to be stationary. We are always finding out new things about them or watching them develop, and it creates a—
My complaint about HelluvaBoss is just the last scene of like the season finale where his daughter, Solus's daughter, kind of turns on him. That makes absolutely no sense because she's been through a lot and knows that he loves his daughter and he wasn't going to betray her, none of that. And she knows that her mother's a crazy bitch, so it actually makes no fucking sense for things to end like that. But the rest of it's fine.
Very satisfying feeling when everything is over. Me
Some
and
of the
my friend's
Moxie
graph
stuff's
for
weak.
this season of Helluva is a constant high. Episode 6 being my highest rated episode ever, while also hinting at some plot stuff that will surely come back in season 2?
Foreshadowing as a narrative.
What a beautiful ending to a season. This was a weird feeling, to be completely honest. I thought the state of Hazbin only meant something Vivziepop made earlier would be even worse. And yet it was completely backwards. Helluva felt like a far more focused show because it wasn't juggling as many things as Hazbin needed to, which is also why I denounced the idea that Vivziepop is a terrible writer. Like, objectively, she can cook, so what happened? Look, I have seen Hazbin season 1. I've been incredibly critical of the season, but I don't really think it's a good portrayal of Vivzi's ability as a writer. It seemed like Amazon or A24 or whoever else wanted to screw over the series wherever possible by delaying it and giving it 8 episodes. When the story desperately needed like 12 or 24. Helluva came—
Still don't understand the Vivziepop problem, but she's a good writer.
From a place where she was much more inexperienced as a showrunner and as a writer, but probably had a much calmer development time, and also had an incredible co-writer. Brendan Rogers is an integral part of HelluvaBoss's creation, and ultimately one of its worst plot points in season 2. But we're a bit too early for that one, so let's look at his close involvement in season 1. Vivzi originally reached out to get Brendan as the voice for Blitz. However, Brendan was so in love with the project, he joined the team as a co-writer and was given top billings for episodes 1, 3, and 4. He was also credited for writing episodes 2 and 5. So there it is. The real reason HelluvaBoss is so good. Vivziepop had help. I'm joking, obviously. The reason I pointed out who received top billing is because it changes depending on the episode. So I assume whoever's name is first wrote the most of what we saw and the other helped. I think Brendan Rogers has a very good understanding of the characters in HelluvaBoss. And I think Vivzi is very good at taking advantage of her show's premise to create these fun moments. So when the two work together, we see their best traits. My opinion on Vivziepop as a writer is that she can be very good if someone helps to keep her stories grounded. This isn't a shot at her either. I think most people will agree that having another person to bounce ideas off will help you refine them. My favorite video on my channel literally would not have turned out the way it did if I hadn't shown it to so many people. I've probably done that with this video script as well because I'm a fraud. Vivzi wrote my
So Hazbin Hotel was a waste of his life. He's never gonna get that time back. But he just argued, hey, did you guys know that sometimes people collab? And when they bounce ideas off each other, they make a better product. Hot take. Oh my gosh. Writing can be salvaged.
Favorite episode of Helluva, all on her own too,
Just
saying
wasted my
she
life
felt
with this
very
shit.
confident in it. I really just think the scope of Hazbin Hotel was far too high and she didn't have the correct writing support. I think this is really felt in the last 2 episodes of season 1, which is entirely written by Vivziepop. The things I praised Helluva for doing aren't really factors in episodes 7 and 8. Both of these episodes take place entirely in Hell and focus a lot on Stolas and Blitz's relationship. There was also a song that felt like it was going on forever and I did not like it. Apparently it only went on for 2.5 minutes, but I promise you I've aged 5 years after rewatching it. Overall, my enjoyment went down in those last 2 episodes because it felt like the show tripped. I've realized how undescriptive that was, so let's try that again. It feels like the show forgot.
I'm curious, because wasn't this song the song with the Kesha song? That one got released way later because it wasn't allowed to release when it was made, and people acted like that episode fixed so many plot holes and things they were complaining about. But he probably just binge watched them, so I bet his idea of HelluvaBoss probably different than all the reviewers as it was coming out.
Its own premise for a moment, so the end of the season ended rather weakly to me. But that's a small issue since my overall enjoyment was so high. Little did I know, this tiny minute problem would branch off into something so much bigger. A few minor changes would happen for the writing for HelluvaBoss. Firstly, after a decision has been get sold.
Wait a minute, wait, I'll put it back. Where is he gonna go with this one? A major shift in direction. Like, okay, Blitzo's an asshole. Blitzo's got all these problems with people. His coworkers. He's kind of like Dr. Gregory House in a way. Dr. Gregory House mixed with BoJack. He's a dick. His coworkers don't like him, but they work through it to get the job done. He's got that going on. He's got the relationship with Stolas. That's still happening. Moxie and his inner turmoil. That's developed all the way through. What the fuck's gonna be the major shift in direction?
A few minor changes would happen for the writing for HelluvaBoss. Firstly, after a discussion, Blitz and Stolas' relationship was.
Have any of you watched this video and am I completely wrong with these things I'm pointing out? Like, these are weird criticisms.
Was going to become a core focus of the show. A writer who did some episodes for Hazbin would be joining the writing team, and Vivziepop would become the main writer for most episodes. I think I would have freaked out if I found out anyone from Hazbin would be helping with season 2, but I lost it when I found out it was a writer. Obviously, I came back to my senses and realized that this is a cartoon and it's not that big of a deal. Like, let's be real. It's honestly not too bad. Also, the show would move towards serialized storytelling. Oh no!
It kinda was, though. It just didn't have a strict episode formula, but like the plot was progressing and we understood the characters and the world more, and then they developed. What is his problem?
If I had to summarize my opinions on the first half of this season, it would be a lot of bad choices. Each episode had something major that bugged me, and I would like to talk about that now. In episode 1, we find out that Stolas and Blitz were childhood friends. I hate this. I think Helluva was so strong because you kind of got the idea from episode 1. Stolas cheated on his wife for Blitz and now has him in a transactional relationship. My intrigue came from how this would affect the future of the show. I have no interest in a past event I find out about retroactively. This was something that was decided on before season 1 was finished. But I think that was a bad...
This seems like just his own personal hang-up with it, though. I don't think it matters or changes anything, really. I mean, it's kind of... I mean, his relationship with his wife has always been fake. It was arranged. So it doesn't matter if it's a childhood friend or not.
decision. There's a reason I want to bring up later, but mainly I just think it's less interesting. Imagine trying to progress a relationship like season 1 Stolas and Blitz into a proper, healthy one. It would have gone hard if they nailed it. That isn't my only issue with this episode either. So the writers want to show how uncaring Blitz's father is, right? So the way they handle that is by having him sell his son's services for $5. Oh.
Well, I'm curious to see more of his HelluvaBoss criticism, because, like, we don't know who Blitz's sister is right now, what her deal is. There's a lot of shit we don't know in HelluvaBoss, especially with all these, like, leaders of all these rings of hell and whatnot. That is what he complained about for Hazbin Hotel, is we don't know enough about Alistair's powers. He hasn't really done anything. Yet, you know, things that are probably going to happen in Season 2. But he says HelluvaBoss is way better paced, even though it does the exact same thing.
Oh my god, what a terrible father. But then afterwards, he tells Blitz to rob Stolas' house. Okay, why not ask for more money and then have him steal stuff anyway? Look, I know this sounds like a nitpick. Okay, it is a nitpick. But this further adds to the idea that the writers had an idea of the...
Oh, this one's the nitpick, okay. This one is where you're getting petty.
Scenes they wanted, but no idea how to get there. So we get scenes like the money-hungry father lowballing himself while talking to royalty, only to then ask that kid to steal stuff for him to sell for money. You see why that doesn't make sense?
I'm Stolas. It's nice. Ouch.
Don't bow to that one. He bows to us, idiot.
Okay, no, that was pretty funny. When I watched this episode, I couldn't help but think something was off, and I realized, oh, none of the things I liked about the show were in it. It looks like the show I liked, but was missing the core element. Episode 2 goes back to season 1's format. The cast go to the human world and have fun, but even this has a twist. The reason they even go to Earth in this one is because Octavia, Stolas' daughter, steals Blitz's book and uses it to go to LA to see the stars.
Davey!
Why did Octavia not meet my favorite Hollywood star, Logan Paul? Everything has to be focused on either Stolas or Blitz. Millie and Moxie are completely thrown to the side for the rest of the episode. And
okay, no, cause Moxie had the funny plot of getting all those scammer, like, SoundCloud rappers giving him shit. I liked that plot. They get their own episodes and shit. It's fine. Everybody's gonna get, like, Vivziepop grew up on fucking anime and bullshit as much as we did. She very much well knows you don't introduce a character and then not give him enough. Why do we not trust this person? She's a grown adult, everybody.
we get a callback to last episode? I don't know if my view of these episodes are being hampered by the fact that I watched them all at once. Oop-de-scoop. But normally callbacks happen after some time has passed. Not an episode. Hey, remember when I said oop-de-scoop? Yeah.
Now
also, we get a flashback to how Blitz met Luna in this episode. Okay. I knew this was gonna happen at some point, but...
Because Luna is his daughter and Stolas is frightened looking for his daughter in this strange, mysterious land, sir. He's thinking about meeting his daughter because, you see, he's having empathy. He unlocked it like iDubbbz. He's relating to Blitzo and thinking, oh, I also love my daughter just as much. Fucking storytelling. Fucking language arts class. You didn't get any creative writing arts credits there, did you, in that fucking high school? Goddamn, calm down. Don't take it out on us. Enjoy your 800k views and the money you got for this hot take that everyone just, like, probably didn't even... Wonder what the watch time on this video is. Wonder if people just said, Vivziepop worst. I give like, did you know she murdered 7 children down the street today?
Doesn't this feel a little bit out of nowhere? Like, Blitz has to give up this dog, and that reminds him of the reason he adopted Luna. But those two things aren't really comparable. This dog is wanted, whereas Luna wasn't. Anyway, Luna and Octavia have a sweet moment. This is where we say goodbye to Luna as a character, as she stops existing until the show's finale. Episode 3 and 4 are just... boring? One goes into detail about how Blitz and Moxie met, and the...
Yo, so some of the praise that I give Vivziepop is that she is a furry, but like her art is not furry art. It is all their art looks the exact fucking same. I don't know how it's possible with all so different artists, but this is its own style, right? And just for rule of cool, Luna having a fucking beast mode that the most anime shit almost makes me forgive the character assassination and fucked up writing in the finale there. Beast mode Luna, just rule of cool. I'm happy about that. That's all.
The other has Stolas kidnapped and hospitalized. There was a funny sex toy joke in episode 3. It is later used into oblivion and stops being funny. I really just don't have much to say about these. I do not feel the same about episode 5, however. Because oh my god, this episode sucks. This is the first bad.
There's dicks in all the episodes. If you actually take the time to look, there will be a penis or a phallic reference in every single episode. It's just his own personal taste. He ain't into it, but there's a lot of edgy kids who watch the stuff that are.
HelluvaBoss episode, in my opinion. Blitz finds out his sister has gotten out of rehab and goes looking for her. So Millie and Moxie are tasked with handling episode A's plot. Now I've gone into how
I was watching the show Harley Quinn. I got about 2 seasons in, and then got a bit tired of it. The formula was very obvious, right? It's just DC thing here, DC reference, and then something that makes us all relatable, lol. It got kind of tired. Like, and I argue HelluvaBoss is on the same tier as Harley Quinn, though. As far as criticism goes, everyone loves that show, and there's penises in every fucking frame.
Moxie has insecurities he's working on. In episode 3 of this season, he stood up to his mafia dad, and that was big growth for him. But the lengths Moxie goes to in this episode are really unbelievable. For whatever reason, he really needs these middle school kids to like him, and gets progressively more upset and has been get.
I didn't understand the camp episode. HelluvaBoss tricked me and pushed my grandma down a flight of stairs. That's an awesome title, though. Get back to them being at camp.
Aren't really comparable. This dog is 1 tier. In which case, why are you here? Do you remember Fizz?
Yes.
Oh, come on, don't look at me like that. You know Fizz.
Am I wrong, but isn't Fizz and Blitzo like a huge ship and everybody loves Fizz and that's why Fizz actually gets brought back? Once again, why is he speaking for the whole fandom?
The clown that Blitz said he hated back in episode 2. You know, the robo-clown who made fun of Blitz and Stolas on their date. Did you know that he and Blitz were actually childhood friends who drifted apart due to unfortunate circumstances?
Kinda, because the Fizzarelli fucking replica in Lululand, like, triggered him. So we already knew that there was, like, a connection. There was something going on between him and Fizzarelli. But I guess I don't know nothing. Vivziepop is a horrible writer, even though she's a good writer, actually.
Who asked for this? Look, serialized storytelling can work. Believe me. But some people don't need it. Some guys are just assholes Blitz met in his past. It felt like that was how Fizz was built up this whole time too, until suddenly he and his partner became a parallel to Blitz and Stolas' relationship. Oh, and he doesn't just get 1 episode. He gets a whole 58 minutes to waste time and make my life worse. I just need to remind people that Millie has received, like, 0 development or episodes about her. But we've got time to introduce all of these characters who are going to be super important in the finale.
Also, if you're a chick,
some guys
maybe
are just...
give up on your dreams now, because I'm not gonna lie, women just ain't funny.
These episodes didn't leave me as bored as ones previous, but they weren't good either. Fizz is being held at gunpoint by another character I didn't bother introducing. He's not important. He starts singing, and for whatever reason, nobody shoots at him. It's like they wanted him to get away. That is seriously the only thing worth noting in episode 6. 7 attempts to talk about toxic fans and industries that expect their talent to be less than human. I just wish I cared about this happening at all. This show is allergic to giving attention to the characters that actually need it. It's tragic. Also, just to make a note, they have only gone to Earth twice in the episodes I've talked about so far. I'm fine with the stories in Hell, I'm fine with episodes carrying on plot points to the next. It's not the reason I like the show, but if the show was better for it, I wouldn't mind. But it's not. All of the fun has been sapped out for the sake of making everything focused on Stolas and Blitz. Oh, this is how they met. Oh wow, their kids are talking. Don't these two just make you think of Stolas and Blitz? I just wanted to watch a silly little show, and now I've sunk cost fallacied my way into this toxic yaoi nonsense. Now I have to see how this ends, for the hope that somehow, just maybe the next episodes fix everything. Hey, it's future me again? Spoilers, it doesn't.
I am just so confused on how someone came up in here, made a channel, made Illuminati, you know, commentary videos, and that's fair. She deserved to get dunked on all day. That was fun. And then he's doing fucking Nostalgia Critic. Oh my god, guys, I got forced to watch this, and it's just a weird direction for a channel to take.
This was another thing I wanted to avoid like the plague, but I realized while looking through my notes that most of my issues with the latter half of the season have some sort of ties to this relationship. A relationship which this show will bend every layer of reality to make happen. I have already gone over how every episode will, without fail, become about Blitz, Stolas, or Stolas and Blitz, even if it comes at the detriment to the rest of the cast. Millie has not gotten any development for the entire show.
I mean, I think Millie's stuff is just coming too late, and maybe that is because of criticism. They had that episode with her sister and whatnot. But, like, Moxie gets whole episodes. When they want to focus, Luna's had that whole thing with the other guy, the other Hellhound. Like, it's in there. But Stolas and Blitzo's kind of the main character. It's just, you were already complimenting on it for having a formula. There's your formula, dude.
Show. When we do get glimpses into her life, it's still done to serve other characters, like Moxie in season 1 and now Blitz. After having a messy fight with Stolas, Blitz needs to get his groove back and Millie tries to help. We do get her backstory in this episode, but it's a lot more hollow compared to everyone else's. Moxie's backstory came the episode he stood up to his terrible evil dad. Luna came when she acknowledged her love for Blitz. Millie's came after she gets rightfully mad at Blitz for wasting time and company funds. And then she apologizes for that? What? You were right!
Isn't this kind of every JRPG plot ever? When you have, like, side characters, we always go to the village where, like, Yuffie's family is and she resolves her issues. Once again, what are these rules for some media but not for others? Said if Vivziepop is in my age range, she's a millennial, then she's growing up on games like Final Fantasy and shit where that's how they do storytelling. So this shit isn't that crazy that people get like their own episode and then they take the bench for a while, then they have their moment later. That's just how it goes.
She doesn't receive a single dramatic change by the end of the episode. I've said this before, but Millie is only ever used as the main cast's emotional support animal, and you'd think this would eventually cause her to snap. She always suppresses her feelings for the sake of others, and she's at her limit, but that never happened.
Well, my god, we just can't have it both ways, can we? It's either you need to be an independent female, girls rule, I do no wrong, or you need to snap and be unhinged and be tragic and be sad. No fucking winning.
Vivzie did say characters close to Blitz would get episodes about them. So why hasn't Blitz's best friend gotten one for the last 2 seasons? This became a big enough issue that Vivziepop would tweet about well, someone on Reddit archived it. Basically, Vivziepop tells everyone not to worry and that Millie will be getting her own episode before the season ends.
She did.
I'm joking, of course. Vivzie just explains Millie's character, which, after an hour of me complaining about the show doing exactly that, is really funny. But also that she has big plans for Millie. Oh, and also that people are misunderstanding her character because there's no angst. Anyway, in episode 12, Blitz chooses to spare a family instead of killing them, and Millie blows a gasket and starts tweaking at Blitz. But then also Moxie.
We'll do it next time. It's just not worth
Don't
it.
start, Moxie! Just because you aren't demon enough to do this job doesn't mean...
Millie loves killing people and things. They have made this very clear. She is like Blitz's #1 weapon. Like, she ranks right under him as far as combat goes, actually ranks above him. Like, this is her thing. It's like she is the fucking Punisher. Maybe she's got her own back. I didn't read all Vivzie's fucking tweet there. There's probably, like I said, there's probably some Punisher type shit going on here. Character development. Hate to see it. You sure complain when it's there and then say there's not enough.
I'm sorry.
Sweetie, I know it's Sinsmas and it's in the spirit of wrath, but are you okay?
I'm fine. I don't know what's gotten into me today.
Is this the show planting seeds for Millie's betrayal? Oh my god, I get it now! Millie has never
Probably, and it wouldn't be the first time.
had an issue with killing anyone. She was a hired gun. The muscle. This was the main reason Blitz hired her, and with the company's money problems, she knows she can't afford to be soft like everyone else. Of course, she still cares about everyone, but if it's between supporting herself and Moxie or some silly morals, then it's a no-brainer. And that's why at the end of the episode, she leaves and breaks down in a call with her sister about a secret.
I just said all those things. What's his complaint?
She can't tell the rest of the cast, the secret being her pregnancy.
My dude, you can both be pregnant and plotting something at the same time. Like I said, why would he just assume that's what he's telling his sister? He made up this headcanon and he's mad. I just think it's not that deep. Millie just loves killing people and doesn't like it when Moxie takes fucking pity on these stupid fucking sinner humans. That's about it. And you can be pregnant on top of that. Worst character ever.
How does this show consistently fumble the bag every single time? I think a lot of people misunderstand this character, since she has
You misunderstood the thing because you had your own headcanon and it wasn't true, and she was pregnant. It happens.
no angst. So I've decided to make her deal with the stress and turmoil of childbirth. Thank you so much, Vivziepop. Very cool. This was supposed to be a section about Blitz and Stolas, but I just needed to talk about this
Oh my god, what do you want, sir? First you were mad that it's all Blitzo fucking Stolas all day. Millie and Moxie get no plots. And then you're unhappy with the plots they got and Millie's pregnant. Okay, maybe you're just like, oh, what great female character development. She's pregnant. But you know it happens in real life sometimes too. Sometimes your character development is, oh, I'm gonna get raised and do this thing. And then, oh, fuck, pregnant, change of plans. It happens.
Travesty of writing. I'm still not over it. Before I go into another tangent, I need to focus back on Blitz and Stolas. I feel like Vivziepop is too precious with some of her characters. Like, they can do wrong, but not too wrong, you know? So
I feel like a argument. I don't even give a fuck. I don't watch that show. But I'm aware because I watch Quentin reviews. This is the fucking Fairly Odd Parents. There's like a baby. They bring like a baby in that show, right? I feel like there's more of an argument for how that's weak writing versus this one.
at the end of the day, they're still likable and fans don't have to feel bad for drawing art of them and talking about them. I find this protective writing at every point of the Blitz-Stolas relationship. In season 1, a common belief was that Stolas and Blitz had met recently, but I guess the idea of their relationship being built on just that was too icky. So now they're childhood friends. What about all of
No, it's just that you made a headcanon and they made a writing decision and the two didn't intersect. It doesn't ruin the plot or change anything. And I like Blitz and Fizzarelli's relationship, and I don't think there's much to criticize there.
The people whose lives they've ruined. Fizz has a very understandable reason to hate.
And I'm saying I like it, so I'm very much aware objective, just... It's not as shallow as he made it seem when he was complaining about it.
Blitz? He burnt down his old circus and ruined his horns. Now Vivzie has said that this show is about HelluvaBoss, so this would be a good thing to focus on. How can we as an audience continue to root for this guy? And how will Blitzo repent for this? He doesn't. The entire thing was an accident, and actually Blitz wanted to explain this to Fizz, but we never find out who these people are, lied to him and said Fizz didn't want to see him. So just to make sure we all understand what just happened here. Step 1. Introduce a character who is kind of an asshole and has bad history with Blitz. Step 2. Reveal that the two were actually childhood friends but drifted apart for
There was literally a whole party of motherfuckers who hated Blitz, because Blitz has a tendency to meet people, be really cool with them, and they like him and he's funny and it's great, and then he fucks them over. And Fizzarelli is one of many. Like, they've set this up with Blitz already. Once again, weird fucking criticism.
For an unknown reason. Step 3. Reveal that your main character burnt down the other characters' everything. Step 4. Milk that for all of the drama it's...
Didn't they foreshadow that in the Lululand episode? That's why, like, fucking Blitzo had a reaction to it and it got set on fire.
What? But actually,
I haven't
step
watched
5,
in a couple of years, though.
Ignore step 4 and reveal that everything was an accident and how it's nobody's fault. Am I having a stroke? You know, for someone who loves to write drama, you sure picked a weird time to not write some drama. You struck gold with...
The drama, the Survivor's Guild, that is the drama. Yeah, when you're a kid and your friend gets burnt to fucking death, and you're a kid so you don't know better, so you maybe think it is your fault, and then you just don't talk to them because you feel like this horrible thing happened to them, and it's all complicated, and then you look at it different when you're an adult. The drama doesn't exist, though. Annoyingorange just said so.
This, and I am watching you burn it and throw it all away. Oh, I was gonna light a piece of paper on fire for this joke, but my landlord said that I wouldn't be allowed to squat here anymore. If the point is that Blitz and Stolas are crummy people, then let them be.
Can you believe in Fate Stay Night that fucking Shiro Emiya, they just made up, oh, that his original parents are dead and Kritsugu adopts him. Whatever. 1,000 other people dead, whatever. That is just weak fucking writing, am I right? The weakest. Like, I can't even believe that anime is fucking popular, you know? It's not like the whole show's about survivor's guilt and the drama that comes along with that. But according to him here, when your friend gets injured and people die in a fire around you, that ain't dramatic. And someone really should make some drama for some fire scenes. I don't know.
Be crummy to people and work on that. It's even worse when you look at Stolas. His wife openly discusses wanting to murder him. And I thought, that sucks. But hey, he did cheat on her for an imp. A common theme you have no doubt noticed is that every time I seem to think, I'm punished for it. I needed to...
Why do people complain about this Stolas and Olivia thing so much? Do they want it to be deeper than it is? It's an arranged marriage. She don't actually give a fuck about him either. The only reason she has a problem with him being a cheater is just because it makes her look bad if people find out. Because Blitzo's an imp. If he were fucking cheating on her with a goddamn prince or something, it would actually be less of an issue. I, with my smooth brain, have figured this all out of the character. There's not much to say. She's just an obstacle, nothing more. That's why she just screams, and it was kind of funny when she's like, ha ha ha, he can't ever see his daughter, call her again, ha ha, because she's shallow and vapid and fucking dumb. Why is it a whole thing? Shallow, vapid, dumb characters exist in other media as well. Once more, Vivziepop, the Jesus of media here, taking all the sufferings for things that everything else does.
To explain that to you because I don't trust you as a person enough to pay attention to figure it out yourself. Anyway, this could have been an interesting look into Stolas' life.
No, Annoyingoranges, you don't. You think we're stupid. You literally showed like 5 different character models and said that we're so stupid and probably think they're all the same when they were very different. Like, ego, my dude.
How could he ruin his family for another? How could you repent? He doesn't. It turns out he was forced to marry his ex-wife, who is a total psychopath, so him cheating really wasn't that bad. Later on, a character exposes Stolas for breaking the law by giving Blitz his grimoire. This other character then takes all of Stolas' assets and deems him unfit to be the head of the family. They are also torturing Octavia, the next heir to the throne, the entire time. If you just remove the trait of these two being Disney villain levels of evil, they're kinda right. Stolas broke the
This is gonna sound crazy, but in real life, so these people are monarchies, and not just any monarchs, like Demon Afterlife, we are God, divine creature monarchs, right? In real life, there's arranged marriages, but yet there's crazy shit with it. Like, sure, the king can go fuck anybody, but if the queen does it, she's gonna get executed. That's fucking treason. You can't cheat. Double standards. And then fucking Cleopatra had all her family members killed at 12. King Henry VIII, once again, enough said. Roman emperors, they're fucking insane. Joffrey motherfuckers exist. Why are we acting like, oh dude, these royal monarchy characters, unrealistic, because they're doing unbased things. Read some history, my guy.
The law, broke.
This shit's probably happened. There probably was a fucking woman who sold out her husband because she got mad that he cheated, and she was probably didn't care that it was cheating. It was probably cheated with a person she didn't like, so she sold him out. There's probably been crazy shit like this that has really happened. It's just they made her a shallow character because she's just an obstacle, nothing more.
His family and then ruined his daughter's life. He isn't fit to be the next heir, and that could be something the show has him deal with. But if Stolas has these traits, then that would make him less likable to the audience. I mean, how could anyone like a character with relatable flaws? Stolas and Blitz's flaws could be as simple as the two just being selfish and doing things that hurt others around them. That would probably resonate a lot with an audience. Instead, all of their
Wait, it literally might have happened. I don't know. I watched that show, The Tudors. BBC show. Fucking Henry Cavill's in it, so, you know, same expectations as Vivziepop here. There was a character who was in an arranged marriage, married this guy politically, and he turned out to be gay, and she kept the secret because it would make her look bad. But then once it was convenient for her, when her friend Anne Boleyn is getting accused of cheating on the king and she's gonna get beheaded, she sold her husband out and made lies that he was also fucking his own sister, who was Anne Boleyn. This was Anne Boleyn's brother that she sold out. She didn't like him because he was gay, but she made up this lie that he was having sex with his sister. It happens. Oh, like I said, but yet it's shallow bad writing, apparently. Even though that show did it, or Real History did it, whatever, Vivziepop, more is expected of her.
Horrible actions are softened by the fact that they either weren't responsible or the other person involved is the second coming of Mary I. A broken home is a very relatable trope. If it wasn't obvious from the videos I make on my channel, I'm super fatherless. But for some reason, I'm unable to recall the moment my dad sat me down for a talk and said, "Ty, your mother is the embodiment of everything wrong with the world, and I was forced to marry her at a young age, so I'm gonna go have sex with a pool boy instead. Also, I'm a bisexual." Because something like that, as funny as it would be, wouldn't happen. Of course not.
Yes, it would! I just gave actual examples of world leaders in, like, the fucking English monarchy where that has happened, and bitches in LA
Every
be doing
experience
shit all
is
the
gonna
time.
be like mine.
But because you think it would be a bad story. Like, if you ever watched reality TV, my dude, like Real Housewives of Orange County, why are you acting like this shit doesn't happen and it's bad writing?
I feel like Octavia's specific position is so unrelatable. There could have been a real discussion on whether Stolas should go and see his daughter again. Instead, this discussion is stopped before it can ever start because his wife is... Okay, what other political figure can I name that isn't Hitler? Stalin? If the antagonist of the...
His wife's a shallow fucking monarch that's in it for herself. She's not Hitler, she's just a bad person, and if it's not convenient for her, it makes her husband look bad, and her look a better
final
victim
episode.
if the kid can't communicate and fucking the kid's taken away. That's it. People do this in real life. Here's going to be the part where he says she's a bad character and just screams and is, you know, shallow.
Are any more complicated than I am the bad guy? Whoa, we might stop seeing this conflict as black and white, and maybe...
I'm just picking this apart because this has been the anti-HelluvaBoss's fucking argument forever. Their smoking gun. That there's this one character, Stella, who's fucking shallow and has no character development. And that's because she's not meant to. She's just supposed to be shallow. That's it. Like I said, don't think of her as a person. Think of her as an obstacle for character development and progression.
Maybe even
Storytelling 101 today.
Reevaluate our opinions on Stolas. But that can't happen. Aren't they so cute together? Don't think about all the many flaming, cancerous hoops we had to jump through to get here. It is the illusion of writing a flawed character. I'd go as far as to say that it's the illusion of writing anything. This entire season, the writers have gone with the most safe, boring, and confusing routes with every character. Even when I like something, it is now surrounded by all of this other crap, and I just don't care about it. That would already suck. But this show dares to act like more is going on, constantly getting my hopes up with the tease that something...
Once again, you can't have it both ways, can ya? People want more diversity in shows. Here's a gay relationship. Guess what comes along with gay relationships sometimes? And here's a taste of real life. I have known people who their father is gay. Their father thought they were straight when they were conceived, and then it's a whole thing because sometimes the mother does hate the father because they're gay. Like, they're already homophobic or whatever, and their child has a gay father, and it causes a whole rift, and it's very interesting, and it's nothing I don't ever see in media much, even though I've known more than one person, and one person's my relative who's gone through it, and it is complicated and nuanced, and would be interesting if it was portrayed. And Vivziepop's doing that. But then it's like, oh, you're just wasting my time. And this is what my argument on why I don't like the HelluvaBoss season end is. I don't think it's right for Olivia to assume that her father hates her and is choosing Blitzo over. Because they already had episodes where they addressed this. They had the wonderful song. Like, it's her not trusting her own father. It's her own insecurities, I guess. But no, this is real things that real people go through. And if you want gay characters so much, like I said, you're doing it a disservice just to make it look like cotton candy and rainbows. This is real shit that people go through. And I kind of don't like that it's just being, you know, bad writing, unrealistic, would never happen. Yes, it does. I've seen it.
Might happen. Something might make me like this show again, and every time I am left disappointed. I'm frustrated because I enjoyed season 1 so much. It was fun, and now whenever I try to reminisce about that, I'm gonna get flashbanged by all of season 2's weird decisions. And unfortunately, a lot of these can be traced back to one place. After spending all this time watching,
but she's not bad at writing, so I have actually no idea what he's gonna say here.
Writing, and writing some more about Hazbin and Helluva, I feel confident in saying that I do not understand any of these shows on a fundamental level. Not because I haven't tried, and not because I'm an idiot. Scientists are still looking into that one, but because I am not Vivziepop. This show has been bubbling around in Vivzi's brain for over a decade. So when I'm left stunned at a decision made, Vivzi might think this is a perfect payoff to an idea she had like 5 years ago, whatever. And that's where the disconnect comes from me. These shows are really good things to write a wiki on. If you look at those, you'll have an incredible time. All of the characters are fleshed out, a lot of their actions make more sense, and there is a lot of side lore you learn. Like a character's race. But when all of these ideas need to be put into a single season of TV, it all crumbles apart. Hazbin feels so bloated because Vivzi is trying to show off all of these characters and their lore, but Vivzi also has no idea how to do that properly, so we just get that character explaining their feats, or if you're lucky, another character doing the same thing. It also just seems like Vivzi doesn't trust her audience to get it, you know?
Do you feel any kind of remorse for what you do?
Have you ever even apologized once in your life?
Oh, you think I can't apologize? For what? You want me to be like, oh, sorry, this entire time I assumed the worst because I was convinced a prince could never love someone like me, and I've let my self-hatred stop me from apologizing to anyone I could never care about.
Piss off. Unless you are strictly told how to feel about a character, Vivzie thinks you won't get it. That's why she
Maybe this is just an agree to disagree thing, but once again, I saw no problem with any of this. It's like, and I'm not putting HelluvaBoss on the goddamn same tier as BoJack Horseman and Breaking Bad when I watch it, because it is the free YouTube show. But Blitzo was being an asshole because he was doing his shit where he pushes people away. He doesn't want people getting too close to him. Very relatable shit. Kind of what we saw with BoJack Horseman, if you're a fan of that. We saw this. I didn't think it was very unrealistic for Solus to have the take of thinking Blitzo's an asshole, and he doesn't mean that much. We know, because we've been following Blitzo, that Blitzo cares about Stolas. But why would Stolas assume that? What is his complaints about the writing here? It's very realistic and makes sense.
tweeted out how Millie is a lot deeper than the fans think, because showing us that wasn't an option, I guess. This is kinda a running trend.
Well, that's a weird criticism too, because she is the creator and we are the fans. So yeah, everything from her perspective is deeper than we think. That can be an absolutist opinion there.
Too. Something that I noticed is that there was a lot of lampshading on stuff. Like season 3 of Hazbin. There's that whole meeting that ends abruptly.
Okay, let's be real. The reason why HelluvaBoss is super popular, I betcha. Well, I mean, it's got its moments. All the Homestuck cosplayers were easily able to cling on to that because they could easily just transfer it. Because, you know, Homestuck ain't that cool no more. It's not that relevant at the cons, but you bought them damn demon horns. You're going to use them. HelluvaBoss is for you.
Please. So a character says, haha, we literally just got here. Alistair is getting glazed. Oh, we call him the radio demon, as lazy as that sounds. Angel then...
Also random because I'm having fun here. I heard they were going to change Alistair's voice because people complained about the radio thing and whatever neurodivergency upsets. I would have not watched. If they would have changed because of the smallest of smallest minority don't like it, if they'd ruined that amazing aesthetic that I like so much, I wouldn't have watched Hazbin Hotel. That is for real. I would have bailed.
Makes fun of the exposition as if he didn't ask for it. Making fun...
That's my own Annoyingorange moment. The problem why I'm going to criticize him is because he's got like 80 bad takes in a row. I've just got like 6 stupid things.
Of the Vaggy reveal and then the angelic weapons too.
Everyone gets 6.
That's how they can kill us? With our own weapons? Fucking weak, dude.
Charlie's having an argument with her dad and a character grabs popcorn and then says, drama! Yes, haha. The writers are self-aware. Please ignore the bad writing. Oh man, you know what?
You literally made drama content on your channel. Did Illuminati personally do something to you? No, you rolled up in and said, I'm gonna make a video, drama. And then, as I said, you jumped on to dissing Vivziepop when those videos weren't doing that well anymore. But why is it okay for you to do, and not for these characters? Angel there, who is like a lot of hurt going on, so has reason to do projecting humor and whatnot. Why is it rules for thee and not for me, I see?
Breaking Bad was missing. A moment where something serious happens and then a character says, well...
Why are you comparing the internet free show that is experimental and just got sold to Amazon and is brand new to this corporate thing? Why are you comparing that to fucking the last season of Breaking Bad, sir?
Well, that was awkward. This plus the constant tweets defending her writing style makes me feel like Vivzie is really insecure about her writing. Most people are. But the way of dealing with that isn't to be in on the joke. You shouldn't look at a piece of bad writing, laugh and say, I know, right? I suck. Honestly, just tweeting about it in general is a little odd to me. Nothing good ever comes from... Wait, Seth Rogen? This was something I hinted at over an hour ago now, but I need to talk about this tweet.
No, yeah, talk about it. Talk about how she says she's inspired by South Park. South Park, everybody acts like can do no wrong, and it doesn't. It's true because, you know, everybody knows why South Park's cool, no matter what you're offended by. But there are some tonal things. There'll be like one episode you're doing this thing, another episode will be like funny ha-has. and then another will be like a gross out episode. But I bet you don't criticize South Park for that, but Vivziepop fucking does it. Worst ever, Hitler.
The big joke with Vivziepop cartoons is the excessive use of swearing. I don't really care, but I did want to explain the difference between South Park and the other two. South Park swearing is funny because it's children doing it. It's even funnier when the adults openly cuss in front of the kids. No one making a big deal out of it, and then a much smaller thing happening, and that is treated like the end of the world. Parents tried taking it off the air because of that. Hazbin is set in hell with adult characters, so when they swear, I'm not shocked. It makes sense. They're in hell. What could have been subversive is if the characters don't swear, so randomly dropping an F-bomb would be funnier. This is foreshadowing, by the way. When someone...
Does Alistair swear that much? I feel like it just depends on the character and their speaking and naturally how they would talk for the script. And I mean, like I said, it was weird that he was like, oh, there was a dildo joke in this episode of HelluvaBoss. There's like dicks and shit in every episode. Pay attention, my dude.
Does anything a lot, it loses all meaning. So when characters drop a bunch of weird sex jokes in a row, I stop smiling and begin to become indifferent. When a character makes a bunch of gross jokes and then says that he named someone Vaggie after the best.
Why do we keep acting like this show was it forged in the fucking flames of Tumblr? Okay, HelluvaBoss needs to be marketable, so it's not a show about how we don't have problems if you're straight and white, because don't you know there's starving kids in Argentina and someone's always suffering more than you. All that shit. We know that part of Tumblr. You can't make a show out of that. So you're gonna make a show out of the rest of Tumblr, which is just weird fucking sex fetishes and kinks and oh man, woo woo, I wish these two male characters would do that. That is what this show is made out of. That is its DNA. Why do we deny this when criticizing it? Please explain yourself, anti-Vivziepop community.
Best thing ever. I just groan. A tweet like this kinda self-reports that you understand that something is funny, but not why. I was planning on talking about how terrible it is for a showrunner to tweet some of the stuff that Vivzie said on Twitter, but Vivzie with Emily and Charles.
Can you believe a show that was made for a demographic does things to appeal to its demographic? Oh my gosh.
Rogan? This was something I hinted at over an hour ago now, but I need to talk about this tweet. The big joke with Vivziepop cartoons is the excessive use of swearing.
I'm backing him up because, yeah, she's comparing her comedic style and what inspired her. Is it like she has no fucking right? Is that what we're saying?
I don't really care, but I did want to explain the difference between South Park and the other two. South Park swearing is funny because it's children doing it. It's even funnier when the adults openly cuss in front of the kids. No be at the end of. Creating something is so much harder than criticizing it. I mean, objectively, these shows took hundreds of people.
Well, I mean, you've both failed in criticizing and creating a video, but I guess that's subjective. Why did you use a red background with that red-black shirt, sir?
All working together for it to even work for a few seconds. Now, turn that into 28 episodes of TV and it only gets more messier and more complicated. This video obviously took time and planning, but I don't think I could have ever managed something on the scale of an actual TV show. Vivzie doing as well as she did is worth admiring, I think. So why title the video The Vivziepop Problem? I know that would get a bunch of people who were just frothing at the mouth.
This fucker just got an hour, 9-minute watch time out of me, and he's just now gonna answer why the video's titled The Vivziepop Problem? Fuck you, annoying oranges.
Mouth to hear about some dumb Twitter drama all hot and bothered, but I felt it was appropriate. Hazbin Hotel is the face of indie animation. You can argue with a wall, that is objectively true. No other indie project reached the same level of success and popularity of Hazbin until Digital Circus. But Hazbin managed to keep its hype alive for 5 whole years while we waited for the show to drop. Things don't usually do that. Something that was massive on the internet yesterday can just disappear and lose all popularity.
That's a good thing. You're mad that it's doing this thing it shouldn't be, which is it made a pilot, it got people hype, it got people interested, people like the character designs, they like the lore, they like the characters, and you could say that anticipation actually helped it because you have all these fan communities and fan arts and all that built up around it till it finally comes out. And even if you don't like it, everyone's allowed to not like it. It's not my favorite show. I think all the songs are bangers. There's something to like about it. It doesn't deserve, here's your hour-long dissin video with the Vivziepop problem is the fucking title.
It's insane how fast things pick up and die. You have to have some real staying power to be as popular as Hazbin is now, and has been. Which is why I think this is so disappointing. 2 popular shows, tons of merch, so many views, fans, and yet these shows are bad. But if you say anything bad about the show, you get rinsed. YouTubers don't want to talk about the show anymore because of how—
What the fuck do you... I will pull up I'll go on YouTube right now. Oh no, I'll do it after this video. And I've got some on the playlist. I've never seen a positive video about Vivziepop except from Lilly Orchard. Might watch that one. She's the only positive take on fucking anybody. We're not allowed to criticize it. Is this like, is she gonna get YouTube to take your videos down? Are you living in fear, Annoying Oranges? What the fuck? You guys have been haters for the last 5 years. You've been haters since before the show came out. You're not allowed to criticize Vivziepop. What?
How poisoned the discussion around it has become. A title like Why I Don't Like X Thing wouldn't really summarize the issue I have here. The core issue is that the person who wrote all of this, all of their confusing choices and their inability to take criticism, which has been an ongoing issue for nearly a decade. Look, I acknowledge the Seth Rogen tweet is minute, it doesn't matter, but it still kind of proves my point. We don't like your swearing. Oh well, I was inspired by so-and-so, so your criticism is invalid, and you don't have a sense of humor. Why? Why do you feel this need to respond to the—
I'm pretty sure not all the fucking characters cuss. Like Bartender Boy, I think he only just gives back what he gets. I don't think Alistair will respond to crude things, but I don't think he's ever really been throwing F-bombs and shit around. This is just, yeah, it's kind of a dumb criticism. She watches shows where people curse a lot, and she did it herself. That's the style she took. It doesn't dismiss the criticism. I just don't think the criticism should exist in the first place because it's dumb and it's your own taste.
Most low-hanging fruit criticisms of your show, instead of, I don't know, the actual ones? All of the issues I've lined out in this video, none of these things I don't think have ever been addressed outside of Millie. I wanted to like these shows. They've allowed so many people who would have normally gone unnoticed to actually get the recognition they deserve. It has opened the door for so many other shows to be made. Proof that people who have ideas can actually see them through. It's just really disheartening when the main show that people will think of when they hear the term indie animation are these ones. Because I think they're a terrible representation for the genre. I don't think Hazbin and—
That is so rude to say. I'm sorry. It's the show that was indie that got picked up. They made a pilot. They took the risk, got the knowledge, did it. They are a rags to riches story. But because you don't like it, it has no business representing indie animation. Then fucking what should? The videos where it's like I'm firing my laser from back in the day, college humor. What should represent independent animation? What is the better look? Why is HelluvaBoss? Why can't they all represent independent animation? This is such a gatekeepy, shitty thing to say. I don't see how else that can be interpreted, all the people that viewed it and liked this video.
And Helluva should be dismissed because they are bad. I think people should criticize this show without harassing people. I can't believe I have to say that, but yeah. So it improves, and so others don't make similar mistakes. I was burnt a lot by these shows. Definition of edging and all that. But at the end of the day, I'm still holding out hope I can enjoy at least one of these shows again, so I can come back and say how wrong I was. Part of me wants to believe
you're gonna come back because you're gonna make another video you never actually cared, my dude. Like, you just know that Vivziepop negative get clicks. That is it. This is the worst. He had the right to criticize, though. He had the right to say everything he did, and I have the right to criticize that this is a really bad review.
the stress of writing for 2 shows might have caused the situation we're now in. But truthfully, I will probably never know. But hey, to all the people watching this in the future, you should totally...
Sure, maybe there's a point about the sexual violence. Sure, there's some tonal issues and plotting issues in HelluvaBoss. But there's the part where you said Alistair is black, and then you said, well, there's a chance that he's black, and then you said, why is there black people in Hazbin Hotel? And then you said, why is there not enough black people in Hazbin Hotel? What'd Vivzie mean? Why'd she make this character black? The very, very tonal thing right there. You said I'm dumb because I can't recognize the character models. You just kind of talked down to your whole audience, but yet they clapped like seals because anti-Vivziepop this. Oh wait, I'm sorry. You're not allowed to talk about anti-Vivziepop things. Don't you know she'll assassinate you? The criticism's not around, even though every video is criticism of Vivziepop. It's just insane to me.
write me a bunch of notes for season 2 of Hazbin.
Once again, if you're out there in a chat or watching this, put in the comments if I'm the fucking crazy person. I think this is a horrible video.
Whenever that releases, because there is no way I am ever doing this again. This video is so long. Why? I have basically worked on this video every single day since the new year, and I am so grateful and tired and thank you for watching this long-ass video. To the people who made it to the end, which is like 4, let's be real, thanks. You should totally comment something funny like, wow, I can't believe...
Oh, I'll comment. Am I allowed to? I want to comment. Oh, wow. I'm glad I got to the end, to the last few minutes, so you could say that, you know, it doesn't deserve to represent independent animation, even though it's like the perfect rags to riches
actually
story.
started a forest fire for a video. I won't...
Oh, it's not allowed to represent independent animation because Vivziepop uses too much curse words for your liking. Even though when you said you liked HelluvaBoss better than Hazbin, the scenes you shown were all soulless, cussing and saying dirty things on the phone. That one did it for you for some reason.
People think I commit war crimes now. I also want to thank the people funding these evil, nefarious deeds. My patrons, and more specifically, the $5 and higher ones. V1, Pwep, Much Appreciated, Obscuroni, and Pofanatic, or Ishafos.
Those people paid for this. Those people funded this guy so he can make a video where he just says his own personal headcanons and things he doesn't like, and then calls it the Vivziepop problem, and then, I don't know. He says that he's gonna get assassinated, but I have on the playlist some other anti-Vivziepop videos. I'm gonna cue
Did you
this
ever
one up.
hear the tragedy of Vivienne, the trust fund baby?
Oh, this one's going right for it. It's calling her rich. Gonna watch this one, and then Lilly Orchard. Lilly Orchard's like a huge animation rabbit hole. She made a bad commentary video on Steven Universe. In like, allegedly she's a sister molester and an incest fan or something crazy. I don't know. I haven't done no research. Problem is, because I think you got to start from the Steven Universe video, and I don't know shit about Steven Universe. I'm never gonna watch it, so I need to watch it with someone who can explain it to me. Explain why her takes are bad. But I decided maybe just to have one of her Hazbin videos here for just a taste down the rabbit hole. I'll start with this one.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of Vivienne, the trust fund baby? I thought not. It's not a story ILMAO would tell you. Before I jump into it, I just wanted to explain the format. The visuals on the screen right now don't have anything to do with the subject at hand. So you can, treat this like a podcast. You can put it down, walk away, do something else. I will be putting up screenshots, but I'll be reading them out. Every once in a while, I'll have something on screen that I'm not reading out for the sake of saving time, but I'll always let you know when I do. And the visuals are there for anybody that isn't really into podcasts. 2 quick things before we start. One is that throughout the course of this whole series, I often will say video, and what I mean is the series, but when I was originally recording this, I thought that I would put it out as all one video.
Went to get a soda. What's this flower stock footage? Is this what we're doing? These all butterflies? Okay. Wow, couldn't even be bothered to edit a fucking video with visuals. Just put your own opinions and had it fucking captioned. Can't even use clips. And then you want to bitch about fucking Vivziepop's
And the second thing
shitty
is
storytelling
that
and animation.
sometimes
okay?
you can hear my chair creaking.
I don't care that much. They're allowed to be antis, whatever. It's just the entitlement for views is how I see it.
I've edited it out where I can, obviously, but when it happens while I'm talking, there's not really anything I can do. I now use a less creaky chair. I'm professional enough to apologize, but not professional enough to re-record for, like, hours. There's so much here that I don't even know where to start. I guess I'll just jump right in. Okay, so I'm not a super online person, at least relatively speaking, but I don't live under a rock either. So I knew that Vivian Madrano was a controversial figure, but I think that there's a bit of a boy who cried wolf situation going on. Whenever I looked at people's evidence for her being a bad guy, it was always a nothing burger.
Okay, there could be a bit of poisoning the well, as we say here, where she started off like, oh, look at me, I'm a no one, I'm never online, and fucking trust fund kid Vivian here. Kind of, you know, David and Goliath, she already set it up in your head that she, person who has no time to properly edit a fucking video or re-record anything for you. She's not that powerful Vivzie, therefore her word's gonna be right. But she's already dismissing all the other drama, which always did seem like nothing burgers. So we're gonna trust her more, because she said the other drama not good. That means she's more fair and balanced. These are just things to keep in mind when you're hearing a video essay like this.
Like somebody would say, oh, Vivian Madrano.
She could have hot evidence, but since all I see is bugs and no receipts, there could... Oh, yeah, there might be receipts there. When there isn't receipts on the screen, though, question everything you hear.
Literally the devil. And then I'd go look at the source. It'd be a screenshot of a terse but completely normal workplace conversation. Or it'd be the bathtub snakes. For those not in the know, Vivian Madrano once drew a character naked in a bathtub full of snakes, and that makes her the devil. I'm so tired of hearing about the bathtub snakes. Shut up about the bathtub snakes. Rebecca Sugar drew Edit and any porn, and nobody bothers her about that. Oh, this is me from the future. It turns out actually people did very much bother her about that, but regardless, animators drawing weird lewd stuff is a time-honored tradition that dates back to the Disney Golden Age. Anyway, as you can tell, I got tired of looking into it.
She's already more... She's not the fucking rules for me, rules for thee and not for me like the last fucking person. Like I said, if Disney can get away with it, if other known animators could get away with it, then why is Vivzie being held to a higher standard than them? That's the mistake Annoyingorange has kept doing. Like, all of his complaints about Hazbin are shit that's in other shows.
So at some point, when people said that Viv was a bad person, I stopped checking their sources. I just rolled my eyes and scrolled on past it. But a few months ago, I stumbled into a rabbit hole. The rabbit hole being Vivian Madrano's bad behavior. And I've been falling down that rabbit hole ever since. I'm starting to think it's bottomless. So vague preview of what we'll look into. This doesn't cover everything, but overall, we're going to look at how she dropped almost the entire pilot cast and crew of Hazbin Hotel. We'll look at her studio Spindlehorse and...
Now, I think Annoyingorange has brought this up. I also think it's weird that we want to, like, get all rah-rah about, like, actual business decisions. They wanted to do a whole musical, sing-song, Disney-like thing in Hazbin. They had that set up from the pilot, so it was probably just better to get the Broadway actors to be the voice actors. I think there's more nuance to that conversation, but I'll let her cook. Like I said, she already dismissed the nothing burgers.
And how it, well, underpaying their workers doesn't seem like it sums up the situation well enough. We'll get there. How another indie animation team hates her so much that they refuse to accept $5,000. I don't know why, but there must be a why. What I've called in my notes the poison debacle, which I'm not even gonna... We'll get...
I think that one, like I said, maybe she'll get into it, but I think that one was literally Twitter mob mentality of everyone on Twitter talk shit about Vivzie. So they thought they were taking $5,000 from like a problematic person because someone told them they were problematic. I think that's all that happened.
Get there when we get there. Her history of failing to give credit for art. We'll talk a little bit about transphobia. We'll mostly get to it later. And we're also going to talk about her employee, Raphael, even though it's not really something she did wrong. Because it's just, the whole situation with Raphael is so weird. I can't leave it out. After that, we're going to move on from general wrongdoings to personal accounts from former friends and employees. We will go over the accounts of Starvader, Doll Creep.
Guess I can just go right into it. Okay, so like pilot, cast, and crew, I think that we'll just skip that one because that's just business shit, really. Do Honeycast.
When I was editing this audio, I realized that I never explained what the Honeycast was, which is insane because it's a massive f***ing deal.
So she didn't put this in her fucking failure language arts here, ma'am. In your thesis, you need to put all the big deals up front. Put it in your lead, ma'am. But, oh, this fucking thing, I just thought of it. It's a big deal and a real reason you should watch my video 15 minutes in. But once again, everybody, fucking, what the fuck does Vivziepop know about making a show? All these people get a judge who can't even fucking re-edit their video.
It's just that I was in the Hazbin fandom like 5 years ago, and the Honeycast was like a household name at that point. If you were talking about Hazbin Hotel, you didn't.
I was getting a soda, like, is there a reason she didn't? It just, the way she's talking, it sounds like she got victimized. I'm just making sure there's no common arguments, ship a thesis, thank you, good night. Did Vivziepop beat her in an alleyway?
You do explain what it was, the concept of somebody that is at all interested in Hazbin Hotel not knowing what the Honeycast is just didn't even cross my mind. But I will explain it now. I just went to the wiki and it's actually pronounced Honeycast. Makes more sense, my bad. The Honeycast is actually still ongoing, but the episodes that are relevant to this were all in the past, so I'm going to be using past tense. So, the Honeycast was a series of live streams hosted by Ashley Nichols and Michael Kovach. Ashley Nichols was the lead cleanup animator, as well as just a regular animator on Hazbin Hotel. And she was once great close friends with Vivian Madrano, and now no longer speaks to her, which puts her in a very, very large category. There's a large roster of people that fit that criteria. And Michael Kovach was the voice of Angel Dust, and they also happen to be a couple in real life. It was hosted by those two, but other members of the cast and crew, and Vivian herself, would occasionally show up. Edward Bosco, in particular, Alistair's speaking voice, was a very common participant. But at various points, the Honeycast also featured Viv herself, Vaggie, Nifty, Husk, Serpentious, Cherry Bomb, and Tom Trench's voice actors, Charlie's singing voice actor, and Dave Capdeville, one of the writers. In the vast majority of the Hazbin-related Honeycast episodes, Nichols was also live streaming her screen as she animated for the pilot.
She couldn't have just... I'm just sorry, she's just... The way she's talking like, oh my god, I'm putting in this information you need to know, but let me stretch it out as long as possible for watch hours. I'm not fooled by any of these content creators. I'm not fooled when they say, I'm not terminally online, I'm not on the internet, but I know all about this Vivzie information and it's gonna hurt us all personally. Yeah, I'm just like I'm just automatically against this person. Just the way they're talking and how they're building this up. It's for fucking watch hours. Why can't you just say all these people are on the podcast and then start from there? This is how many minutes? Maybe I'm just being a grumpy and wishing fucking we didn't need 44 minutes to say a couple points that could be said in a fucking PowerPoint presentation. God damn it. Why is there butterflies and penguins?
But there are a couple that are just sort of straight up podcasts. So the Honeycast was a place where various members of the Hazbin cast and crew would come together and chat about the behind the scenes of Hazbin Hotel, about random other shit, and often they would talk in character. If you want to get a feel for it, you can look up Honeycast Animatic, and that'll show you some clips of sort of the
You could have put a clip of one in here, but that would have took effort, right?
best of the Honeycast without actually having to listen to the whole Honeycast. Look up the dad jokes one, that one's good. There are, it looks like, 16 non-charity, has-been-related episodes of the Honeycast from before the pilot came out. So those are the most relevant ones here. Honeycast episodes usually hovered at about 3.5 hours long, but they could be as short as 2.5 hours to as long as 5.
I swear to God, if the fucking length of the podcast episodes has nothing to do with the story she's telling. Like I said, I'm dismissing everything she says because it's very clear that she's just telling a story as long as she fucking can to get watch hours on a video that says Vivziepop is bad. Fucking literally titled it, Vivziepop is a bad person. But yeah, you can't just get into it. We need to know the fucking length of the podcast. Like I said, it better be fucking story relevant.
5 hours. Which is why, by the way, I never watched the Honeycast. I did like Hazbin Hotel, I was in the fandom, but I wasn't.
Then why are you about to be an authority fucking figure on it, Miss Concerned Troll, Miss I'm never online, I don't care about things, but I heard about Vivziepop and I need to make a video, okay.
That into Hazbin Hotel. And I never really saw the appeal. But regardless of what I thought, the Honeycast was extremely popular. I just grabbed a watermelon margarita because talking about Vivian Medrano makes me feel like I need a drink.
No, you make me want to get a fucking drink. Jesus Christ. Just get to what she fucking did. Get to it. She's so bad, huh? But you can't just say it. You need a fucking... How many minutes was this, okay? You started this part at 16. So 3 minutes in, and I know how long the podcast was and that it exists. Thank you, but you're so much better.
First thing that made the Honeycast incredibly important is that it was a...
Sorry, I didn't mean to go all like fucking YouTube review show, but listen. Judgmental people on the internet who presumably watch other people's content and then make shitty fucking content. Big turn off with me.
A source, actually I'm going to say the main source of fan engagement. At this point in time, Hazbin Hotel had not come out yet, but the Hazbin fan base still existed and was sizable. And that is in massive part thanks to the Honeycast. Viewers would chat with the cast and crew, and like...
Is she reading the fucking Wikipedia? Yeah, okay, that helped it grow. That fucking helped it grow because the voice actors were there and having a fun time and people listened to it and were fans. But you need a drink because she's so awful. What the fuck happened?
Like I said, the cast would talk in character. It was just... It kept Hazbin fresh in people's minds. It gave people more to consume, more to think about. It personalized the crew to fans, and that made them care about the project more. The importance of the Honeycast cannot be overstated. The second reason...
Oh, it better fucking not be. It took you 4 minutes to get here. Like I said, if the length of the podcast isn't relevant, my lawyer brain needs to go the fuck away, I know, but damn.
That the Honeycast was incredibly important is because it made a ton of money, which went to funding the Hazbin Hotel pilot. However much money you're imagining, it was probably more. Viewers could donate, and the proceeds, unless specified otherwise, there were a few charity episodes, would go to the making of Hazbin Hotel. In particular, one very big draw for donations was that the cast would take requests from people that donated, usually to say something in character or to play out little skits in character. I can't tell you exactly how much the Honeycast made. They don't broadcast that number.
A lot of streams make a lot of things. There's that Lit the Row. They get money for playing Shadow the fucking Hedgehog. If you actually calculate the super chats on any fucking thing you watch, it's super popular. I just have a feeling there's gonna be a got money, they're bad, but I mean, there's gonna be no fraud here because they got the fucking show. The show's on Amazon. They won. Not a dollar was wasted.
Even if I was dedicated enough, which I'm not, to go through every Honeycast episode and write down the donations in Super Chat and add them all up in a calculator, That still wouldn't tell you, because donations were accepted both through...
There was a podcast. Okay, watch me do this. Watch me do this. Hazbin Hotel was popular, but what helped keep it alive until the pilot got picked up was the podcast Honeycast. It was very popular, and it got tons of super chats to help make the show. There, I summed up what you said in fucking 30 seconds. God damn it.
YouTube and through a platform called Streamlabs. So I don't have an exact figure to give you, or even a vague...
This reminds me of the girl who, like, accused Super Mega of raping her, even though Super Mega had nothing to do with it, and it was a totally different person and unrelated, and she was making a video. Like, it sounds like the same girl, not gonna lie.
Figure to give you on the overall profit of the Honeycast. Here is what I can tell you. The charity streams are the key here, because even though the profits obviously went to charity, the charity streams did show how much money they were making. Because that's kind of just what you usually do when you host a charity live stream. It's exciting to watch the number go up and everyone's happy. The Honeycast episode, Australia Wildfire Relief Charity Stream, made 30,000.
We haven't even gotten to her first criticism yet, even though this section's almost over. Is this gonna be fucking charity shaming? Is Vivian getting charity shamed again? Is it gonna be like, oh, well, it could have been more, and what about all that money they make on the regular? Because all she's done is explained Honeycast and how much money it makes, with only a few more minutes to go. Oh my god, please don't. You're gonna lose every argument if you open up with, they made all this money and didn't give more to Australia or something like that. But once again, this is a product forged in the fires of Tumblr, so we shouldn't be shocked.
$827.40. So, on the one hand, this was a charity stream, which I would imagine makes people much more likely to donate. So this probably made more than the average episode. Although the difference might not be as drastic as you'd think, because the charity streams were much less popular. The Australia stream has 730,000 views, and the most popular few episodes of the Honeycast would reach 2 million views. But regardless, this is speculation.
It's okay to not like rape jokes. I'm just saying it's kind of the equivalent of back in the day. And I still think talk show hosts, your Jay Leno's and whatnot, will still make a fucking drop the soap joke. A drop the soap joke's a rape joke. So, like, now you gotta debate how far of a rape joke. It's just easier just to be like, whatever, they got edgy humor, you know. That's not a cancelable, deplatforming fucking offense. I still don't know what argument's being made here.
We can't know. The thing to keep in mind here is frequency. The charity streams, I would hope, made more, but they were also much, much rarer. There were only 4 charity-related Hazbin streams.
Oh my god, it is charity fucking shaming. She should have done more. She should have done more instead of, you know, putting the money into her business to pay her employees that you all care about so much. You don't want them employees abused, right? She should have done more charity. I argue it's better to less is more, actually, because if you make it a big event, you'll get more donators to open their wallet, because charity stream ain't gonna come every day. She's got a couple more minutes to fix this. You can't charity shame, that's wrong.
And 2 of them were after Hazbin had come out. And we'll only count the normal episodes that came out before Hazbin did, because I actually don't know what happened with the proceeds after the Hazbin pilot came out. I would bet pretty good money that they just went to HelluvaBoss, but they certainly weren't used to fund the Hazbin pilot. So there were 16 non-charity Hazbin-related episodes before the pilot came out. And to be clear...
So to recap, this whole Honeycast section, she spent this long explaining what the Honeycast was, and what she's arguing is it made a lot of money because, you know, people got to hear the voice actors do voices and whatnot for them. It made a lot of money, but they only did 4 charity streams out of like 16. And the money didn't go to the pilot because the pilot was already made. It was going to the show, and then they reached their goal or whatever. So where'd the rest of the money go? Did it not go to charity? Probably went to it's probably profit. It's okay to have fucking profit. Said, why is it Why is it okay for some people to make money and not others? What are these criticisms?
The Honeycast is a project that the cast and crew undertook themselves.
Employees
it was led
probably
by
got
Nichols
bonuses.
and Kovac. This was done off the clock. It was a labor of love. It wasn't made by Madrano. She only showed up in 2 or 3. The Honeycast was a project undertaken by the cast and crew without Viv's involvement.
So there's 4 charity streams and Vivzie wasn't in every single one of them? Kill her. Fucking burn her at the stake. Put her on a crucifix. Fucking garbage human being.
Involvement on their own initiative and for no compensation. And all of it went towards making the Hazbin Hotel pilot. And that's not even counting the immaterial value that it served as a way to engage the fan base. The Honeycast was a massive f***ing deal. I hope that serves as a snapshot of how this was not a pilot made under normal circumstances, and this is not a situation in which what is otherwise a normal business practice would be.
A normal business practices, that's the profit, and it probably went back into the business even if it didn't go in the pilot. Why did Vivziepop have that fucking beatboxer that like foot porn commission things pay $50,000 for some porn made by the Hazbin people? Where'd that money go? Is she gonna investigate that? A normal business practice would not at all be acceptable. Kickstarter then wouldn't be fucking acceptable. There's not even a stream going on for that to raise income. When they overshoot their goal on Kickstarter, do you question where that money goes?
At all acceptable. A very, very common argument against this being a problem with the cast is that it's completely normal for voices to change after pilots, and yeah, that's true. That's 100% true. But Hazbin isn't a normal pilot. Usually, pilot voice actors haven't put in hundreds of hours of unpaid labor and been a major component of the show's success. Pilots are... It's not a normal pilot.
But it's not the show's success, it's a pilot. It's a one thing. That is how it goes and how it works in the real world. And like I said, I skipped the first part, but I just have a feeling it's a business fucking decision because a lot of those, they wanted to get the fucking Broadway singers so they could do cooler musical numbers. They didn't have those musical numbers in the pilot. And it doesn't seem like, I don't know, if these people came out on bad terms, wouldn't they be making the drama tweets and the Vivziepop bad videos? But they're not. It's everyone else speaking for them.
I don't even know how to explain how different it is. Another very common argument is that it's a musical. Frankly, I don't care. You can learn how to sing, like Kovac can sing, or...
Okay, that's fucking stupid. No. Maybe they don't want to learn how to sing. Maybe some of them can sing, but it's not the same as Broadway fucking theatrical changed. Just, it's dumb. Yeah, the musical component does fucking matter. Why are you just like, frankly, I don't care? It does matter.
You could have doubled up on hiring a voice actor and a singing actor, and I know that would have been more expensive, but I don't think that saving money is one of Viv's goals overall. Look,
this is why I'm also dismissive of the fucking Cinder drama, other than whatever interpersonal shit she has. It feels like you're not allowed to be a businesswoman. Once again, can't have it both ways, can you? Welcome to America, opportunity, everybody, rah, independent woman, make it work. But then you're not allowed to make it work too fucking well, are you? Because then you're greedy. No one likes being greedy. Yes, it's one of her concerns as the person who's running this fucking business and running the production, the goddamn budget, and how to save money. It matters. There'd probably be whole scenes that wouldn't exist if it weren't for, you know, doubling up on voice acting and singing. Again, everybody loves capitalism till they don't.
Looking at the voice actors in HelluvaBoss, and B, yeah, I don't care. You owe it to your pilot cast. With the work that they did and the contributions they made to the success of the pilot and the loyalty they had to you, you should have just double cast, even if it would have been not as sound business-wise. And then another common argument is that the original cast couldn't legally return due to something to do with unions, and this one is just straight up
Like, it's said, I need some fucking screen caps, but the union shit is a thing. There are fucking different rules on who can talk, who can't talk, who... Some people, you don't have understudies for them. It's just fucking weird. It depends. Like, it's just very dismissive. This is some shit that is real.
And misinformation. That's just not true.
What's happening tonight, I'll tell you. I might play Fate later, but for right now, I'm trying to see if Vivziepop, the creator of Hazbin Hotel and HelluvaBoss, did 9/11, because this woman is speaking in true fear. She might get assassinated for putting this information out here. I'm being an investigative journalist tonight.
To be really clear, I'm not a pilot purist. I don't think that every single voice actor needed to be retained. But dropping so many of the people who helped get you where you are, the second you think you've made it big, is a disgusting thing to do.
If it was that horrible, why aren't they talking for themselves and making their own videos that would get more views? How it's disgusting, really. It's a pilot. Is Billy West, is it disgusting that Nickelodeon didn't make Billy West Zim and Invader Zim? You already said that that's how pilots work. So why, once again, is she held to a different standard than everybody else?
And quite apart from the moral component of it all, it has not improved the quality of the show. The absence of Michael Kovac in particular is a gaping hole.
I'm sure he's fine.
What it makes me think of is the
He's
ship
talented
of Theseus.
after all. That's the thing with showbiz. That's what people mean when they're like, it's showbiz. Because if you're confident in your skills, if they're as talented and worth all the praise and all the pity that Michael Kovac's given, then I'm sure Michael Kovac has the talent that he can make it work elsewhere. That's literally showbiz. That's what they say. Break a leg, pick up the pieces and make it move. Worse than Hitler, though.
You've probably heard of it. It's a thought experiment about how much of something can be replaced before it becomes something different. Imagine you're the captain of a ship. Sometimes parts of your ship get worn down or broken. When they do, you replace them. And eventually you come to a point where every single part of your ship has been replaced at some point. If no part of the...
This is way worse than Annoyingorange. This is straight up, it's a bad person because this is some Puritan fucking witch burning shit indeed. Like, she doesn't measure up to my high standard of morals that I'm gonna inflict upon all you. Who gives a she's saving money on the budget to make the better fucking product and make profit for her company. That's how being a business creator works. It's not all... These people don't make these shows for our enjoyment. Sometimes there's breads and circuses, but everyone's gotta fucking gain.
The original ship remains. Is it still the ship you set sail with? And if it isn't, at what point did that change occur? And we have a real Ship of Theseus situation on our hands with Hazbin Hotel. Personally, I don't...
See, guys, not only do I sound like Red from Trope Talk, but I know what the Ship of Theseus is. I read books. I might have a literature degree, so I'm correct in charity shaming and telling you this person's bad because I don't agree with their morals.
See it as the same creative property. I see them as completely different because they were made by completely different...
I've skipped around in this. It's probably my own bias. I can get criticized. Who would I? I don't got no subs. Don't come after me. You're all punching down. Fucking... But I can just tell who this person is just by their voice and how they talk. I just fucking literature major is here.
Different people. Medrano obviously had no legal obligation to retain any of the team that created the Hazbin Hotel pilot.
Then no crime. Sorry.
But if any such thing as a creative obligation can be said to exist, an obligation to try and...
It doesn't. No one was promised anything. It's a pilot, but is a bad person. Like I said, fucking just... This is the whole section. Where you just undid everything you said. You just said disgusting, terrible person, no normal business practices. And then in the same part, you turn around and said, actually, no foul play, though. It's just... It's a bad vibe. Fucking r/YouTube drama, motherfuckers.
Make sure your work is not terrible, then she had a creative obligation. And more importantly, she had a moral obligation. I'm not even very interested in arguing this point. Vivian Medrano did not summon the Hazbin...
You're not interested in arguing this point, but you called her a disgusting person. You're the bully.
Hazbin Hotel pilot, fully formed out of the ether. It was created by a team. And every single person that worked on the pilot brought something unique to it. Some obviously brought more than others, but everyone brought something, and for every person that wasn't retained in the move to A24, something that made the pilot what it was.
Quite honestly, it probably fucking, if I was A24, I wouldn't want any of these people that are content creators being voice actors. I'd rather go with the Broadway people, the already union actors, because I don't got to worry about them popping off doing some content cop or something problematic on the internet and getting fucking canceled. I would, I said, a lot of the people in the pilot, I think they're all like more independent. That's the problem, because expensive, big paid people, bad. Independent people who are probably wealthy in their own right, good. Everyone's fine. Disgusting person, you said. Oh wait, but now you don't care.
Was lost. Again, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that every single person should have been retained. That would be stupid. It's perfectly acceptable not to retain cleanup animator number 7, who came in at the last moment and worked on like 3 minutes worth of shots. It's another thing entirely not to retain people like Ashley Nichols, Michael Kovac, Edward Bosco, who were in nearly every episode of...
So the popular content creators, they definitely deserve to be brought over more than, you know, the fucking everyday working cleanup animator. This seems like some classism here.
The Hoonicast. To zoom in on the voice actor bit, let's check out Thank You and Good Night. Thank You and Good Night is a farewell song that was released very recently. It was produced by the original singing voice of Alistair, and it features the original singing voice actors of Angel Dust, Charlie, Cherry Bomb, and Nifty. It was released, I think, at the same time as the first episode of Hazbin proper, and completely without Vivian Medrano's involvement. And the description and the pinned comment are not aggressive. They're not even passive-aggressive. They even congratulate, Vivian and the new cast. They're very professional. But I don't think it's hard to see that professionalism is a layer of plausible deniability.
Or, counterpoint, Vivzie gets to go off, make her show. They all get together and make a YouTube video that probably got millions of views since people are fans of them and they can do the character voices and whatnot. And then they all split the money. Why do we keep acting like YouTubers don't make money for views and watch hours? Why is that never a factor in these decisions? Professionalism, that doesn't do any deniability. People are probably just getting a bag. She was saving bag. They were getting bag. Case closed, ma'am.
There are
disgusting person, Vivziepop.
Also things in there that are very candid and a little bit heartbreaking. I'm going to show the full description and the full pinned comment on screen in the interest of completion and, unbiasedness, but I'm only going to...
We actually wrote it a year ago when we, the pilot cast to Hazbin Hotel, found out we were being recast. However, we didn't release it out of respect for Vivian and the new A24 crew hadn't made their official announcement yet. There's nothing, unbiasedness is just what I bet it is. They made that video because they're like, hey, before we become irrelevant, let's get that bagged very quick because this video will probably get millions of views. I'll look it up. I bet you it did. And then, like I said, that's no small feat. That's money that they can all... That's someone's fucking groceries, right? That's probably why they made it. They probably had fun making it. But because they are professional and nice, they don't want to overshadow Vivzie's things. And may have people thinking it's a thing. It's not that deep. My God, woman.
To read some selections. And it's worth...
And this is part 1 of 2. And this is the hot scathing shit she put in the beginning of the video. Halfway through the video, most of the video, she's just a hater.
Noting that it does say multiple times that they have no hard feelings, that they're happy for the new cast, etc. That's definitely worth noting. I don't want to cherry pick, but personally I look at this and I see mostly professionalism, not sincerity. It's the equivalent of signing "thank you for your time" in a workplace email to somebody that you actually hate. There are just some environments where
Yeah, professionalism. I don't know how the hell do you think you get that out of there? That like I said, why do we act like they didn't get paid and didn't get money for that song?
Everyone has to be adults and play nice. But even in those environments, people will slip in little remarks. And if you completely disagree with me and you're, like, frustrated, like, dude, you're literally putting up evidence that disproves you, they are saying that they're fine, I completely understand that. I can completely see how that's a very understandable position to take. That's fair.
Then why'd you bring it up and put in this video that you can't bother to edit and you've barren bird footage?
But personally, the grander picture and the other evidence really keeps me from taking this at face value.
Okay, let's see what Gabriel C. Brown's about.
Gabriel C. Brown, the singing voice of Alistair and the person that posted thank you and good night, has been not open, but more open than the rest about the general sort of f***ed-upness of the whole situation. I think for a couple of reasons. I think both because he's just a little bit older than most of the rest of the main players, and also because he has a lot of stuff going on other than voice acting, so I don't think he's as afraid as the others that he might get blacklisted from his dream career. As far as I know, Gabriel C. Brown was the only voice actor to publicly...
Yeah, like fucking Amazon and A24 that just recently fucking acquired Vivziepop. She's new to the game, could lose her place on the fucking tightrope at any time. Trusting her baby, these big corporations. Yeah, they're definitely gonna just start sniping and assassinating the dissenters for this one fucking show on Amazon Prime. Yeah, you know, all those people that fucking dissed the Halo show and fucking said that they never even played the video games when making the plot or whatever. That's no big deal, but fucking Vivziepop haters, Amazon's coming for you.
React with anger and despair to the original news. On October 12, 2021, Brown tweeted the following. I pour my heart and my soul into everything I do, but lately I've been feeling like no matter how hard I try, it isn't good enough. The fact that somebody noticed the attention to detail and took the time to comment on it absolutely made my day. Thank you to all who notice. Heart emoji. Somebody replied with, yeah, it was good. Just the original song you first made, Insane, was better than the new version.
Why the fuck? Why wouldn't you just call him Black Griffin? What the fuck is this Gabriel C. Brown shit, you doxer? I'm kidding, but like... It's kind of weird. Everybody knows this person is Black Griffin. They had me questioning myself on whether I knew this character or not.
All my remakes aren't that great either. Sometimes remakes are good, sometimes not. Just keep trying.
Black Griffin there is a fucking artist, so probably just had a low minute on Twitter and just said, oh man, I liked that my fan reacted and noticed my detail. That's cool. It picked me up today. It's probably what happened, and this person's like, what did they mean? Are they dissing Vivzy? They know everything. They were abused, probably.
Brown replied with, I'm not talking about this specific video. I'm talking about the fact that despite my time and effort, I was recast. Somebody else replies with, you were recast as the singing voice for Alistair? And Brown says, yeah, they replaced me. Then somebody else replies with a tweet that I can't see, but it doesn't super matter. And Brown replies to that with, thank you, Katie. That's extremely kind. Truth is, I would rather be involved in a smaller project that values me than a bigger project that doesn't. The BBU family is the best. Heart emoji. The middle tweet, the despite my time and effort one, has since been deleted.
This Black Griffin's being a little bitter Betty right there. Like I said, it's a fucking pilot. Why is this pilot held to a different expectation than others just because... So that's the story that she's making, is because these people were on the podcast and the super chat got the podcast, got the show money. All these people who are on the podcast should be in the show, maybe, is why Vivzy's bad and it doesn't get the same qualities as other pilots. It's still just showbiz. That's how it goes. And Black Griffin's fucking making covers and he's fine. Well, he had allegations, but I think they're dumb allegations that don't matter some, or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I haven't looked. Everyone's fine. No one's suffering. Vivziepop didn't fucking give them smallpox blankets, I'm pretty sure.
But all of the others are still up, even though, honestly, I feel like that last one is kind of the most c***y one. Also, I'm going to put some screenshots from Gabriel C. Brown's YouTube fandom wiki page up, and I would highly recommend pausing to read them because this guy has led a wild life. Here's a YouTube comment from Hazbin's voice director on this being dumb as hell. I laughed once I heard they were all replaced. The irony of it, one of the most successful indie projects removed of all traces of its indie roots. That starts...
I already explained why, if I was A24, why I wouldn't want any of these people, because, well, like I said, Black Griffin, there were just allegations against him. You don't want him on the Amazon payroll. It's the people on the internet are way less vetted, way less followed than actual talent. The people know who the talent is. That's why they got agents and shit. They like knowing that they have a non-problematic fucking employee. So, yeah, people got recasted. Once again, that's fucking showbiz. It doesn't make anybody a terrible person. I don't understand why everyone wants to shoot for the stars, be successful, and then they get shamed when they do the things you gotta do to be successful. That's why I find all the anti-Vivziepop people very interesting, because so far, the only argument people got against her is things that they don't morally like, or they expect better from her for some reason. They all seem very judgmental, these people. Hi, Leonardo. Have you come to burn any witches today, like all these anti-Vivziepop fans?
To sum it up. Also, all of the voice actors were completely f***ed over, but the most upsetting one to me is the voice actress of Cherry Bomb. Cherry Bomb's VA, Crystal Laporte, got the news that she would not be coming back as Cherry Bomb only very shortly before her fiance died.
See, once again, you gotta watch out for your content creators here that make videos as Vivziepop is a bad person. And then they poison the well here where it's like, yeah, this is a shitty situation, but her fiance died, but she still had to get the news regardless, right? So were they just supposed to give her the job, even though she's probably not fucking union or whatever the situation is? She's not a singer, perhaps. Well, I guess she was, actually, because they had that one music video. But whatever, like I said, corporations good at corporations. This has nothing to do with Vivziepop, that she got the news when her fiance died, but you're gonna do that just to say Vivziepop bad. This is some fucking biased media shit right here.
I think of her fiance died of pulmonary disease on...
I apologize, this is just my autism. Most media, most people try not to lie to you. They just hide facts and show it in a different order. But here on YouTube, we can just say whatever the fuck and make whole stories out of I felt a vibe this way. And it bothers me because these people act so much fucking better and so much more. Like, I can tell this girl probably brags about how she reads books. That's the vibe I get from her. And then she does sloppy fucking narrative character assassination like this. At least get good if you're gonna do this.
October 18th, 2021. And email was sent on October 7th. Crystal has gone on record saying that it was the last heartbreak he ever helped her through. So that's pretty fucked up. I mean, Vivian sent out the email before the fiance's death, not after, and she also didn't kill the fiance. But I think it's worth mentioning just because I don't know.
Thank you for mentioning that Vivziepop did not kill her fiance. I'm so glad you clarified that.
It's just awful. And if you were thinking that it couldn't get any worse than that, I'm about to rock your world. So, after Crystal Laporte's fiance and partner of 9 years died, Ashley Nichols hosted a live stream to raise money for, the incredible amount of medical debt and also lease obligations and the cost of his cremation and urn and just a bunch of other shit. So Ashley Nichols hosted a live stream where donations would go towards that. And Vivian Madrano told them that they couldn't use any of the has-been characters' voices. Like, they couldn't take voice requests for any of the has-been characters. It's 3 minutes into the video. Nichols says, we can't take any Hazbin related requests because Vivzie doesn't want anybody using any Hazbin related stuff because it's her IP.
Once again, I don't know. I don't want to really actually come off as a Vivziepop glazer because I'm not. It's like I said, I haven't watched Hazbin in like a year or whatever. I'm not in this fandom. Like I said, once you sign your soul into corporate, I think there's different fucking rules. And yeah, they probably are. That IP is Amazon Prime, A24's IP now. It's kind of actually isn't Vivzie's IP. Maybe it is. I don't know. But I'm just assuming if this show's going to be on Amazon Prime, they don't want the likeliness of those characters saying maybe perhaps some problematic things on an internet show somewhere. Because, you know, it's just, you got to be super safe. They don't want their show they're investing money in to get canceled because something problematic got said on a fucking podcast. We all know how this shit works. Why do we pretend it doesn't?
Motherfucker! A man died!
Sorry. Like I said, I'm sorry. I can just tell that the person making this video is fake as fuck. Doesn't give a fuck. This is the most they've emoted. This is a smoking gun right here. A person died when a person got fired from a Vivziepop production. So fucking put motherfucker, man died.
Like,
thoughts and prayers.
If you're not gonna help out at all, which I know you could because I know you're rich, you could at least.
No one's allowed to win in this fucking world. You're either poor and deserve fucking everything, or you're rich and deserve nothing. You said she's a bad person because she might have made a profit. She's a fucking bad person because she couldn't hire a person whose fiance died. It's their fiance. It's not even their parent. Like, they didn't even, this is gonna sound awful, but they didn't, at least they didn't do the wedding yet. That sucked to do the whole wedding and then they died. It's kind of convenient that they, okay, that's horrible. I'm sorry.
Not actively get in the
let's not glaze that far
way. Everyone involved here knew that voice requests were the biggest moneymaker in the Honeycast.
That fucking evil Vivziepop probably thought, well, I don't gotta do much for her because she saved all that money by her fiance dying and them not having to do an expensive wedding in the city. So it's been paid for. That's fucking devil. Vivziepop's the fucking worst.
A lot of people came to the stream because, you know, it was a big get-together to send off and honor a man that they all really cared for, and also an attempt to gather some funds for his new widow, who has been left with over $7 million in medical debt. So, like, lots of people showed up.
Is she a widow or is it fiance? If it's fiance, run the fuck out on that, Bill. You weren't married to him.
Because, you know, that's sort of an important event to show up to. Probably don't need to say this, but Viv was not one of those people. Although, in her defense, I doubt that she was invited. Also in the stream were Michael Kovac and Edward Bosco, the voices of...
Maybe she's got more, but all she had was some, like, Michael Kovac being a sad, bitter bitty text so far, and something from a voice director. Nothing's come out, like, if these people are this appalled by that, why has nothing come out from any of them? Unless, well, she said they might be afraid of it ruining their future voice acting careers. But I still argue that Hazbin isn't that big of a deal. They'll be fine.
Of Angel Dust and Alistair, you know, the two most popular characters, and the two most frequent voice actors that would appear on the Honeycast. If Vivian Medrano had not said, you can't speak in the voice of Alistair or Angel Dust or take requests, this stream would have earned significantly more money. That is just sort of a fact, the way that the Earth is round.
So I don't think this is a fair one at all. I bet you money this is a legal thing. You also can't have fucking no. Said A24 owns a stake in those characters now. Amazon's invested money in those characters now. You can't have internet randos fucking impersonating them and selling themselves. There's gotta be a legal nightmare with that. Like I said, I'm sorry, I got lawyer brain sometimes. but like these are true facts that people just ignore for arguments like this to rile up emotion.
And also on
for their dumb video essay that they put fucking bears in because they couldn't be bothered. Dude, Annoyingorange's video looks 80 million times better in comparison, and all his points were dumb.
screen, I'm going to put up a screenshot of a Discord conversation. And
okay,
a
receipts. I can walk it
screenshot
back.
of an email. Do keep in mind that both of these are alleged. These are what, well, hang on. I categorize evidence for Viv sucking in 5 different categories, from most to least credible. Documented, substantiated sourced allegations, unsubstantiated sourced allegations, substantiated unsourced allegations, and finally unsubstantiated unsourced allegations. So this is what I would call substantiated unsourced allegations. They're substantiated in that there is some evidence, but they are, well, I mean, there's a limited pool of who it could have been, but if they are true, they were leaked by an anonymous person. Nobody was willing to stand up and put their real name behind these, but they do have some evidence. Obviously, it's not... Actually, let me take a quick side note to talk about criminal and civil law. No, please don't go. It's relevant. You've probably heard of the phrase, beyond a reasonable doubt. Guilty beyond a reasonable doubt is the standard.
Isn't Michael Kovac in fucking Amazing Digital Circus? He's fine. Why are we crying about him?
That you have to prove when you are prosecuting in criminal court. What's less commonly known is preponderance of the evidence.
There's fucking Amazing Circus shit at Hot Topic too. He's on the same level as all the Hazbin fucking characters if we're gonna measure shit by what gets sold in Hot Topic, which I do, to clarify where fandoms are. It's very useful. If you're not in Hot Topic, you ain't fucking making it. Michael Kovac's character is on a fucking Hot Topic shirt. He's fine. Vivziepop does no longer need to get burnt on the goddamn pyre for it, if you think about it.
Preponderance of the evidence is the threshold that you have to reach to win in civil court, and it's a fancy way of saying that it has to be more likely than unlikely. And a lot of this video is covered by preponderance of the evidence. Basically, what I'm saying is it technically possible that Vivziepop is actually a really nice guy, and everything to come is just sort of coincidental or unfortunate or paints her in the wrong light? Sure.
Or she's just a fucking businesswoman that's doing the most for her brand and her profits, where she can both make her art and be very successful and secure her fucking future. But like I said, we all want the strong fucking independent hardworking woman until we fucking don't, until she becomes evil CEO Disney is bad. I'm looking at the comments. It's basically what all the comments on this video is Vivzi's like evil Disney. Vivzi bad cause money. Oh, just threw all of her friends away. Fuck, you know, all business contracts and corporate life. Just like I said, that's not a meta. Vivzi's supposed to be like Moses and get out the fucking staff and throw it at Amazon for being, you know, having legal rules and whatnot. But then I remembered this show is for Zoomers. Why am I so mad?
You know, anything's possible. But is it more likely that the person stumbling through so many controversies and so much bad behavior and so many made and then dropped friends, is it more likely that that person is actually pretty chill and everybody else is always in the wrong? Or is it more likely that one person just kind of happens to be a to still view Madrano as a good person through all of this really necessitates jumping through quite a few hoops. And at some point it just becomes a matter of Occam's razor. The simpler solution is usually the more likely one. It's obviously completely possible to fake a screenshot of just about anything, but, well, you'll have to start yourself, but I don't know, I believe both of these. The source that leaked these has also, in the past, leaked things that were then later proven to have been true, so that gives that source a little bit of credibility.
It's true, you can say credible source, this person's no liar, but it's just the way the fucking internet public court. That's why I'm so fascinated by internet drama in these video essays, because like I said, I've done the legal shit. I got the lawyer brain. Everything in the law is just built off of precedents. There's actually no laws that say don't do this. Everything's statutes and based off of, you know, your state versus this. It's all a collection of precedences. So that's why I argue none of the shit Vivziepop gets criticized for is fair, because she's being held to a standard that's different than other forms of media and other creators. That's basically what I don't get here with the complaining. But just the fact that when it comes to presenting evidence in this public court, it's like, I got this from a person, and one time they posted this other thing, and it wasn't a lie. Not that we know yet. So credible, they're vetted. Don't know who they are, who leaked this, and they have no relation to the thing. Like I said, only in internet court do we get away with this fucking evidence.
We'll get to them. We'll mention that later. But the Discord screenshot, all names are redacted, but it's presumably a conversation amongst the pilot cast. And somebody says that...
Okay, though, if she redacted it, I wonder if she redacted it or if this is the evidence. Because this the evidence is bullshit. This could be fucking anything. This could be from the goddamn Hazbin Discord or any fucking fandom chat. This is not evidence. I object.
Viv intended to keep Michael and Ed from the beginning, and she also implied she'd do what she could to keep everyone. And then turned around and told people she fired them because they're friends with me. Or at least one of the reasons she fired them. Then there's a redacted message that I feel like it's probably from, assuming this is all real, allegations, etc. It's probably from Michael about Angel Dust.
Here's a comment. She literally destroyed so much good and sabotaged so many people in the name of her ego. Damn, no wonder the Lucifer in her show has nothing to do with the real one. She sucked up his qualities and left none in the script. Dude is legit complaining that her Satan, her Lucifer, isn't as good as the one in the Bible. Her fucking ego, it's goddamn business. Everyone calm fuck down.
Because I think that's the only character with a unique minority status.
I know nothing about that Cinder VTuber drama, even though I made a video on it. I fucking know nothing, right? Because none of the VTubers are allowed to discuss what she did, really. And I don't want to fucking read a doc or watch a video essay. I'm too lazy. But what I am curious about, though, is because she is CEO of Gamersups. And everyone's always like, I'm gonna get you removed. I'm gonna get your sponsorship removed. And it's like, if she's getting those emails, she's got to not care because she went through her own cancellation. So she's not going to be on the side of cancellation. So I do wonder how you continue being businesswoman after all that. And it does seem like a lot of Cinder's sins was business related. Her trying to max profit. Like I said, everybody's happy when people are making money, but don't spend it the way we don't want you to. Don't try to maximize profits the way we don't want you to. It's all got to go to charity.
But, you know, censored for plausible deniability. And then the email is... And I'm more likely to believe this one than I am to believe the Discord screenshot, even though honestly I believe that too. This is allegedly the email that Viv sent to the original cast. Basically she says, yeah, you know, we dropped you all, but you cannot even begin to express how valued you are all to me. Blah, 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 blah. I can't thank you enough. Yeah, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for believing in my project. Thank you for believing in me, loving the characters, bringing them to life. Good people, good friends.
Another comment. Vivian's treatment of Charlie Alistair shippers. So these are people who ship Charlie and Alistair. I too remember what it was like to be 15 and be in a shipping community, by God. Vivian's treatment of Char Alistair trippers is absolutely atrocious. It's clear that she can't tolerate any opinions that differ from her own, and her behavior towards the fans who ship Charlie and Alistair is completely unacceptable. The way she belittles and ridicules these fans for having a harmless creative opinion. Bro, the chick who wrote Interview with the Vampire, Anne Rice, doesn't even allow fucking fanfics to be written about her works. Someone's allowed to complain about a ship. She didn't stop you from making the ships, so you're making this to an argument on why she's a bad person. They're just very unique individuals, the Vivziepop haters. Now, I was gonna move on, but like her arguments, this autistic swag's arguments are so fucking stupid that I want to see if there is a part 2.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of...
Yeah. Or, you know what? I might look into the Vivziepop haters more a bit another day, because I have been curious. This has been sitting on my watch later list for a while.
You're not siding with me, so I'm just gonna...
I'm gonna take a break from Vivziepop, actually. This is a little Kuriboh exposed video that I saw roll up on my fucking dashboard, and there could be points here. I'm not gonna come in biased like I am against the anti-Vivziepop people because they're extra. I don't know what's in this video, but I am very curious. How you gonna attack an abridger who only puts out a fucking episode every 2 years? Let's see. Animatic cartoons on the internet, Little Kuriboh created the abridged. That's a legacy right there. That's the content I grew up on before all these fancy Hazbin hotels. Little Kuriboh's a tool, got him.
Vaginas!
Apparently there's drama with fucking Takahata 101. Maybe I'll look at that. The only drama I've ever heard of Little Kuriboh getting into is with Shady Vox. Shady Vox voiced the Dragon Ball Jaden in the Bonds Beyond Time movie that Little Kuriboh did, the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. And I guess they got into a fight because Shady Vox subscribed to Milo Yiannopoulos' fucking YouTube or something. He's still around, he's Daily Wire or something, but he was just like the conservative token gay and was saying edgy things. And because Shady Vox subscribed to that person, Little Kuriboh like threw their friendship away. And I thought that was a little bit extra, because I mean, who the fuck is Milo Yiannopoulos compared to the characters we got nowadays, first of all? If you're gonna throw Shady Vox, if you're gonna throw away a friend over politics, you could have just held on a little bit longer. It got worse.
Vagina. 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 Why not just tear up every vagina in the whole world?
So this just I think there was an exposed video, but I think there's shit in here. I don't know.
Like abuse. What kind of lonely, deranged freak proposes to somebody over the internet?
Little Kuriboh?
He's also a great Frieza in TFS, just saying.
When I think about penguins, I touch myself. Since I am a woman, I have no idea where we are.
Okay, once again, some poisoning the well. As a fucking person who watched Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, said I'm unlike fucking Hazbin. Somehow Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged is more common in my head there. I don't know because I'm a woman. That's taken out of context there. The joke there is that 4Kids like actually said that shit. Like said, I don't know because I'm a woman, and it was calling back to that. I'm pretty sure. Out of context. Poisoned the well. Fucking false narrative. Fake news.
Hey, what's going on guys? Zev here, and welcome to today's video. Today, we're going to be talking about Little Kuriboh, aka Martin Billany. If I mispronounced that, I am very sorry. For those of you who have really good attention to detail, I said this a little while back. Please remember that this really is just a bunch of nonsense, and it's never anything personal unless stated otherwise. And trust me, I will make it clear when that happens. Well, the time has come. While I may get a little peeved in some of my videos, it's never anything personal and I'm not actually that upset. However, I will be honest, today is going to be a bit more personal. As this is something I've been a little more involved with and have seen firsthand exactly how this guy behaves, I'm gonna be a little bit more upset than usual. So if you guys are cool with that, here we go.
Well, damn, at least we don't got bears and birds. This guy's got first-hand knowledge, he says. We'll find out.
So Little Kuriboh has been around for a very long time. He's one of the most influential creators amongst the world of anime abridged. He created the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged series, which is considered the start of everything that is abridged, at least when it comes to the anime world. This Duel Monsters parody goes as far back as 2009. That's insane to me that content that good existed way before the more advanced softwares we have today. He has also done work for other abridged.
Okay, though, like, fucking, did you actually watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged? Good is a stretch for the first few episodes. It kind of... Like, if I were to watch early Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged in, like, 2013, I would call it dated. But you can kind of go back and watch it now because it's kind of so bad that it's nostalgic good. I highly recommend Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged if you haven't seen it.
Bridge characters, with his most well-known likely going to Frieza in Dragon Ball Abridged, as well as a little bit of 5Ds, and my personal favorite of his, the Naruto spoof series. Now, to give credit where credit is due,
Oh, fuck yeah, I'm gonna be hype. I'm gonna be hype because I, like, just recently watched Ninja Bridge. It's great. It's wonderful. I highly recommend.
Martin is a master of his craft. This dude is ridiculously talented. He did almost every voice in Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. While he did have some help in later episodes, he carried the main cast all on his own. Not to mention the fact that he's covering his accent at the same time. I can only dream of being as good as an actor as this guy. When it comes down to how he portrays himself on video and his creations of parody, you get a really chill guy with many years of experience. However, this is where most of the positives will come to a close, because how Little Kuriboh portrays himself outside of his YouTube audience is a very different story.
Okay, because this is what I'm saying, and we got fucking... I think that's Shady Vox fucking rapping back there. That was pretty stupid to throw a fucking friendship away for someone subscribing to shit. I subscribe to fucking problematic shit all the time because I want to know what they're saying. I'm keeping the lookout. I'm doing the fucking work instead of just hearing it through the telephone game. Like, I think Shady Vox was even kind of saying that. Like, I don't agree with a lot of the things this guy says. I just like hearing it. Like, there's nothing wrong with hearing shit from another point of view. If you don't do that, you're stuck in an echo chamber. You gotta see what the other side's saying. Like I said, I don't even think Shady Vox was even a fan of fucking this guy. And that guy fell off and is irrelevant anyways.
Now, for this first segment, I ask that you take this with a very heavy grain of salt. The first thing that stuck out to me about this guy happened when I decided to check out his Twitter a little while back. Given what he's offered to the community, I expected maybe some memes or funny anime stuff, but I was caught off guard when I saw that a chunk of his timeline was him lecturing his audience about abusive behavior or reposting other people's situations. I know this doesn't seem like much at first, and in theory, there really isn't anything wrong with this, but this is what personally bothered me about this. Again, it's not usually part of his platform. If he wants to drop some knowledge here or there, then I respect that. But considering that I know him as a voice actor and comedian, and he uses his platform to preach to people about an uncomfortable subject, I find this very strange. If you all followed me for my drama content and then saw that my Twitter was dedicated for hating on a political party or the school system, if I were you, I'd be very uninterested and frankly feel a little bit icky. You'd probably expect me to talk about drama or anime.
He's not the only one, though. JonTron had his whole time where he did that. iDubbbz just threw his career away over fucking shit he doesn't even care about, really. Just did it for the clout. Happens all the time. But I guess it is a fair criticism. I don't know what you do, because, like, just because you make content on YouTube, does that mean you're not entitled to use your Twitter to say whatever you want? Like, I think it's different if he were making videos on all this subject and putting it on his main channel. It's a fair criticism.
Or something relating to my platform. Here's what really sat with me about this. I've been around for a little while, and it's in my experience that people who like—
I don't know, is this Faceless Opinions?
I am bloodlusted right now.
Kinda sounds similar.
lecture others about something when it isn't asked about are normally very shallow people with very limited interests, and at worst, have something to hide. How many times have we seen someone complain about sexualized anime characters only to be exposed for being a sexual deviant? How many times did Onision act as a soldier for women before being exposed as a degenerate groomer? Now, I'm not saying any of this to assume or dare accuse Martin has abused or hurt anyone, but this is just the heavily subjective reason why I felt a little icky and don't get the greatest vibe from him.
Okay, I said fair, and then we're doing r/YouTube drama arguments. What I mean when I say r/YouTube drama. Alright, so there's this Reddit, and I guess what happened was you discuss YouTube drama, whatever's in the news, who's ever getting canceled this week. And then H-Bomber Guy made the plagiarism video. Now H-Bomber Guy's fans all flooded the drama thread, and they kinda never left. And all they do is post videos, the post subjects about, what YouTuber do you not like anymore? And it'll be like, I really don't like those game grumps. They give me child abusing vibes. Like, they just make shit up. No evidence, no screenshots. I don't know what it is about H-Bomber Guy's crew here. Not his crew, not anyone he knows, it's just his fans. They just make shit up, and then they're like, because they give me that vibe, and then they get 1 million upvotes. And then if you call them stupid, they all downvote you. And this is very, so that's what I mean when I say r/YouTube drama. What he just did here, this little fuck.
Act as a soldier for women before being exposed as a degenerate groomer. Now, I'm not saying any of this.
Now, because Onision got fucking said he loves women and then abuses women, because one creator did that, that must mean all creators, all of them.
So does this mean that this user hates all anime?
If they are, if they're promoting something too much, that must mean they're a serial killer. Checks out. This is a great informative fucking video.
This to assume or dare accuse Martin has abused or hurt anyone, but this is just the heavily subjective reason why I felt a little icky and don't get the greatest vibe from him. Why would I, as an adult, be lectured about something I don't even do from someone who doesn't generally present himself as a formal expert on the topic? Now, this next one is something that sparked an immediate red flag for me. I went to check out his premiere episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged and found this in the description. This video may contain transphobic, homophobic, sexist, or any other types of humor or dialogue that no longer represent how I, the creator of this video, wish to present my works. At the time, I thought of it.
Now, not glazing, but this could just be to cover his own ass so we don't have like 1 billion fucking video essays like the one we see on Vivziepop getting made, where it's like, he made this character's actually a man joke here. What a piece of shit. So it's just better for him to put this in all the goddamn descriptions so no one can even start. He made this shit in 2009. Enough said. The internet was a different place. He shouldn't have to write this, but because of the world, he does. It probably saved him a lot of agony making this, so I wouldn't criticize him on this point.
As harmless jokes, but it is clear the damage that has been done by such dismissive and toxic writing on my part. I apologize for it, and there is no real excuse for using it. Point number 1, that video contains none of that style of humor. In fact, most of his videos don't even contain what most people would define as dark humor. It's mostly just random silliness. So I don't know why he felt the need to put this disclaimer under 63 episodes.
In the early ones, there is a few fucking, oh, can you believe that person's actually a woman and you're gay, lol. There's those types of jokes. Like I said, it's 2009. It does seem extreme, but it covers his ass.
Of his flagship series. So he's become another talented creator who started practicing self-censorship on the off chance that he'll offend some stranger. Now guys, I'm just gonna be real here. It's likely either nobody
You gotta, that's a standard to get caught. He's from a country where you get arrested for saying offensive things. You gotta cover yourself up.
Complained about these jokes, or very few people complained. It's very often that people are more afraid to be offensive than are actually offensive. Let's break this down here. Transphobic. Where? Honestly, where? I mean, there's this joke.
Hello everyone, it's bloody nice to meet you. What's wrong with his voice? It's here, girl.
That's the closest I can think of, and it had more to do with how
I just watched 2 Vivziepop videos where if that joke was in fucking HelluvaBoss and Hazbin Hotel, and it wasn't an actual trans character or someone in the rainbow. If it wasn't that, yes, someone would make a video and call fucking Vivian a horrible person because of that joke. So it's very interesting to see the little Kuriboh is too woke argument against Vivziepop, who gets attacked for every little fucking thing ever. Because it all kind of makes sense.
How feminine he looks, not that he's trans. Homophobic? I mean, yeah, there's jokes about gay relationships, but I can't think of a single joke in the series that would be at all insulting to gay people. I mean, yeah, there's this clip.
Since I am a woman, I have no idea where we are. Is that a baby crying? I have no idea what a baby is because I am a woman.
Now, once again, in the video, there's a moment where, like, fucking Yugi's asking, how do you know where to go or what you're doing? And she says, woman's intuition, or like something like, I can't do that because I'm a woman, and he puts under there parentheses actual 4Kids dub, and he'll even show the clip from the actual dub or the Japanese version. Like, there will actually be sexism in the show, and that's the joke that it's calling back here to. That's why she's like, I can't possibly do this because I am a woman, because that's what the actual fucking show said. This is getting taken out of context. Sorry, this is just because I know Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. I watched it a few times. I play Duel Links. I can throw down, and I watch this when I do it.
Taya, we don't need babies. Oh, me woman, me dumb.
It's not a very well crafted joke, but I'm not going to assume Martin genuinely hates women because of it. You took the time to add.
I don't know why I went on that whole tirade, because he's not even hating on it. I'm just saying that's the joke that it's going for. It's funny.
A disclaimer to videos that are years old over jokes that aren't even remotely offensive. If you're being this hard on yourself, I can only imagine how you would project onto others. If you and I were speaking and I make a distasteful joke, are you going to expose me for racism? If I was working with you, I feel like I'd have to walk on eggshells. Now, I'm sure plenty of people have good experiences working with you, but if you have to censor yourself this much, I'm not sure if that's about safety or insecurity, but it can really weigh down on your content when you try and look for issues where there are virtually none. And all of that aside, you become one of those people who actually think jokes can harm people. Rude people harm people. Jokes hurt nobody. You should be old enough to know the difference. And you having to censor yourself so heavily probably explains why I can barely sit through 3 minutes of your newer episodes. Though, to be fair, you have been doing it for a while, and any formula after 15 years will start to feel stale. And I love how
I think the new episodes are fine for what they are. They're not as good as, like, episode 60 of Team 4-Star, or I argue that the Project Mouthwash Unlimited Blade Works Abridged is, like, the one I look forward to the most right now. But they're pretty decent. They're pretty good. He still has it. That's just subjective.
how he says that it may contain
subjective virtue signaling, really.
And hey guys, it may happen, it may not. You'll just have to see. You turned your own content into a prescription bottle. So those are the more personal gripes I have with this guy. Not anything that's the end of the world, and people are free to disagree. But what we're gonna get into next, yeah. For a little bit of context, Formosa Interactive is part of several voice acting companies that did not agree to a union protection against AI, leading English voice actors to fear that their voices would be used by AI to replicate them and therefore replace them, saving money. Hoyoverse, the company behind Genshin Impact, uses Formosa for its English dialogue, and because of this, the union chose to strike and many English voice actors backed out of Genshin projects. I couldn't find if Martin himself was involved in any of these companies personally, but as a voice actor, he was of course very concerned about this and understandably supported the strike. Basically, his entire Twitter feed was dedicated to topics relating to it. I understand that he would be upset, but it's just depressing that he has to make it his entire focus for his page.
Once again, I mean, it's annoying if you want him to do funny ha-has on his Twitter, but it's his Twitter, not his main channel, and this is something important to him. This is the industry he has chosen. And people be yelling about AI for littler things. Like I said, I think this is fair because he's actually got a platform and he's got connections and probably followers in the voice acting industry. So, like, and that's what virtue signaling, they're all annoying people, these virtue signalers, but that's actually what it means, is he is signal boosting this thing that is important to him in people that are in the same industry as him. So I think he should be forgiven for this one.
While this strike was going down, a voice actor by the name of Jacob Takanashi announces that he happily accepted the role for the Genshin creator Kenichi. I'm honored to—
Yeah, reminder, this is all based off the disclaimer in the description. Send him down a tizzy. This is the VA strike. This is a different chapter. I think this is fair of him to do.
To join the English cast of Genshin Impact as the voice of Kenichi. Taking up the mantle of Malipo is a privilege, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to carry the flame from the previous flamebearer, John, who did an incredible job. Those are big shoes to fill, and I promise to give it my all, out of respect for him, for HelluvaBoss, and for you, the fans. Thank you to Diana for their amazing direction and for helping me navigate the intricacies of this incredible game, and to Side Tokyo and HelluvaBoss for the honor of bringing Kenichi to life. I'm deeply grateful for the privilege of entertaining you all. From this, he seems like a really respectable guy who appreciates his fellow actors and is excited to take on the role. However, his fellow actors were not too thrilled about this. There are many reasons why roles get recast. I personally draw the line when the original actor is holding out because they are fighting for better work conditions. I have refused many auditions to take over roles from my peers because I'd never do that to another fellow actor. Dude, really classless move considering an actor was fighting for AI protection on this job. I appreciate folks want the paycheck, but they should know crossing a picket line is an immediate and permanent black mark. Thumbs down. This wasn't a passing of the torch. My hope is you were misled and weren't fully aware that John was withholding his work to fight for a better future for actors everywhere. If that's the case, you have the opportunity to do the funniest thing right now. But if not, and you continue this role, yikes, man. A good way to show the respect for the previous performer would be to use their full name.
Aw, dude, he got yikes.
So people can actually go ahead and support them now that they're out of the job. This is pretty awful stuff, man.
Okay, though, voice actors, but don't be throwing up the GoFundMes now, though. Y'all ain't entitled to the people to support you.
Selling out your peers and the future of this industry for a role? Please stay far away. This is utterly gross. I hope you take a step back and consider what it is you are doing to your fellow actors, let alone what you're doing to this career. This is so wrong, so wrong. You stole a job from someone fighting for all of our rights, yours included. The disrespect from you to play this off like this was a gift.
If little Kuriboh is a goddamn scab, we can't approve of that.
To you is sick. I hope it was worth it, because I guarantee not a lot of people will ever want to work with you again. It should be important to note that all these individuals are voice actors or members of the industry. As all this was going down, we got some pretty big reveals. One of the VAs going after Jacob was Kaylee Mills, who has voiced loads and loads of characters. She's been around for a while. She thought it was completely okay to say this. This is actually kinda diabolical. If you need the money, at least take the role uncredited. This just comes off as an easy grab for clout. It's not a good look. Accepting a role and keeping your career going is diabolical. At least take the role uncredited. This comes off as clout chasing.
Okay, so wait, is the argument that fucking little Kuriboh, because little Kuriboh's Martin, he's not Jake, jumped on this fucking bully this person, and some people said, you know, he's just getting a paycheck, he's doing his livelihood. Well, this is, once again, do people not know how unions work? No, if you're a scab, you are a bad person. That is how this works, because you are straight up fucking over all of your coworkers. If a union doesn't work, if everyone doesn't stay together. So, this is what happens in real life. You can't go cross the picket line at the factory. Yeah, you have a family to support and shit, but you're supposed to all stick together. And those people who cross the picket line? My mother worked at a factory where some person crossed the picket line in the fucking 60s. And in 2010, people didn't forget about that shit. It's just you don't do it. So I'm gonna have to fucking forgive little Kuriboh in this one. Yeah, people got bills to pay and people to take care of too, but there's rules with unions and shit. You don't fuck around.
How can someone with this much experience be so rude and unprofessional? And that's when we get this bomb dropped. According to voice actor Nathan Noakes, fellow VA Jacob Takanashi, who was Japan-based, had no knowledge of the strike or the circumstances.
I mean, the person making this video probably never had one of them union jobs to understand you don't scab.
Of which the role is being recasted. Yes, Jacob is based in Japan and is very likely to not have known about the union. While yes, it is interesting how he may not have known about something directly tied to his industry, he still resides in a different nation. Why would he be bothered with American subjects? So days go by and we get this. Kiba Walker,
Okay, we can put that one back on little Kuriboh then, because I was gonna say, well, what the fuck, you want everyone to do their research? Yeah, if you're gonna grandstand on your fucking Twitter platform, though, you probably should. The union don't apply to him if he's Japanese.
Other experienced voice actor revealed that she had received a death threat due to associating with Jacob. Jacob quoted this, sending his support and condemning the threat, as well as revealing that Kiba wasn't the only one to receive these kinds of threats. So after sending their support for someone who was sent a direct email stating that they deserve death for associating with an innocent voice actor, how does little Kuriboh react?
You said walk the picket line in a factory union, you'll get death threats IRL.
He thought this was the right thing to say. With respect, tensions would decrease significantly if you recognized and spoke publicly on the fact that voice actors aren't bullying you. If you truly didn't know about the strike, say so.
I mean, it is weird, creator of this video, that you just did a whole thing on virtue signaling and you're acting like them talking shit on Twitter is like bullying. I don't consider internet things bullying. I mean, unless you're like targeting people's fucking family members and doxing and shit. Cause like, it's words on the internet. What you gonna do? I'm not afraid of y'all. Leave your house, I dare you. Probably shouldn't say that stuff, but... It's just, maybe it's because little Kuriboh's British. That's what he's got going against him, because everything you read on Twitter, you just gotta add smugness to it. It's not their fault where they're born. Gosh, that's prejudiced of us Americans.
If you did, say so, but voice actors are going to keep getting attacked until then. So instead of expressing his sympathy for this exact situation, which involves someone receiving a death threat, he could not control his emotions and had to give the most inappropriate, unnecessary, insensitive response. Now, if I want to play devil's advocate and get a little technical here, would I go as far as to say that Jacob was being bullied by the VAs that we saw? For me, it's hit or miss. Now, was he being targeted because of an agenda? Yes, absolutely. Voice actors are gonna keep being attacked until then. Okay,
This guy's gameplay footage is Genshin Impact, correct? Are you mad? Are you mad because fucking little Kuriboh intersected with your VA drama? Wish Fate Grand Order had some fucking voice acting so I didn't have to read all that stuff.
Gonna be honest, I'm not really sure what he's talking about here. This one response would ignite the downfall of Martin's online image. There are loads of comments calling him out for his insensitive behavior. If you go onto his recent video, there's a surge in negative comments regarding...
See, there's the moral of the story. You can't fucking win. You apologize for every video and make a disclaimer, even if there's nothing offensive in the video, and you're still getting attacked for the words you said somewhere. It's all for nothing, Martin.
In the situation. After all this went down, Martin was pretty quiet on Twitter. Was he taking a step back to reflect on his actions and putting his focus onto controlling his frustration? No. He went to Blue Sky so he can bitch and moan even further. Since Kaylee's tweet had a reader added context note slapped onto it, I'll go ahead and add my own here. Nathan Noakes is either lying or being lied to.
You know, I get it. People don't like... I don't like that Twitter's called X. It makes me mad. People leave him because of Elon, but at least Twitter has the community notes. I don't trust this. I don't trust this little Kuriboh that you went to a completely different social media and took a tweet with you. Yeah, that's off platform. That's in this internet court. I argue this is unlawful. This is bad transfer of evidence right here.
Keep in mind that he decided to drop...
And then you started off with, I'm going to add my own context here, so there is no community note. Haha.
This with absolutely no proof to this statement. So after he got blasted on Twitter for his insensitive statement, he runs to his echo chamber to cry about how Nathan, the person who revealed Jacob didn't know about the strikes, is either dishonest or being misled. This is pathetic. This is completely childish behavior. I was disregarding the fact that voice actors are going after someone because I'm angry about the strike. Oh, that person didn't know about the strike and people are getting upset at me for it? He's being lied to. That's you. That's what you sound like. It was at this point that I was really upset with this guy and I wanted to approach him on his behavior. So I took a one-way trip to hell, Blue Sky, and we started having a little chat. You get...
Oh, here we go. Let's go.
Dunked on Twitter, so you run over here to your echo chamber.
I think all this is fair. That's very bitchy. You got fucking community noted, so you ran to Blue Sky.
Do you have direct evidence that Nathan is lying? Because that's what I find the most disappointing. The fact that he can say something so boldly with no evidence to back it, presumably just to make himself feel better about the criticism that he's been receiving. Nothing that would satisfy you. So is that a no? Can you not confirm your own statement? How do you know that? You would make yourself look much better if you presented evidence. Not my evidence to present, smiley face. You're making assumptions about someone just to save face and you're happy about it? It's your own statement, dude. What are you talking about? My being aware of evidence that supports my statement that isn't mine to share. You've never been aware of someone's experience but not wanted to be the one to tell the story because it's not your place? I know someone lied. The evidence isn't mine to present.
Yeah, well, then why are you even talking about it, little Kuriboh? That's some fucking weird shit.
It's very irresponsible of you to be speaking it on this much already. Now expectations are going to be set on whoever's story it is to tell. Any lack of satisfactory evidence that they share is now on you and your statements. You're not helping them. And once more,
Dude, I thought I was being crazy here talking about evidence and the fucking precedences in law. We out here got in word fights. We're debating experiences.
you've never been aware of someone's experience but not wanted to be the one to tell the story because it's not your place. I know someone lied. The evidence isn't mine to present. It's very irresponsible of you to be speaking it on this much already. Now expectations are going to be set on whoever's story it is to tell. Any lack of satisfactory evidence that they share is now on you and your statements. You're not helping them. And once more, for the record, I do not know Nathan is lying. I know he is either lying or was lied to. Yeah, so you don't have evidence for it, despite implying that you did, after making a statement as if it was fact. Okay, I'm not trying to help anyone, but I don't care for liars protecting scabs. Wow, okay, so we've come a long way for you to just flat out state that you don't actually care. This right here is very damning, Martin. After all you've said about the situation, this gives me the impression that you don't actually care about voice actors. You just hate corporations and will do anything to spite them or any.
I don't believe that because he's in the voice acting game. I just believe he should have fucking done his due diligence to research, oh, that person's not involved with the union anyway, so technically they're not a scab, if that's true. That person could maybe, I don't know, are they actually out of the union? Because they're still doing the job in the United States, and there is the voice acting union. I don't know. He should have done his research, and probably what it is his ego. He can't admit that he didn't do his research before making those tweets. The Twitter mob isn't gonna fucking fix that. But it said it's just very bitchy. I just say he's in the wrong because who the fuck starts a fight on Twitter and then goes and cries about it on Blue Sky?
Anyone working with them. You will fight tooth and nail to make it seem like Jacob knew about the strike and took the job anyway just to make you feel better about your own judgment and frustration about the situation. Then little Kuriboh isn't the one who should be making the accusation. Instead, he's put pressure on the person he's referring to make a statement. I'm pretty sure the pressure is already as high as it's gonna get, and plenty of actors agree with me, or else you wouldn't see them liking my posts. But sure, I must be stepping way out of line.
Oh, that's Cope. Cope.
I'm receiving hate and criticism from every direction, but all of these voice actors agree with me. I've had more civilized conversations about Santa Claus in grade school. Even those kids did not act as immature as you. Your fellow voice actor goons agree with you that they were not harassing Jacob? Bro, major bro moment right there. Things can't get worse, so I'll just keep adding on. See, other people agree with me. I must be right. You're an incredibly misguided person. Why are you doing this? To support.
I'm seeing this. Zev says Desu is completely fair in all this shit. And if fucking little Kuriboh can't answer it right and is being like, fucking smug ass Britoid, you're doing yourself no favors in this.
Support actors or to hate on corporations. I can't do both. You aren't doing both. An actor was sent a death threat and you looked the other way just to feel like you got a win on someone who you still haven't proven knew about the union. So after this, little Kuriboh finally took a step back, realizing this conversation wasn't going anywhere and decided to just leave it at that.
Me when I lie.
Go away, dude. Go take more screen caps in a vapid attempt to stir controversy and get likes. I've been involved in this situation for almost a year. You just showed up. Nobody answers to you here.
Oh, that's true. That's true, Zev. You've been called out as a fucking unreliable witness who got here late. Is this true? Were you late to the party? Is this where Hassan says you can't have an opinion on people sending Ethan Klein skulls in the mail because you're just now talking about Israel-Palestine and you didn't care before, so you've no right to talk about the skulls in the mail? Zev, do you have right to talk about the skulls in the mail?
What level of entitlement have you built to think someone will leave just because you told them to? I'm fighting what you say because I disagree with you. If you don't want to deal with me, block me. Now, this wasn't me challenge him like, yeah, block me, you pussy. No.
No, I get what he was saying there, fucking just calling him out for being a bitch, which he's being.
This was me straight up telling him, if you don't want me to express my disagreements towards you, you can block me. Because everything he was telling me was just more fuel for the fire. He was ignoring the Minecraft tips and just digging straight down. And yes, he blocked me. At this point, he doesn't want to deal with me anymore, and there's not much more I can do about interacting with him, so I left it at that.
Now we gotta skip 100 years or 3, cause the story ain't told chronologically.
Here's the problem, Martin.
As far as this video goes, though, like I said, I find the virtue signaling, yeah, but you kind of got to do that. All the fucking creators do anymore. You got to put the shit in your fucking bio. I think that even though it's old drama, I think the shady Vox shit should have been put in here because it kind of applies to, you know, character. That would have been better in the virtue signaling thing, and then this would be a pretty good video because it is kind of, he's looking very bitchy.
You are so hellbent on making Jacob look bad and denying the fact that he faced unfair treatment, all for the fact that he didn't join your precious union. And how about this? What if he did know about the strikes and accepted the role anyway? The way that you've been speaking makes it sound like that the hate that he receives is totally justified. Actually, you know what? That makes what you originally said make a lot more sense. Voice actors are going to keep getting harassed until then. What makes you so special? You're not siding with me, so I'm just going to ignore and deny the harassment that you face. Based on your stance on this whole situation, I don't think you're a good person. And I don't mean this from a stance of internet drama. I think that you made it very clear what kind of person you are. You want to sit in your echo chamber where no one disagrees.
It is an overreaction. But like I said, little Kuriboh's got a reason to be concerned with the voice acting unions and whatnot, because that's his career and he's got the platform and the connections for it. So it makes sense that he talks about it on fucking Twitter all day. But the fact that he didn't do his research on who he was bullying and he's trying to just fucking be all smug about it, that's the issue there. It's just how he can't do the run back and can't apologize and is complaining about the drama being dragged out, but is doing himself no fucking favors to end it getting dragged out. Just with that, it's my experiences. I got evidence in my head and I don't have to share it, and I got the Epstein files.
With you. You can sit there and talk crap about people for clear malicious and petty reasons. You see, at my old company, we almost went on strike. If some of my coworkers chose not to, am I gonna harass them and put them on blast? No, they can choose to work. They don't have to strike. It's their right not to, just as much as it's my right to strike. They have their own lives and careers to build. They can do their thing. I'll do my thing. No sensible person.
But like I said, this guy is also very underestimating how unions work. You can't scab. That is a black mark.
Would do what you and all your fellow voice actors did in this situation. Instead of building a professional union to protest your concerns, you created a cult of crybabies that will excuse and go after those who disagree with you. How does someone with such influence and such a large following be so unprofessional and petty? And what I'm still trying to wrap my head around is, why are you fighting so hard to deny the fact that Jacob didn't know about the strikes? What are you gaining from this? From what I've seen, the only reason I can see you doing this is to feel virtuous, to feel like a hero. If you want to tell me that that's not the truth, then please tell me why. You already said yourself that you're not doing this to help anyone, so why do you keep opening your goddamn mouth? Well, metaphorically speaking. You kept going after Nathan for his stance on AI, which of course I don't fully agree with. But after everything you've said, I have an easier time believing that you're just pissy about people dunking on you. So you're gonna use whatever ammo you have to criticize Nathan, who is the very person who claims that Jacob did not know about the strikes. You boast about the fact that there are voice actors who agree with you. Are these the same actors that have been outed as still working for these companies that you're supposedly fighting against? Why don't you say anything about them? You virtue signal about how you use dark humor that you're not proud of anymore. Use your platform to lecture people about abuse while ignoring blatant abuse of people you don't like. And how you hype yourself on the fact that other members of the industry are siding with you? For someone who seems to hate corporations, you really are one corporate schmuck. My intention here is not to deplatform you or ruin your reputation. You did all that yourself. This was all on public platforms. All of this could have been over if you chose to be professional.
It does come off, though. We only saw the interaction with the person making the video. It's not that horrible and damning. It almost kind of seems like, he ruined himself, his whole career, because the interaction we had. Nah. Doesn't matter.
And keep your damn mouth shut. But you couldn't do that because you're egotistical, impulsive, and emotional. You've made it more than clear that you hate corporations more than you care about individuals. If anyone watching this still wants to support Martin, then please do so. Just keep in mind that the person that reflects him in his content does not represent who he actually is. He is a bitter, entitled moron who will say whatever he can to make whoever he doesn't like look like the villain of the story. You're out of life points, Martin. This duel is over. So after rambling on for this long, what solutions can I provide for this situation? I've always been a firm believer that people can change for the better, unless they have consistently shown that they don't want to. While Martin has consistently been a nagging scumbag throughout all this, I still think he can come back. My first suggestion would be to please get the fuck off social media and focus on real life things. Go to a thrift store or watch some movies.
Okay, that's some concern trolling stuff. And why has he got to go to thrift store? Are you calling him a brokey, Zev?
Movies from your childhood. Just please stay out of this stuff for now. Cool off for a little bit so you can come back with a more level-headed
Yeah, I said they're both very extra. They both think they're important.
train of thought. If you don't want to do that, then spend your time on social media focusing on other things. Maybe some more positive things for once. While I firmly stand by that I don't believe little Kuriboh is a good person, at the very least I do believe that some of his morals are intact.
Dude, by everyone's standards on the internet, there is no such thing as a good person. They don't exist. They're fucking unicorns. Everyone's a piece of shit.
And I believe that if he approached these things in a not so brazen manner, then he can be a more positive influence instead of talking to people like they're five.
Like, we've already found out the standard to be not a bad person, not a piece of shit, is if you have 4 charity streams, you better be on all fucking 4 of them.
Other than that, I really don't have anything else. He has forever tainted his online image with his actions surrounding this topic. If he could just focus on his projects and stop trying to act like a hero all the time, at least then people will know what to expect from him. So that right there is gonna do it for today. I can't say I hate little Kuriboh, but I certainly do not like him. If you guys stuck around till the end, thank you very much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, feel free to like and sub. Stay safe, stay sane, stay in your lane. Goodbye.
Alright, that was just a break with that. I want to do one more video. Okay, so CD Cow, I might be wrong about this. Oh, dude, I had a Nostalgia Critic video on here just in case. The SpongeBob movie one with Phantom Strider. I heard that one's not great. The one I watched this morning isn't great. Alright. So, this is Lilly Orchard's channel. Lilly Orchard, there's a whole rabbit hole with her. I don't know shit because I've never watched Steven Universe, and that's what people know her from. But she has Hazbin videos. She's not a Vivziepop hater. She's the opposite. So I think it's fair but to take her take. But like I said, she's had horrible takes apparently. She said,
back in 2019, Vivian Medrano
they, I don't know them. They said things about Steven Universe to set the internet on fucking fire. So I don't know about the credentials of this person because I don't watch Steven Universe. But this is their Hazbin take.
Back in 2019, Vivian Medrano released the pilot for Hazbin Hotel, a crude comedy set in hell oriented around the self-claimed princess of hell, trying to make a place to rehabilitate sinners to get them transferred to heaven, in a startlingly poor understanding of how a concept like hell even works in the first place. Then it got pitched to network after network and remained in development hell for years, while Medrano started producing HelluvaBoss around the same time, a completely independent spin-off trying to be the animated version of The Office. I watched one episode of HelluvaBoss, thought, okay, neat, and then never watched it again. But according to people who I respect, the series tried to have a serialized plot with character drama, and that struck me as fucking hysterical when one of the characters is just someone's persona. You know me, I cringe when a series that is set up for comedy decides halfway through it wants to be an adult drama for grown-ups now, but with Medrano's work, it's something I begrudgingly tolerate because, hey, at least she decided to nut up and just make an adult series from the start, rather than try to parasitically leech off the audience size and ratings of children's animation. That having been said, it is always an adjustment period when Medrano
like you do with Steven Universe videos, but okay.
Medrano's work tries to get dramatic, because I have to contend with the fact that every character is a bug-eyed, Burton-esque stick figure persona, and the aesthetic of the show practically screams Futurama for Reddit atheists. So when it tries to have a plot, it's like switching from fifth to reverse in a car with a missing gear shift. Hazbin Hotel picks up right where the pilot left off. Charlie's founded the hotel as a way to try to redeem sinners and let them go to heaven, with new lore suggesting that this is some kind of sleeper cell scheme, but is battling against the embittered nihilism of everyone currently in hell who don't actually believe redemption is possible, and also just kind of like the mindless hedonism. Charlie gets the chance to meet with the angels who just committed the genocide against her people and sees this as a chance to really get heaven on board with her redemption plan, which in terms of appealing to the moral sense of your oppressor is about as effective as yelling ceasefire at a nation that interprets war crimes as high score. The angel in question turns out to be Adam, the first human to ever walk the earth, and also a complete douche. Oh, that part was redundant. And he completely rebuffs the idea of redemption. And indeed, the first episode ends with the revelation that the next purge is coming even faster and will be a total extermination instead of just a partial one.
It's supposed to be a pro-Hazbin video because they're making me hate it.
So the thing about the pilot is that it garnered a lot of discourse for well, hell having a surprising number of LGBT people in it, as if it was saying the gays are bad or something. That was something I held back on because just being in hell isn't really a mark against a person.
Vivziepop, that's what, like, with the Annoyingorange's video, he was, like, saying all these rules that we don't know. We don't know what the morality and the religion on planet Earth actually is to get you sent to hell. I've only watched the show, so I might be wrong about this. As far as we know, there is no rules. I just know Vivzie personally, in an interview, said, like, being gay, because, like, I think she's on team, you know, you're born with it. I say if you're a U.S. citizen, it doesn't matter. Adult, consenting, whatever. But she's on the argument that being gay does not get you sent to hell. So it's just funny to say, like, what did Vivzie mean with all this?
The pilot established early on that there are angel purge squads who go down to hell every year to commit genocide because hell is so overpopulated.
I think it is a fair argument, though.
Populated with sinners. Already, this tells us two things. One, hell is less a place of punishment and more of an open-air prison. And two, God's ideal method of dealing with a problem he created is genocide. See, if you've ever wondered why Christian mythology isn't as readily mined for content as Greek mythology, outside of Persona, Darksiders, and Devil May Cry, it's because Greek mythology has never really been all that shy about the fact that Zeus is a hedonistic sociopath for whom consent is a mild suggestion, while Christians keep trying to convince people that Yahweh is a noble, good, and loving God. Please ignore all that genocide and forced impregnation and that bit where he tortures a guy for laughs. Pretty much for as long as Yahweh has existed as a deity, there have been people pointing.
He's not the only they, once again, I don't know Lilly Orchard if this is even their channel, what the deal is, but I've seen this argument around. I don't know what this is. This Christian lore doesn't get adapted or messed with or remixed as much as other ones do. I think they do. There's that Good Omens show. There's always been things making fun of religion on Cartoon Network, whatnot. I mean, like Adult Swim. South Park has the whole league of, like, you know, Jesus and Muhammad and everybody, and they're hanging out solving mysteries. And it's rich with lore, dude. It's cool.
Pointing out that his actions seem less like a loving father.
Just people act like Hazbin Hotel is, like, revolutionary for doing things with Christian lore. No, it's not. Well, I mean, technically Christianity is like a spin-off of Judaism already. Like, it's already rebooted.
Their figure, and more like a schoolboy pulling the legs off a spider. Almost every story in the Old Testament involved God murdering someone he has beef with, or someone related to someone he has beef with, or someone he doesn't have beef with but just wasn't unquestionably loyal enough for his liking, or someone who just happened to be in his line of sight that day. And Christians don't so much deny these things happened, but just argue that it was actually a good thing. I covered Prince of Egypt years ago, and my big sticking point was the fact that kindly old loving Jehovah saw fit to turn a city into an open-air prison and murder a bunch of
But what's that got to do with Prince of Egypt? That's the Bible.
Children over the actions of their unelected leaders, and a bunch of people got really angry at me for suggesting that was a bad thing. I didn't realize people in the US Foreign Policy Department watch my videos, but that's what always stuck in my head during the backlash against Hazbin Hotel's pilot. The gays being in hell.
Are you putting politics in my Hazbin video?
Is only problematic if you're operating on the assumption that God is a good and noble person, and that notion died the moment the angel purge squads showed up. Indeed, that was only confirmed by the actual release of the show, opening with the story of Lilith, the actual first woman created by God, who was banished from the Garden of Eden for not being enough of a submissive housewife to Adam. And there's no bigger sign that a work is about to take a sniper rifle to the very concept of a benevolent God than bringing up Lilith. And indeed, the story recontextualizes the actions of Lilith, Lucifer, and Eve as being noble-hearted but fervently against the stifling order of heaven, punished not so much for creating evil, for evil is just the natural consequence of.
Does Lilly Orchard like this plot or not? Or CDI1, whatever this channel is? Do they like it or not?
Free will, but for
Or do they just hate the Christianity God bad, or get it?
Obeying.
I went through this phase as well. He already dissed on atheist Redditors, so why is he acting like one?
And now the angel purge squads aren't trying to deal with overpopulation, as they are culling a population before it can become big enough to rebel. What I always found interesting was that when this discourse started, the response from the fan base was, LGBT people can still be bad people, which while technically true, always seems strange that this popped up as a defense before God is a prick and his standards for goodness are nonsense. I mean, so far, based on what we know of some of the characters before they came to hell, their sins are shit like being a gangster, being a sex worker, or being of a non-Christian religion, which in Christianity are things that do indeed get you sent to hell, but only serve as more evidence of the fact that God is a fucking wackadoodle. This seems to be the lesson Charlie is being.
And in all the other ones, and Christianity doesn't have Lilith. That's some Dante's Inferno shenanigans. Like, none of that's in the Bible. Therefore, this is non-canon already. So why are you holding it up to the standards of the Bible?
Set up to learn that heaven operates on a very black and white doctrine that offers no opportunity for redemption, and the angels don't consider the yearly exterminations to be a professional burden.
Like, it's like if I were to criticize someone's fanfic on fanfiction.net, someone's Inuyasha fanfic, let's say, and I'm like, this is stupid. Why would Shishomaru turn into a giant dog? Well, he does in the original series, but I say their fanfic's stupid because of it. It's like this is like, it's a very, like I said, it's a very atheist Redditor remarks he's making here. When the Bible is kind of irrelevant to fucking Hazbin, it's its own thing.
Burden, they think it's fun. They love their yearly genocide. Clearly, Adam was the U.S. Secretary of State.
There's no fucking halos in the Bible, non-canon. Oh no.
To the fact that God is a fucking wackadoodle. This seems to be the lesson Charlie is being set up to learn, that heaven operates on a very black and white doctrine that offers no opportunity for redemption, and the angels don't consider the yearly exterminations to be a professional burden. They think it's fun. They love their yearly genocide. Clearly, Adam was the U.S. Secretary of State in life. All in all, one thing I like about Charlie is that she is portrayed as embarrassingly naive. Everyone around her, even her own girlfriend, is often skeptical of her upbeat optimism, and when she's met with failure, she's forced to reevaluate and try things a different way. Some characters, who I've resolved to stop banging on about, just keep banging their head against a wall until the narrative deems them to be at the right time to be granted victory. Here, Charlie decides, fine, I'll get a fucking sledgehammer. In the second episode, it turns out Heaven just scored a home goal because the sudden panic of total extermination has made a lot of people desperate enough to try any ridiculous scheme they can. This means Charlie ends up getting at least one other patron for the hotel, and after a rocky start, things at least seem to be looking up. Charlie seems to learn that she can't force redemption on someone. They have to want it, which means things are going to be slow for her because everyone in hell is bitterly cynical and bereft of optimism. Given that later episodes deal with victims of abuse, this is an interesting hook because part of being a victim of abuse is being convinced by your abuser that things can't get better, that this is all you get, so drinking poison is better than nothing. No doubt eventually Charlie is going to have to learn that she has to play the long game, keep working with the clients she has until people look at the hotel still open and go, you know, I wonder. Nobody can keep up bitter cynicism and hopelessness forever. You either decide you don't want to be miserable anymore, or you just kill yourself. If there's going to be growth for Charlie, it'll likely be in simmering down and taking a stance of, I'll be here when you're ready, because it's hard to have growth when you're already right. Well, actually, that's not true. Charlie does need to wake up to the fact that hell's overpopulation isn't a bug, it's a feature. That heaven doesn't want demons turning to the light. They're a threat to the status quo. They always have been. A status quo where heaven gets to sit on top.
This world is a prison.
This is something that comes up.
This is a point against Annoyingorange. That's things that the show doesn't tell you you put together, but you know that show just holds your hands too much and doesn't let you figure it out on your own. That fucking Vivzie calling us dumb.
As early as the next episode. After Sir Pentious is sent to infiltrate the hotel and is later caught, both Vaggie and Angel Dust want to kill him for betraying Charlie. But Charlie's a lot more pragmatic and believes that if she forgives him, he'll take the hotel more seriously, which he does. In the end, Angel, and especially Vaggie, were about to do a lot of damage to Charlie's goals, and she had to stop them. Charlie isn't revisited again until the 5th episode, where she tries to get help from her father to get an audience with angels above Adam. But her father turns out to be a few choir boys short of a molestation racket, and immediately gets into this weird paternal spat with Alistair. And that makes sense. He's an absent father suffering from depression. What's weirder is that—
Why'd you just throw those accusations out at my boy Lucifer? What'd he do to deserve that? Don't you know you got accusations on you? Due to fan fictions you might have written, allegedly.
Alistair does the same fucking thing.
I guess that's why Charlie called it the Hazbin Hotel. Ha ha ha!
Ha ha ha! It was actually my idea.
Ha ha ha! Well, it's not very clever.
Ha ha!
fuck you.
Looks like you could use some help from the big boss of hell himself. Who needs a busboy now that you've got the chef?
I'm your guy, your day-to-day, your chum, your steadfast hotelier. You're like the child that I wish that I had.
What?
Boy, she can have two dads. It's double the emotional unavailability. The main conflict between Charlie and her father is between Charlie's optimism and Lucifer's nihilism. Lucifer regrets the fact that giving humanity free will caused them to shirk heaven and turn to evil. Despite his position as the king of hell, Lucifer is still an angel at heart, and he still thinks like an angel. Charlie thinks that appealing to people even higher than Adam will work, but she's literally doing that right now. Conversely, Alistair sees Charlie's ends as completely pointless as well, but at the very least is humoring her and empowering her to actually do it. She doesn't need complete faith and belief in her ideas, she just needs someone willing to help her try. And to his credit, Alistair enforces the rules of the hotel on one of his friends who used it as a safe house and brought violence to it. Ultimately, her father does come around and get her the meeting, and Charlie gets to actually go into heaven, which looks like it was designed by the Apple Store, and we learn that even the higher-ups hate that any of this happened. And if you wanted any further proof that heaven is a dystopian nightmare, the exorcists are homophobic.
To think someone as worthless as you landed Lilith's little hottie. Grats on that, I guess.
Their love is vile and blasphemous.
Hot as fuck, though.
Hell, I didn't even need to go that far. The extermination is kept secret from most of the people in heaven because it would obviously be unpopular, and the angels are proving to be about as virtuous as slugs. Like I mentioned above, Charlie is ultimately getting the wake-up call that the system has set everyone up for failure, and so she's going to have to reevaluate her plans, and that's going to be interesting to see play out. And she is ultimately proven right. After he dies defending the hotel, Sir Pentious' soul is booted upstairs, and he gets to go to heaven. Like, damn, Sir Pentious. And he wasn't even part of the pitch. Good on you, you adorable snack boy. I actually really like Sir Pentious. He's a fucking delight. Moving on to Vaggie. Like in the pilot, Vaggie continues to be my favorite character. It might be because I've written several characters that fit the same mold, but I love how she is simultaneously a take no prisoners girl boss and also an insufferable simp. In the
Once again, I've heard about this person's fanfics. I don't think that's high praise for Vaggie.
pilot, Vaggie was rightfully criticized for her explosive anger, feeding into harmful stereotypes, as she's supposed to be Latin, and in the show itself, it seems she's cooled off a lot, and her personality is more sardonic. Still violently protective of Charlie, but not flying off the handle at people and scowling the way she used to. In truth, I have mixed feelings about her new personality. Yes, it's good that she's not a racist caricature anymore, but I feel like there could have been more done with her than just making her...
Is this a claim? I didn't hear this in any of the Vivzie did 9/11 videos. Did they claim that Vaggie is a racist character in the pilot? Or did they change her mid-series? What's the claim here? I mean, I guess I'm white, so my opinions are invalid on it. I've just never heard that argument before.
Sarcastic. We're kind of over...
Because that would contradict the, oh no, they replaced all the voice actresses and they're all poor now.
Flowing on sarcastic characters. After Baldur's Gate 3, I think we flooded the snarking at you based economy. But that's small potatoes. Vaggie's story isn't as in-depth at the moment as Charlie or Angel Dust. In the third...
What I mean is you can't sell that storyline if there's an actual argument for someone to be replaced or a voice to go in a different direction. So I wonder if that's why I don't hear about this argument enough.
Third episode, she's given control of a trust exercise, but because the group is not immediately responsive, she starts getting anxious that she's not doing well by Charlie, because doing well by Charlie is really all she has. Vaggie's devotion to Charlie and her insistence on making Charlie's dreams a reality are, if we're being honest, the only string to her bow. She's not really got a lot going on beyond that. This makes her simple, but it doesn't make her bad. I quite like characters whose primary driving motivation is devotion, whether that devotion is healthy, unhealthy, or unhealthy but dealing with it in a healthy way. That's how I handled most of my relationships, both romantic and platonic. Now in the pilot, Vaggie's backstory was that she was a gay sex worker who went to hell for murdering one of her clients for being abusive. That was controversial, but that's gone from her character now, and for good reason. See, in the pilot, when they show...
Why? Why is it controversial? Once again, I don't understand. If it's something that's happened in real life, which that's a person, and that's a person who in Christian mythology, or whatever lore they're going with, will get sent to hell, why is that controversial?
All the angels, all of them have an X over one eye, and Vaggie also has an...
Like, cool, white privilege America. America ain't the only fucking country in the planet. There's many kinds of people everywhere, and any of them could be a sex worker. How is that controversial? I'm probably just being fucking mad at something that doesn't matter. And like I said, I've never heard this argument until now. It's kind of dumb.
An X over one eye. So I just kind of assumed for
And we don't know. Well, I guess, yeah, the backstory would be completely retconned, though, if she's an angel. Is that the issue here? Is it possible that could have happened and then she went to heaven still? Do we know that the backstory is completely changed? It doesn't matter, I guess. It's just, I didn't hear this in any of the Vivziepop hate videos, and I would think that this here claim would be like #1. This would have been the smoking gun.
the last 5 years that she's actually an angel. Lo and behold, I was right the entire time. In the 6th episode, it's revealed to the audience, and then later Charlie, that Vaggie was an angel taking part in the yearly extermination, but who was cast out for sparing the life of a child. Vaggie had been keeping this a secret from Charlie because Charlie is completely heartbroken by the yearly extermination, and Vaggie had taken part in it multiple times, so when she finds out at the end of the episode, she is understandably devastated. At time of writing, this has ended on a cliffhanger with a lot of people concerned that this will mean the two will split up. However, I don't think it will. I think Charlie will be furious for being lied to, but given that her whole deal is her insistence that people can change and that the angels can be convinced of that, finding out that her girlfriend was her first real success in both of those things, and that further success will only engender more faith in her cause will, I assume at least, end up being a positive thing for the both of them. Sure, they will likely split for a little while, but I
do know from the anti-Vivzie crowd that they don't, so fucking Lilly Orchard here could be being a very, very contrarian. Like I said, I don't know if I'm dead naming anybody, misgendering anybody, I'm apologizing if I am. I don't know this person. I just know that I have to do the Steven Universe video to start the rabbit hole, and I don't know that, so we're starting at Hazbin. And bad take. This is supposed to be a pro video in like, because I think they're fair on the pacing arguments with this relationship, and it's just getting defended wholeheartedly here. It almost just feels contrarian. I'm not even, that's wrong. It's not a bad take. It's their take. It just feels very just, I'm doing the opposite opinion, because I know these are all hot talking points. The Mexican character one I haven't heard, but all these other ones, this is just the opposite opinion.
doubt that such a thing will be permanent.
I guess it's good. We can't have thesis without antithesis now, can we?
People like Charlie and Vaggie's relationship, and for all of Medrano's flaws as a writer, she doesn't really strike me as a dick. And that intuition proved to be right. They were apart for one episode, and then they came to an understanding after doing some soul searching. People were telling me that they were afraid the whole thing would be this protracted relationship drama, and like, it's an 8-episode season. Nothing is protracted. Furthermore, that's just not how most people write relationships. That's just your weird thing. Moving on to Angel Dust, of all the characters in the show, Angel Dust is the most interesting to talk about, because when he first showed up, he was immediately critically panned for just being the slutty and gay sass boy that feels like he walked right out of a Family Guy sketch.
Oh, hey, Eric. Hiya. What's happening, boyfriend?
But shortly afterward, they released a music video about him blowing shit up with Cherry Bomb that had a few flashes of him crying, and people started to come around to the moral sense of your oppressor.
That is such a good music video. I hate that it's kind of scrapped. I mean, I guess it's not scrapped. It's just... it felt more impactful than Poison. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I'm allowed to have my has-been opinions as well.
This episode glorifies Angel's abuse, but either Twitter's gotten even dumber since I left, or my ADHD bitch-ass completely missed something, because there is nothing glorifying about Angel's abuse. Speaking as a victim of the kind of psychological and sexual abuse Angel's going through, all of his scenes were viscerally hard to watch, and his breakdown actually triggered an adolescent PTSD flashback. I think what they're talking about is Poison, a big bombastic musical number where Angel sings about how, I know this is bad, but I'm just so addicted. But the entire time, that self-destructive attitude is constantly breaking, right down to the point where at the very end, Angel just collapses on the balcony crying for all of this to stop. I'm sorry guys, but the
Poison's a bop. Anyone's entitled to their opinion about this thing. I just think the only issue here really is just the pacing. There wasn't enough time to fully develop all of Angel's stuff. I think what they got was all really good.
The entire episode is about how Angel's decadent hedonism is a fucking lie he tells everyone, including himself, to feel a sense of control. These are the same people, mind, who often whine about the death of media literacy because someone like me pointed out something in a work that they completely missed and they can't deal with that. I have said in the past to be wary of someone who looks at actual romanticized abuse and says, oh well, I'm a survivor of this, so inject it straight into my veins actually. I said this about people who claim to be abuse survivors who thought Cachadora was true love instead of two people getting caught in the abusive power plays of their mother. I said this about people who claim to be incestuous abuse survivors.
Now, is that normal though in these videos where it's like, oh, I want to hear your defense of Hazbin Hotel. I'm sick of these anti-Vivzie videos. I want to hear your take. And then here comes the whole thing about how these people on Twitter that think violence and things, and I got a hot take for them. Like, I don't know if I signed up for all that in this video essay.
Shipping Andrew with his abuser instead of cheering on the ending where he gets to cut her damn throat. But this is the opposite of glorified. Romanticized, well, yes, but anything that is meant to be consumed for entertainment is going to romanticize something to an extent because it has to be entertaining. And the thing about abuse is that it's actually quite boring and undramatic. Someone who is actually trying to cope with an inescapable situation doesn't really sing about how they're doing that. People who trauma bond might be on some level aware they're being abused, but they haven't really accepted it. Even abusive relationships still have to go through the 5 stages of grief. In a single episode, Angel has gone from a joke character to a far more real and visceral depiction of an abuse victim than I've ever seen, right down to actively rebuffing someone who looked at him and thought, I can fix him, not realizing that he has to want to be fixed first. He has to believe things can actually be better, and part of being abused is being constantly psychologically battered with the notion that it just can't be. I've said this before, and that characters who put a mask on their feelings are great, but the audience has to see that mask crack with relatively quickly. Without this episode, Angel Dust is obnoxious. With it, he's obnoxious with purpose. Hell, with it, Charlie's line in the first episode about not wanting to exploit him and then cringing when Angel yammers on about how he was made to be exploited carries a much different air to it. I'm kind of iffy on the first 3 episodes, but this one is so good. More stuff like this, please. More genuine, heartfelt sense.
Reminder, this is the episode that Annoyingorange is rated like a 1 or a 2. This is the complete opposite argument. So it's very interesting to think back on the first video.
To it. The entire show suffers from a problem I've talked about before in its sentimental moments being ruined by a need to keep sarcastically rolling its eyes. But you don't need to sarcastically eye roll against anything that might come off as cringe. You don't need self-protective irony. People already like you. I adore this shit. I want Angel to get free. I want him to be happy. Please let him get free of his abuser. This one is the first one that really hits its stride because it stays focused on a single topic without drifting away from it like the 3 before it do. If there's anything to take from this, it's that this should be the model moving forward. Focus on telling one part of the story at a time instead of trying to weave this complicated narrative together. You're a series with separate episodes. Learn to compartmentalize. That's the advantage of a series.
It said that's fair. It's just some pacing issues and what they had to do with the limitations here. So, like I said, this is the... I think if you compare this one to Annoyingorange's videos, the actual criticism here is more fair. Well, I mean, it's more fair than... It's also more fair than fucking, how dare Vivziepop make money,
It's still too early to really judge Angel Dust, however. Madrana was kind of like Rebecca Sugar, where there's a 50-50 chance of this story turning out to be the best thing you've ever seen, or being the most poorly executed nightmare shit show in the universe. But there's enough to make me file him into the same box of, okay, I'll see where you're going with this. All in all, what little of the show there is pretty good. I've heard rumblings from people that the show runs too fast and introduces too many characters to keep track of, as most of the wider cast is backported from Madrano's comics and other shows, but I honestly think that's not a real problem. There's a phenomenon in fandom that I'm going to call the Kingdom Hearts Union Cross problem. In Kingdom Hearts 3, there's a bit toward the end where Sora gets help from the long-dead army of Keyblade wielders to finally kill the Demon Tide after 2 games of it annoying the shit out of you. Now, to hardcore fans, this means you had to finish Union Cross. Otherwise, this wouldn't make sense. However, even if you hadn't played it, by this point, most people knew about the Keyblade War and what all those old keys represent, and in case you're particularly stupid, the game just tells you.
What was that? Keyblade wielders. From long ago.
In the eyes of the fandom, small details become massive, earth-shattering revelations that require intense record-keeping. This is part of the way fandom likes to act exclusive. So when a character from HelluvaBoss shows up, you need to know that character's entire deal, or their moment on screen won't make any sense. However, most people aren't stupid and can infer the necessary information from context alone, especially regarding characters whose roles are small and whose presence isn't significant. Most people will just disappear the characters that aren't at present important to the story into the memory hole until the story needs them again. And they won't need a refresher because people's memories aren't as bad as you think they are. It's that point.
Yes, once again, just storytelling. This is how shit works in books. This is how shit works in our JRPGs. Why is Vivzie at a different standard?
Where fandom and what they consider important brushes up against reality. If a character only appears for one scene, that character isn't important. If a character's main focus is their rivalry with a main character, we just accept that it'll come up later. This even extends to characters who are important. Watching some other videos on Hazbin Hotel, the amount of time we need to spend with a character is disproportionately small compared to the amount of time the hardcore fans seem to think is necessary. Valentino, for example, is seen in other Vivziepop work, and he's a real bastard, but the reasons why he's such a shit don't take a whole lot to explain. I mean, they made him look like a pimp, so 90% of the work is already done. But his abuse of angel dust is handled in exactly 2 scenes, and you—
Another good point. Do you want to be, or is the audience stupid? Do they need their hands held or not? Because, like, the character designs do enough fucking work to say what kind of character it is. We're just gonna go to the parasocial, we'll go to the parasocial Twitter drama. That's where the fun is. And a wind down.
Now, I believe that covers everything important. Alistair, Husk, Nifty, and the rest of the cast haven't shown anything significant enough outside of playing support to other characters and just leaving these weird Chekhov's guns all over the place.
Oh wait, you forgot about the suspense.
Suspense?
There was a big soap opera on the bird. It has so many twists and turns.
Bonnie, why are you getting into Twitter drama?
I gotta know what happens next. I gotta know every— Hey!
Okay, so like any creator who puts their name out there, Madrano was subjected to a bombardment of smear campaigns almost immediately because the internet is the embodiment of crabs in a bucket. And I say smear campaigns because often Madrano was being accused of serious crimes, yet the accusers were decidedly not reporting her and instead plastering it all over social media, which is immediately suspicious. I'm not going to cover a whole lot of the Vivziepop drama.
I kind of wish they would, because what are these crimes? I knew it, Vivziepop's a criminal, but where's the fucking receipts?
Criminal allegations belong in a court, and the allegations about crunch, unionize. Animators should unionize. This has been a problem in the independent scene and big budget releases. Crunch is all over the animation industry. Animators need to unionize, showrunners and directors are not your friends, and drooling into your phone with the Twitter app open isn't going to fix the systemic rot of unchecked capitalism. Madrano has been accused of everything from exploiting her workers to racism, to transphobia, to pedophilia, because where there is any internet drama surrounding a public figure, there will inevitably be a pedophilia accusation. That's the free space on YouTube drama bingo. If I sound like I'm not taking this seriously, it's because I'm not. Most of these accusations came out 5 years ago and have been disproven time and time and time again. Did you hear the one about Madrano making a pedophilic couple in her webcomic? No, you didn't, because that never fucking happened. Someone just fucking lied and put the burden of proof on everyone else to keep disproving it for the end of time, because most people didn't actually check. Some people call this misinformation. I won't call it that because it is a lie. They just heard the lie, took it at face value, and repeated the lie elsewhere. So this lie keeps getting repeated despite it being a lie that has been proven to be a lie.
Fair enough, because I've heard some things about the person making this video.
Let's be clear about something here. No creator, big or small,
but I won't say or will say allegedly because I don't know them,
is going to be deplatformed by you gossiping about some drama they are or were in every time their name crosses your timeline. You're just sad. As is the case with most astroturfing campaigns. As time went on and the more serious complaints gained no traction, they just kept getting pettier and pettier. I mean, the last one I saw before I just blocked any mention of Vivziepop were people complaining she was objectifying her own characters with a series of pin-up pins, taking her characters, some of whom are sexual abuse survivors.
What a fucking argument. Well, that's an argument for dude, I kind of like that one though. If that's an argument for Angel, then you can make the same argument for all of his musical numbers.
And reducing them to sexy
I guess that is an argument.
Now, this is the only one I found worth engaging with because it was recent and touched on an issue we always tend to sidestep. Some people found it gross that Madrano was objectifying her characters for profit, but what's left unspoken about it is the fact that a lot of people were objectifying her characters for profit. The fact is that if anyone should be allowed to do this, it should be a character's creator. The discussion about whether or not it's classy on the macro scale is a different discussion entirely.
Okay, that's a different argument. First of all, we're even arguing objectifying your own characters that you created, and if people are gonna fucking make porn of SA surviving characters, it might as well be the creator getting paid if everyone else is getting paid. Classy argument.
Entirely, but this is a series for adults. It'd be one thing if Cartoon Network started selling pinups of lapis lazuli, but they're not. There are legitimate criticisms to be made of Madrano and her work, but trying to do that is a nightmare because you have to wade through a bunch of squawking morons trying to make their very personal beef with someone into something everyone else should care about. I clocked a long time ago that most of the drama came from artists who were mad about the art style where everyone's a gray, skinny, Tumblr silly guy. And that bitter rage only fermented as time went on. I have never seen someone go on a sustained rant about this woman who wasn't also an artist. The earliest Vivziepop drama came from people professing to improve.
True, they hate her because they ain't her.
The character designs. All these parasocial hatreds have a seed, the thing that actually pissed someone off, through which they need to layer all kinds of increasingly escalating bullshit onto someone in order to make their petty nonsense seem more legitimate. This is why it sometimes seems like some people have no reading comprehension. If the claim about Angel's abuse being fetishized because of one storyboarder on staff sounded weird to you, it's highly likely that that person just repeated it from someone else who deliberately viewed it in as poor a light as possible because what they're actually angry about is something else entirely. I've been subjected to this for the last few years. I know how parasocial mobs work, and this is supremely parasocial. I had to stage an intervention for one of my friends because they were letting their hatred of Madrano consume their fucking life. This shit ain't healthy, and the way some obsessive weirdos go to increasing lengths to ruin someone's life over the...
Good for you. I don't know if I could be friends with a person who let their hatred of Vivziepop consume their whole life. That is not very healthy. It's a show.
Pettiest garbage is fucking absurd. A few videos ago, we covered a crappy visual novel, and 2 days before the video was supposed to air, the creator was doxxed and had to go into hiding, so the comments were filled with something I couldn't have accounted for. And the game itself was ultimately so fucking mid that the idea that anyone would go on that kind of warpath is fucking comical. Doxing in general is a really pathetic thing that teenagers online feel way too comfortable doing, but doxing over this? You're so entrenched in online discourse, it's starting to dilute your perception of what an actual problem is. However, there is one issue worth taking seriously, and I promised myself and a viewer I'd work this in, but so far I haven't found a natural way to segue into it. One issue with the pilot that was underspoken about was the way the radio demon uses veves from Haitian voodoo. Voodoo is an extremely demonized religion, and in pop culture is often used as a free idea bucket when writers want to find something to tie a villain to. In the actual release, Alistair doesn't have immediately recognizable veves swirling around him, but after consulting with an actual practitioner of voodoo, they said they were still the same symbols, just cut up and altered so that they look
Kinda dumb, because some people view fucking Christianity in a bad light. There's a lot of Christianity all over here. It's cool runes. What does it matter if some people dislike it? Is this gonna help their argument that there's cool glowing runes? Is that gonna make the atheists start wagging their finger at fucking voodoos more? It's dumb.
different.
They're probably gonna say it's dumb too.
And won't invite a spirit.
Why am I acting like the fucking anti-Vivzi people have any argument that makes any fucking sense, though?
With a genie sense of humor into your house, which isn't actually all that different at all. Furthermore, the fan base, being a fan base and therefore more illiterate than a ball-peen hammer, decided this wasn't a real problem and that it was only terminally online Twitter bitches causing a fuss.
Thank goodness Hazbin fucking PR team to let us know.
So basically, well, the antis are ruining our fun. The thing is, most Western white people are, or come from, a Christian or pseudo-Christian background. One of the key driving forces behind Christianity is spreading the faith and converting as many people as possible. Christians want everyone to be Christian. Historically, Christians will make you be Christian. or else. Other religions, however, are more exclusive, more culture-bound, tired of outsiders treating their beliefs like a spiritual novelty shop. It's theirs, and they often don't want it spread to a wider audience. Some might argue that being introduced to more people would work against demonization, but just on my own perspective, after spending my entire life seeing what people do with Greek mythology, I can certainly understand practitioners of any other faith deciding that is the last thing they would want. These are people's cultures and homes, and they shouldn't be treated.
Weren't you just dissing on Christianity the whole first half of this? I mean, all your points are fair, whatnot, but like, I don't know, just kind of hypocritical though, really. Fucking, like I said, you either, yeah, you have to give Christianity the exact same thing as the other ones, or it's like, oh man, when I saw this cringy thing with the Greek gods, I realized making fun of religion is bad. Except when I can use an argument to be edgy and dunk on people.
Treated as an entry on a mood
We've all been through this phase.
board. Some would argue, well, he's from New Orleans and was black in life, and putting aside the issue of why the fuck is he a deer then, the truth of the matter is that the character's background doesn't really matter. You shouldn't
Okay, so Annoyingorange wasn't the only one with this take. Alistair's black.
be using cultural symbols as part of an aesthetic, and you definitely shouldn't be.
Well, I mean, voodoo. I just assumed that the voodoo's just he's all fucking powerful and like has everything. Like voodoos and like pentagrams and all of it. Like I said, I make some of my own headcanon, that's on me.
Doing it with veves. I mean, I started reading about Haitian voodoo with the intention of making it part of a character's background, and the more I read, the more I came to the real.
But, okay, so if Alistair's black though, but he's white, so... But Annoyingorange also argued that the angels are black because their skin's black. But if Alistair is... I fucking has been goddamn academics fucking assemble. Annoyingorange's arguments are all fucking stupid though anyway. I don't know why I care.
Realization that this was so beyond my ken that I really just shouldn't do this. This really isn't something that should be played around with, at least not without having a practitioner on staff. It's not enough to have characters as representation if you're not also hiring people to represent themselves. And also, if you're one of the people who's thinking of getting one of these tattooed on your body, don't do it! For the love of fucking God, don't do it! And with that, I think that covers everything. Everything worth covering. A lot of it is still undeveloped, but to my pleasant surprise, this is a show that puts a lot into each episode. They feel longer than they actually are because they don't waste time and they conclude every story they set up in the same episode before spending the last 5.
Okay, I might have to look at some more of this here channel in the future. Fucking go down the Lilly Orchard rabbit hole. That's another day. They got a whole video on how the whole discourse is dumb. Basically, all I can take away from this is Annoyingorange's video is indeed dumb, and I hope CD Call watched their video, and then little Kuriboh got dunked on with someone as much of an ego as him, and then there was a video about how Vivzie's bad for reasons, and it was very clear that it was a bad, lazily made video. Learned a lot about the world today. I'm peacing out. I could go a good while not thinking about Hazbin Hotel now. I'm not gonna lie, these people have ruined it for me. The songs are still bop though. Have a good night.